Nana mumbled over her toast and cup of tea. I guess she didn't care for Lee's writing style. Why don't they say what? I asked. The obvious thing here. Somebody doesn't want you messing with his neat little case. They want tied, clean justice, not necessarily the truth. Nobody seems to want the truth here anyway. They just want to feel better right away. They want the pain to be over. People have a low tolerance for pain, especially lately, ever since Dr. Spock began rearing our children for us. Is that what you've been plotting down here over your breakfast? Sounds a little like murder, she wrote. I poured myself some of her tea, no sugar or cream. I took a muffin and put a couple of link sausages between the halves. No plots. Reality is plain as the nose on your face, Alex. I nodded at Nana. She might be right, but it was too deflating to deal with before 6 in the morning. Nothing like prunes this early in the morning, I said. Good. Nana Mama frowned. I might go easy on those prunes for a while if I were you. I suspect you're going to need an extra supply of bull from here on, Alex, if I may be so blunt with you. Thank you, Nana. Your directness is appreciated. You're very welcome for your breakfast and this splendid advice. Don't trust white people. Very good breakfast, I said to her. How is your new girlfriend? Asked my grandmother. She never misses a trick. Chapter 50. There was a high-pitched humming in the air as I climbed out of my car at the prison. The noise was a physical thing. Reporters from newspapers and TV stations were loitering everywhere outside Lorton. They were waiting for me. So was Sanji/Murphy. He had been moved to a regular cell in the prison. As I walked from the parking lot in a light drizzle, TV cameras and microphones jabbed at me from a dozen different angles. I was there to hypnotize Gary Sanji/Murphy, and the press knew it. I was today's big bite of news. Thomas Dunn says you're trying to get Sanji hospitalized, that you'll have him set free in a couple of years. Any comment, Detective Cross? I have nothing to say right now. I couldn't talk to any of the reporters, which didn't make me real popular. I'd made a deal with the Attorney General's office before they finally agreed to the sessions. Hypnosis is commonly used in psychiatry these days. It's often administered by the treating psychiatrist or psychologist. What I hoped to discover over several interviews was what had happened to Gary Sanji/Murphy during his lost days, his escapes from the real world. I didn't know whether this would happen quickly or, indeed, happen at all. Once I was inside Gary's prison cell, the process was simple and straightforward. I suggested that he relax and close his eyes. Next, I asked Gary to breathe in, then out, very evenly and slowly. I told him to try and clear his mind of every thought. Finally, to count down slowly from 100. He appeared to be a good subject for hypnosis. He didn't resist, and he slipped deeply into a suggestible state. As far as I could tell, he was under. I proceeded as if he were, anyway. I watched him for signs to the contrary, but I saw none. His breathing had slowed noticeably. In the beginning of the session, he was more relaxed than I had seen him before. We chatted about casual, non-threatening subjects for the first few moments. Since he had actually come to or become himself in the parking lot of the McDonald's, I asked Gary about that once he was fully relaxed. Do you remember being arrested at a McDonald's in Wilkinsburg? There was a brief pause, then he said, Oh, yes, of course I do. I'm glad you remember, because I have a couple of questions about the circumstances at McDonald's. I'm a little unclear about the sequence of events. Do you remember anything you might have eaten inside the restaurant? I could see his eyes rolling behind the closed lids. He was thinking about it before answering. Gary had on thongs and his left foot was tapping rapidly. No, can't say that I do. Did I actually eat there? I don't remember. I'm not sure if I ate or not. At least he didn't deny he'd been inside the McDonald's. Did you notice any people at the McDonald's? I asked. Do you remember any customers? A counter girl you might have spoken to. It was crowded. No one in particular comes to mind. I recall thinking that some people dress so badly it's comical. You see it in any mall. All the time at places like Hojo's and McDonald's. In his mind, he was still inside the McDonald's. He'd come that far with me. Stay with me, Gary. Did you use the restroom? I already knew that he had gone to the bathroom. Most of his actions were covered in the reports of the arrest. Yes, I used the restroom, he answered. How about a beverage, something to drink? Bring me along with you. Put yourself right there as much as you can. He smiled. Please, don't condescend. He had cocked his head a little oddly. Then Gary started to laugh. A peculiar laugh, deeper than usual. Strange, though not completely alarming. His voice patterns were coming more rapid and very clipped. His foot was tapping faster and faster. You're not smart enough to do this, he said. I was a little surprised by the change in his tone of voice. To do what? Tell me what you are saying, Gary. I don't follow you. To try and trick him. That's what I'm saying. You're bright, but not that bright. Who am I trying to trick? Sanji, of course. He's right there in the McDonald's. He's pretending to get coffee, but he's really pissed off. He's about to go nuclear. He needs attention now. I sat forward in my chair. I hadn't expected this. Why is he angry? Do you know why? I asked. He's pissed because they got lucky. That's why. Who got lucky? The police. He's pissed because stupid people could luck out and ruin everything. Screw up the master plan. I'd like to talk to him about it, I said, as I was trying to stay as matter-of-fact as he was. If Sanji were here now, maybe we could talk. No, you're not on a level with him. You wouldn't understand anything he has to say. You don't have a clue about Sanji. Is he still angry? Is he angry now, being here in prison? What does Sanji think about being in his cell? He says, fuck you. Fuck you! He lunged at me. He grabbed my shirt and tie, the front of my sport jacket. He was physically strong, but so am I. I let him hold, and I held on to him. We were in a powerful bear hug. Our heads came together and cracked. I could have broken free, but I didn't try. He wasn't really hurting me. It was more as if he were issuing a threat, drawing a line between us. Campbell and his guards came rushing down the corridor. Sanji/Murphy let go of me and began throwing himself at the cell door. Spit ran from the side of his mouth. He began screaming, cursing at the top of his voice. The guards wrestled him onto the floor. They restrained him with difficulty. Sanji was much more powerful than his slender body would have suggested. I already knew that from experience. The RN followed them in and gave him a shot of Ativan. Within minutes, he was asleep on the floor of the cell. The guards lifted him onto his cot and wrapped him in a restraining jacket. I waited until they locked him in the cell. Who was in the cell? Gary Sanji? Gary Murphy? Or both of them? Chapter 51. That night, Chief Pittman called me at home. I didn't think he wanted to congratulate me on my work with Sanji/Murphy. I was right. The Jefe did ask me to stop by his office the next morning. What's up? I asked him. He wouldn't tell me over the phone. I guess he didn't want to spoil the surprise. In the morning, I made sure I was clean-shaven, and I put on my leather car coat for the occasion. I played a little Lady Day on the porch before I left the house. Think darkness and light. Be darkness and light. I played The Man I Love. For all we know, that's life, I guess. Then off to see the Jefe. When I arrived at Pittman's office, there was too much activity for 7:45 in the morning. Even the Jefe's assistant, seemed fully employed for a change. Old Fred Cook is a failed vice detective, now posing as an administrative assistant. He looks like one of the artifacts they trot out for old-timer baseball games. Fred is mean-spirited, petty, and supremely political. Dealing through him is like giving messages to a wax museum doll. "Chief's ready for you." He served up one of his thin-lipped smiles. Fred Cook relishes knowing things before the rest of us. Even when he doesn't know, he acts as if he does. "What's going on this morning, Fred?" I asked him straight out. "You can tell me." I saw that all-knowing glint in his eyes. "Why don't you just go in there and see? I'm sure the chief will explain his intentions." "I'm proud of you, Fred. You sure can be trusted with a secret. You know, you should be on the National Security Council." I went inside expecting the worst, but I underestimated the chief of detectives a little. Mayor Carl Monroe was in the office with Pittman. So was our police captain, Christopher Clouser, and, of all people, John Sampson. It appeared that one of Washington's ever-so-popular morning events, a working breakfast, had been set up in the chief's inner sanctum. "It's not all bad," Sampson said in a low voice. In sharp contrast to his words, Sampson looked like a large animal caught in one of those double-clawed spring traps hunters use. I got the feeling he would happily have chewed his foot off to escape from the room. "It's not bad at all," Carl Monroe smiled jovially when he saw the chiseled look on my face. "We have some good news for you both. Very good news. Shall I?" "Yeah, I think so. You and Sampson are being promoted today, right here. Congratulations to our newest senior detective and our newest divisional chief." They clapped approvingly. Sampson and I exchanged quizzical looks. What the hell was going on? If I'd known, I would have brought Nana and the kids along. It was like one of those affairs where the president gives medals in thanks to war widows, only this time, the dead had been invited to the ceremony. Sampson and I were dead in the eyes of Chief Pittman. "Maybe you'd like to tell Sampson and me what's going on here." I smiled conspiratorially at Monroe. "You know, the subtext." Carl Monroe had his magnificent smile blazing away. It was so warm and personal and genuine. "I was asked to come here," he said, "because you and Detective Sampson were being promoted. That's about it. I was very happy to come, Alex." He made a comic face. "At 7:45 this morning." Actually, it's hard not to like Carl sometimes. He's totally aware of who and what he's become as a politician. He reminds me of the prostitutes on 14th Street who will tell you a raunchy joke or two when you have to pull them in for soliciting. "There are a couple of other things to discuss," Pittman said, but then waved off the idea of any real substance entering the ceremonial conversation. "They can wait until after. There's coffee and sweet cakes first." "I think we ought to discuss everything now," I said. I shifted my eyes to Monroe. "Put it out on the table, with the sweet cakes." Monroe shook his head. "Why don't you go slow for a change?" "I'm not going to be able to run for public office, am I said to the mayor. "Not much of a politician." Monroe shrugged, but he continued to smile. "I don't know about that, Alex. Sometimes a man changes to a more effective style as he gains experience. Sees what works, what doesn't. It's definitely more satisfying to be confrontational. Doesn't always serve the greater good, though." "Is that what this is about? The greater good? That's the topic for this morning's breakfast?" Sampson asked the group. "I think so. Yes, I believe it is." Monroe nodded and bit into one of the sweet cakes. Chief Pittman poured coffee into an expensive china cup that was too small and delicate for his hand. It made me think of little watercress sandwiches, rich people's lunches. "We're bumping into the FBI, Justice, the Secret Service on this kidnapping case. It's no good for anybody. We've decided to pull back completely, to take you off the case again," Pittman finally said. Bingo. The other shoe had dropped. The truth was out at our little working breakfast. All of a sudden, everybody in the office was talking at once. At least 2 of us were shouting. Neat party. "This is total bullshit," Sampson told the mayor to his face. "And you know it. You do know it, don't you?" "I've begun sessions with Sanji/Murphy," I said to Pittman and Monroe and Captain Clouser. "I hypnotized him yesterday. Jesus fucking Christ, no. Don't do this. Not now. We're aware of your progress with Gary Sanji. We had to make a decision, and we made it." "You want the truth, Alex?" Carl Monroe's voice suddenly rang out in the room. "You want to hear the truth about this?" I looked at him. Always. Monroe stared right into my eyes. "A great deal of pressure has been used by the Attorney General and a lot of people in Washington. A huge trial will begin, I believe, within 6 weeks at the most. The Orient Express has already left the station, Alex. You're not on it. I'm not on it. It's gotten much bigger than either of us. Sanji/Murphy is on it. The prosecutor, the Justice Department, has decided to stop your sessions with Sanji/Murphy. A team of psychiatrists has been formally assigned to him. That's the way it will work from here on. That's the way it's going to be. This case has moved into a new phase, and our involvement won't be needed." Sampson and I walked out on our own party. Our involvement was no longer needed. Chapter 52. For the next week, I got home from work at a sane hour, usually between 6 and 6:30. No more 80 and 100-hour work weeks. Damon and Janelle couldn't have been happier if I'd been fired from the job outright. We rented Walt Disney and Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles videos, listened to the 3-disc set Billie Holiday, The Legacy, 1933 to 1958, fell asleep on the couch together. All sorts of amazing good stuff. One afternoon, the kids and I visited Maria's gravesite. Neither Janie or Damon had completely gotten over losing their mom. On the way out of the cemetery, I stopped at another grave, Mustaf Saunders' final place. I could still see his sad little eyes staring at me. They were asking, "Why?" No answer yet, Mustaf, but I wasn't ready to give up. On a Saturday toward the end of summer, Sampson and I made the long drive to Princeton, New Jersey. Maggie Rose Dunn still hadn't been found. Neither had the $10 million ransom. We were rechecking everything on our own time. We talked to several neighbors of the Murphys. The Murphy family had all perished in a fire, but no one suspected Gary. Gary Murphy had been a model student as far as everyone around Princeton knew. He graduated 4th in his class at the local high school, though he never seemed to study or compete. Nor did he get into any kind of trouble, at least none that his neighbors in Princeton knew about. The young man they described was similar to the Gary Murphy I'd interviewed at Lorton Prison. Everyone agreed, except for a single boyhood friend whom we located with some difficulty. The friend, Simon Conklin, now worked at one of the local produce markets as a greengrocer. He lived alone, about 15 miles outside Princeton Village. The reason we went looking for him was that Missy Murphy had mentioned Conklin to me. The FBI had interviewed him and gotten little for their efforts. At first, Simon Conklin refused to talk to us, to any more cops. When we threatened to haul him down to Washington, he finally opened up a little. Gary always had everybody fooled, Conklin told us in the disheveled living room of his small house. He was a tall, unkempt man. He seemed frazzled, and his clothes were hopelessly mismatched. He was very smart, though. He'd been a National Merit student, just like his friend Gary Murphy. Gary said the great ones always fooled everybody, Great ones in caps, you understand? Thus spake Gary. What did he mean, the great ones? I asked Conklin. I thought I could keep him talking as long as I played to his ego. I could get what I needed out of Conklin. He called them the 99th percentile, Conklin confided to me. The creme de la creme. The best of the best. The world beaters, man. The best of what? Samson wanted to know. I could tell he wasn't too fond of Simon Conklin. His shades were steaming up. But he was playing along, being the good listener so far. The list of the real psychos, Conklin said, and he smiled smugly. The ones who have always been out there and will never, ever get caught. The ones who are too smart to get caught. They look down on everybody else. They show no pity, no mercy. They completely rule their own destinies. Gary Murphy was one of them, I asked. I knew that he wanted to talk now. About Gary, but also about himself. I sensed that Conklin considered himself in the 99th percentile. No, not according to Gary. He shook his head and kept a disturbing half-smile. According to Gary, he was a lot smarter than the 99th percentile. He always believed he was an original. The original. Called himself a freak of nature. Simon Conklin told us how he and Gary had lived on the same country road about 6 miles outside of town. They'd taken the school bus together. They'd been friends since they were 9 or 10. The road was the same one that led to the Lindbergh farmhouse in Hopewell. Simon Conklin told us that Gary Murphy had definitely paid his family back with the fire. He knew all about Gary's child abuse sufferings. He could never prove it, but he knew Gary had set the blaze. I'll tell you exactly how I know his plan, he told me. When we were 12 years old, Gary said he was going to get them for his 21st birthday. He said he'd do it so it looked like he was away at school, that he'd never be a suspect. And that's what the boy did, didn't he? He waited for 9 long years. He had a 9-year plan for that one. We talked to Simon Conklin for 3 hours one day, then 5 more hours the following day. He told a series of sad and gruesome stories. Gary locked away in the Murphy basement for days and weeks at a time. Gary's obsessive plans, 10-year plans, 15-year plans, life plans. Gary's secret war against small animals, especially pretty birds that flew into his stepmother's garden. How he would pluck off a robin's leg, then a wing, then a second leg, for as long as the bird had the will to live. Gary's vision to see himself way up in the 99th percentile, right at the top. Finally, Gary's ability to mimic, to act, to play parts. I would have liked to have known about it while I was still meeting with Gary Murphy at Lorton Prison. I would have wanted to spend several sessions with Gary, prowling around his old Princeton haunts, talking to Gary about his friend, Simon Conklin. Unfortunately, I had been taken off that part of the case now. The kidnapping case had moved way beyond me and Samson and Simon Conklin. I gave our leads in Princeton over to the FBI. I wrote a 12-page report on Simon Conklin. The Bureau never followed up on it. I wrote a second report and sent copies to everyone on the original search team. In my report was something Simon Conklin had said about his boyhood friend, Gary Murphy. Gary always said he was going to do important things. Not a thing happened. Simon Conklin wasn't interviewed again by the FBI. They didn't want to open up new leads. They wanted the kidnapping case of Maggie Rose Dunn closed. Chapter 53. In late September, Jesse Flanagan and I went away to the islands. We escaped for a long weekend. Just the two of us. It was Jesse's idea. I thought it was a good one. R&R. We were curious, apprehensive, excited about 4 uninterrupted days together. Maybe we wouldn't be able to stand each other for that long. That's what we needed to find out. On Front Street, on Virgin Gorda, Hardly a head turned to look at us. That was nice for a change, different from D.C., where people usually stared. We took scuba and snorkeling lessons from a 17-year-old black woman. We rode horses along a beach that ran uninterrupted for over 3 miles. We drove a Range Rover up into the jungle and got lost for half a day. The most unforgettable experience was a visit to an unlikely place that we named Jesse and Alex's private island in paradise. It was a spot the hotel found for us. They dropped us off in a boat and left us all alone. "This is the most awe-inspiring place that I've ever been in my life," Jesse said. "Look at all this water and sand, overhanging cliffs, the reef out there." "It's not 5th Street, but it's okay." I smiled and looked around. I did a few 360s at the edge of the water. Our private island was mostly a long shelf of white sand that felt like sugar under our feet. Beyond the beach was the luscious green jungle we had ever seen. It was dotted with white roses and bougainvillea. The blue-green sea there was as clear as spring water. The kitchen at the inn had packed a lunch: fine wines, exotic cheeses, lobster, crab meat, and various salads. Not another person was anywhere in sight. We did the natural thing. We took off our clothes. No shame. No taboos. We were alone in paradise, right? I started to laugh out loud as I lay on the beach with Jesse. That was something else I was doing more than I had in a long, long time. Smiling. Feeling at peace with the surroundings. Feeling, period. I was incredibly thankful to be feeling. 3.5 years was too long a time for mourning. "Do you have any idea how beautiful you really are?" I said to her as we lay together. "I don't know if you've noticed, but I carry a compact in my purse, little mirror." She looked into my eyes. She was studying something in them I would never see. "Actually, I've tried to avoid the issue of being attractive since I joined the service. That's how screwed up things are in Macho Man Washington." Jesse gave me a wink. "It can be so serious, Alex. But you're also a lot of fun. I bet only your kids get to see this side of you. Damon and Janny know you." "Booga booga." She tickled me. "Don't switch subjects on me. We were talking about you." "You were. Occasionally I want to be pretty, but most times I just want to be plain Jane. Wear big pink curlers to bed and watch old movies." "You've been beautiful all weekend. No pink curlers, ribbons and fresh flowers in your hair, strapless bathing suits, occasionally no bathing suits." "I want to be pretty right now. In Washington, it's different. It's one more problem to solve. Imagine going to see your boss, important report you've been working on for months. The first thing he says is, 'You look terrific in a dress, babe.' You just want to say, 'Fuck you, asshole.'" I reached out, and we held hands. "Thank you for the way you look," I said. "You look so beautiful." "I did it just for you." Jesse smiled. "And I'd like to do something else for you. I'd like you to do something for me, too." And so we did one another. So far, Jesse and I weren't getting tired of each other. Quite the opposite was happening down here in paradise. That night, we sat at an outdoor raw bar in town. We watched the carefree island world go by and wondered why we didn't just drop out and become part of it. We ate shrimp and oysters and talked for a couple hours straight. We let our hair down, especially Jesse. "I've been a really driven person, Alex," Jesse said to me. "I don't mean just on the kidnapping case, butting my way into every briefing, every wild goose chase. I've been that way ever since I can remember. Once I start on an idea, I can't turn it off." I didn't say anything. I wanted to listen to her. I wanted to know all there was to know. She raised her mug. I'm sitting here with a beer in my hand, right? Well, both my parents were alcoholics. They were dysfunctional before it was fashionable. Nobody outside our house knew how bad it was. They would have screaming fights constantly. My dad usually passed out, slept in his chair. My mother would stay awake half the night at the dining room table. She loved her Jamesons. She'd say, "Get me another of my Jamesons, little Jessie." I was their little cocktail waitress. That's how I earned my allowance until I was 11. Jessie stopped talking and looked into my eyes. I hadn't seen her so vulnerable and unsure of herself. She projected such confidence most of the time. That was her reputation in the Secret Service. "Do you want to leave now? Want me to lighten up?" I shook my head. "No, Jessie. I want to listen to whatever you have to say. I want to know all about you." "Are we still on vacation?" "Yes. And I really want to hear about this. Just talk to me. Trust me, if I get bored, I'll just get up and leave you with the bar tab." She smiled and went on. "I loved both my parents in a strange way. I believe that they loved me, their little Jessie. I told you once how I didn't want to be a smart failure like my parents." "Maybe you understated things just a little." I smiled. "Yeah, well, anyway. I worked long nights and weekends when I got into the service. I set impossible goals for myself. Supervisor at 28. And I beat every goal. That's part of what happened with my husband. I put my job ahead of our marriage. Want to know why I started riding the motorcycle?" "Yep. Also, why you make me ride your motorcycle?" "Well, see," Jessie said, "I could never make work stop. Couldn't turn it off when I went home at night. Not until I got the bike. When you're doing 120, you have to concentrate on the road. Everything else goes away. The job finally goes away." "That's partly why I play the piano," I said to her. "I'm sorry about your parents, Jessie." "I'm glad I finally told you about them," Jessie said. "I've never told anyone before you. Not one other person knows the whole true story." Jessie and I held each other at the little island raw bar. I'd never felt so close to her. Sweet little Jessie. Of all the times we were together, it was one I'd never forget. Our visit to paradise. Suddenly, and way too quickly, our busman's holiday was over. We found ourselves trapped on board an American Airlines flight back to Washington, back to dreary, rainy weather, according to reports, back to the job. We were a little distant from each other during the flight. We started sentences at the same time, then had to play "you go first" games. For the first time during the entire trip, we talked shop. The dreaded shop talk. "Do you really think he has a multiple personality, Alex? Does he know what happened to Maggie Rose? Sanji knows. Does Murphy know?" "On some level, he knows. He was scary that one time he talked about Sanji. Whether Sanji is a separate personality or his real persona, he's frightening. Sanji knows what happened to Maggie Rose." "Too bad we never will now. It seems that way anyhow." "Yeah, because I think I could get it out of him. It just takes some time." National Airport in D.C. was a natural disaster that several thousand of us got to experience together. Traffic just barely crept along. The line for cabs curled back into the terminal. Everybody looked soaked to the skin. Neither Jessie nor I had raincoats, and we were getting soaked through. Life was suddenly depressing and all too real again. The stalled investigation was here in D.C. The trial was coming. I probably had a message from Chief Pittman on my desk. "Let's go back. Let's turn around." Jessie took my hand, and she pulled me close in front of the glass doorway to the Delta shuttle. The warmth and familiar smells of her body were still nice. The last scents of cocoa butter and aloe still lingered. People turned to stare at us as they passed. They looked. They judged. Almost every person who passed us looked. "Let's get out of here," I said. Chapter 54. Pow! At 2:30 on Tuesday afternoon, I got back to Washington at 11 o'clock, I got a call from Sampson. He wanted to meet me at the Sanders house. He thought we'd made a new connection between the kidnapping and the project murders. He was pumped as hell with his news. Hard work was paying off on one of our early leads. I hadn't been back to the Sanders crime scene in several months, but it was all sadly familiar. The windows were dark from the outside. I wondered if the house would ever be sold or even rented again. I sat in my car in the Sanders driveway and read through the original detective's report. There was nothing in the reports I didn't already know and hadn't gone over a dozen times. I kept staring at the house. The yellowing shades were drawn, so I couldn't see inside. Where was Sampson, and what did he want with me here? He pulled up behind me at 3 o'clock sharp. He climbed out of his battered Nissan and joined me in the front seat of the Porsche. "Oh, you are brown sugar now. You look sweet enough to eat." "You're still big and ugly. Nothing changes." "What do you have here?" "Police work at its very best," Sampson said. He lit up a Corona. "By the way, you were right to keep after this thing." Outside the car, the wind was howling and heavy with rain. There had been tornadoes down through Kentucky and Ohio. The weather had been bizarre the whole weekend that we were away. "Did you snorkel and sail, play tennis in your club whites?" Sampson asked. "We didn't have time for that kind of stuff. We did a lot of spiritual bonding you wouldn't understand." My. Sampson talked like a black girlfriend, played the part well. "I love to talk the trash. Don't you, sister?" "Are we going inside?" I asked him. Selective scenes from the past had been flashing into my head for several minutes, none of them pleasant. I remembered the face of the 14-year-old Sanders girl and 3-year-old Mustaf. I remembered what beautiful children they had been. I remembered how nobody cared when they died here in Southeast. "Actually, we're here to visit the next-door neighbors," he finally said. "Let's go to work. Something happened here that I don't understand yet. It's important, though, Alex. I need your head on it." We went to visit the Sanders' next-door neighbors, the Cerisiers. It was important. It got my full attention immediately. I already knew that Nina Cerisier had been Suzette Sanders' best friend since they were little girls. The families had been living next door to each other since 1979. Nina, as well as her mother and father, hadn't gotten over the murders. If they could have afforded to, they would have moved away. We were invited in by Mrs. Cerisier, who shouted upstairs for her daughter Nina. We were seated around the Cerisiers' kitchen table. A picture of a smiling Magic Johnson was on the wall. Cigarette smoke and bacon grease were in the air. Nina Cerisier was very cool and distant when she finally appeared in the kitchen. She was a plain-looking girl, about 15 or 16. I could tell that she didn't want to be there. "Last week," Sampson said for my benefit, "Nina came forward and told a teacher's aide at Southeast that she might have seen the killer a couple of nights before the murders. She'd been afraid to talk about it." "I understand," I said. "It is almost impossible to get eyewitnesses to talk to police in Condon or Langley or any of D.C.'s black neighborhoods." "I saw he'd been caught," Nina said in an offhand manner. Beautiful rust-colored eyes stared at me from her plain face. "I wasn't so scared no more. I'm still some scared, though." "How did you recognize him?" I asked Nina. "Saw him on the TV. He did that big kidnapping thing, too," she said. "He all over TV." "She recognized Gary Murphy," I said to Sampson. That meant she'd seen him without his schoolteacher disguise. You sure it was the same man as on TV? Samson asked Nina. Yes. He watched my girlfriend Suzette's house. I thought it real strange. Not many whites round here. Did you see him in the daytime or at night? I asked the girl. Night. But I know it him. Sanders has his porch light on bright. Mrs. Sanders afraid of everything, everybody. Pooh afraid, you say boo. That's what Suzette and me used to say she liked. I turned to Samson. Puts him at the murder scene. Samson nodded and looked back at Nina. Her pouty mouth was open in a small O. Her hands constantly twirled her braided hair. Would you tell Detective Cross what else you saw? He asked. Another white man with him, Nina Cerisier said. Man waited in his car while the other, he looking at Suzette's house. Other white man here all the time. 2 men. Samson turned the kitchen chair around to face me. They're busy rushing him to trial, he said. They don't have a clue what's really going on. They're going to finish it anyway. Bury it. Maybe we have the answer, Alex. So far, we're the only ones who have a few of the answers, I said. Samson and I left the Cerisier house and drove downtown in separate cars. My mind was racing through everything we knew so far. 6 possible scenarios culled from thousands. Police work, an inch at a time. I was thinking about Bruno Hauptmann and the Lindbergh kidnapping. After he'd been caught, and possibly framed, Bruno Hauptmann had been rushed to trial too. Hauptmann had been convicted, maybe wrongly. Gary Sanji/Murphy knew all about that. Was it all part of one of his complex game plans, a 10 or 12-year plan? Who was the other white man? The pilot down in Florida? Or someone like Simon Conklin, Gary's friend from Princeton? Could there have been an accomplice right from the beginning? Later that night, I was with Jessie. She insisted that I quit work at 8. For over a month, she'd had tickets for a Georgetown basketball game I wanted to see in the worst way. On our ride over there, we did something we rarely do. We talked about nothing but the job. I dropped the latest bomb, the accomplice theory, on her. I don't understand one beguiling aspect in all this, Jessie said after she listened to me tell Nina Cerisier's story. She was still nearly as hooked on the kidnapping case as I was. She was more subtle about it, but I could tell she was hooked. Ask the shell answer man. I understand everything beguiling. I know beguiling up the wazoo. Okay, this girl was friends with Suzette Sanders, right? She was close to the family, and still she didn't talk. Because relations with the police are that bad in the neighborhood? I don't know if I buy it. All of a sudden, now she comes forward? I buy it, I told Jessie. The Metro Police are like rat poison with lots of folks in these neighborhoods. I live there. They know me, and I'm just barely accepted. It's still strange to me, Alex. It's just too odd. The girls were supposed to be friends. It sure is strange. The PLO would talk to the Israeli army before some of the people in Southeast would talk to the police. So, what do you think now that you've heard the Cerisier girl and her supposed revelation? What do you make of this accomplice? It doesn't quite track for me yet, I admitted, which means that it tracks perfectly with everything that's happened so far. I believe the Cerisier girl saw someone. The question is, who? Well, I have to say it, Alex, this lead sounds like a wild goose chase. I hope you don't become the Jim Garrison of this kidnapping. Just before 8, we arrived at the Capitol Center in Landover, Maryland. Georgetown was playing St. John's from New York City. Jessie had choice tickets. That proved she knew everyone in town. It's easier to get into an inauguration ball than certain Big East games. We held hands as we strolled across the parking lot toward the glittery Cap Center. I like Georgetown basketball, and I admire their coach, a black man named John Thompson. Samson and I catch 2 or 3 home games a season. I'm psyched to see the Beast of the East. Jessie supplied some basketball lingo with a wink as we got close to the stadium. Versus the Hoyas, I said to her. The Hoyas are the Beast of the East. She popped her gum and made a face at me. Don't get cute with me. You're so smart about every goddamn thing, I grinned. She was, too. It was difficult to bring up a subject she hadn't read about or experienced. What's the nickname for St. John's? The St. John's Red Men. Chris Mullin came from there. They're also called the Johnnies. Chris Mullin plays for Golden State in the pros now. They're called the Warriors. We both stopped talking at the same time. Whatever I was about to say caught in my throat. Hey! Hey! Nigger lover! Someone had shouted across the parking lot. Say hey! Salt and pepper! Jessie's hand tightened around mine. Alex, be cool. Just keep going, Jessie said to me. I'm right here, I told her. I'm as cool as can be. Let it go. Just walk into the Cap Center with me. They're assholes. It doesn't deserve a response. I let go of her hand. I walked in the direction of 3 men who were standing at the rear of a silver and blue 4x4. Not Georgetown students, or St. John's Redmen either. The men were wearing parkas and peaked hats with company or team logos. They were free, white, and over 21. Old enough to know better. Who said that? I asked them. My body felt wooden, unreal. Who said, hey, nigger lover? Is that supposed to be funny? Am I missing a good joke here? One of them stepped forward to accept the credit. He spoke up from under a peaked Dayglow Redskins hat. What's it to you? You want to go 3-on-1 magic? That's the way it's going to be. I know it's a little unfair, me against the 3 of you, but I might just do that, I told him. Maybe you can find a 4th real quick. Alex, I heard Jessie coming up behind. Alex, please don't. Just walk away from them. Fuck you, Alex, one of the men said. You need your ladies' help on this one. You like Alex, honey? Alex, your main man? I heard. Your very own jungle bunny. I heard a sharp snap behind my eyes. The sound of the snap seemed very real. I felt myself snap. I hit Redskin's hat with my first punch. I pivoted smoothly and smacked a second one of the trio on the side of his temple. The first man went down hard, his ball hat flying like a frisbee. The second guy was staggered, out on his feet. He went down on one knee and stayed there indefinitely. All the fight was out of him. I'm so tired of shit like this happening. I'm sick of it. I was shaking as I spoke. He had too much to drink, mister. We all did, the guy who was still standing said. He'd been all fucked up. A lot of pressure these days. Hell, we work with black guys. We got black friends. What can I say? We're sorry. So was I. More than I cared to say to these assholes. I turned away from them, and Jessie and I walked back to the car. My arms and legs felt as if they were made of stone. My heart was pounding like an oil derrick. I'm sorry, I said to her. I felt a little sick. I can't take shit like that. I can't walk away anymore. I understand, Jessie said softly. You did what you had to. She was at my side, in this thing for the good and the bad. We held one another inside my car for a long moment. Then we went home to be together. Chapter 55. I got to see Gary Murphy again on the 1st of October. New evidence was the stated reason. By that time, half the world had talked to Nina Cerisier. The accomplice theory had a life of its own. We were using SIT to scour the neighborhood around the Cerisier house. I tried everything from mugshot books to identikit drawings with Nina Cerisier. So far, it hadn't helped her find a likeness of the accomplice. We knew it was a male, white, and Nina thought he had a stocky frame. The FBI claimed to be intensifying their search for the pilot in Florida. We'd see about that. I was back in the game again. Dr. Campbell walked me down the maximum security corridor inside Lorton Prison. Inmates glared out at us as we passed by. I glared back. I'm a good glarer, too. Finally, we arrived at the cell block where Gary Sanji/Murphy was still being kept. Sanji/Murphy's cell, the entire corridor, was well lighted, but he squinted up from his cot. It was as if he were peering out from a darkened cave. It took a moment for him to recognize me. When he finally did, he smiled. He still looked like this nice small-town young man. Gary Murphy. A character out of a 90s remake of It's a Wonderful Life. I remembered his friend Simon Conklin telling me how Gary Murphy could play any role he needed to. It was all a part of his being in the 99th percentile. "Why did you stop coming to see me, Alex?" he asked. His eyes had an almost mournful look now. "I had nobody I could talk to. Those other doctors don't even listen. Not really. They don't." "They wouldn't let me see you for a while," I told him. "But it's worked out, so here I am." He looked hurt. He was nibbling on his lower lip and staring down at his canvas prison shoes. Suddenly, his face contorted, and he laughed loudly. The sound echoed through the small cell. Sanji/Murphy leaned closer to me. "You know, you're really just another dumb bastard," he said. "So fucking easy to manipulate. Just like all the others before you. Smart, but not smart enough." I stared at him, surprised, maybe a little shocked. "The lights are on, but there's nobody home," he commented on the expression that must have been on my face. "No, I'm here," I said. "I just underestimated you more than I should have. My mistake. Caught up with reality, have we?" The terrible smirk remained across his face. "You sure you understand? You sure, Dr. Detective?" Of course I understood. I had just met Gary Sanji for the very first time. We had just been introduced by Gary Murphy. The process is called rapid cycling. The kidnapper was staring out at me. He was gloating, showing off, being himself for the first time with me. The child murderer sat before me, the brilliant mimic and actor, the 99th percentile, the son of Lindbergh, all of those things and probably more. "You okay?" he asked. He was mimicking my earlier concern for him. "You feeling all right, doctor?" "I'm just great." "No problem at all," I said. "Really? You don't seem okay to me. Something's wrong, isn't it, Alex?" Now he seemed deeply concerned. "Hey, listen," I finally raised my voice. "Fuck off, Sanji. How's that for reality testing?" "Wait a minute." He shook his head back and forth. The wolfish grin had disappeared just as suddenly as it had appeared a moment before. "Why are you calling me Sanji? What is this, doctor? What's going on?" I watched his face, and I could not believe what I was seeing. He'd changed again. Snap! Gary Sanji was gone. He'd changed personas 2, maybe 3 times in a matter of minutes. "Gary Murphy?" I tested. He nodded. "Who else? Seriously, doctor, what's the matter? What's going on? You go away for weeks, now you're back." "Tell me what just happened," I said. I continued to stare at him. "Just now. Tell me what you think just happened." He looked confused, totally baffled by my question. If all of this was an act, it was the most brilliantly awesome and convincing performance I had ever seen in my years as a shrink. "I don't understand. You come here to my cell. You seem a little tense. Maybe you were embarrassed because you haven't been around lately. Then you call me Sanji, completely out of the blue. That's not supposed to be funny, is it?" Was he serious now? Was it possible he didn't know what had happened less than 60 seconds ago? Or was this Gary Sanji still play-acting with me? Could he be slipping in and out of his fugue states so easily and so seamlessly? It could be. But it was rare. In this case, it could create an unbelievable mockery of a courtroom trial. It could even get Sanji/Murphy off. Was that his plan? Had it been his escape valve right from the beginning? Chapter 56. When she worked with the others, picking fruits and vegetables on the side of the mountain, Maggie Rose tried to remember how it had been back home. At first, her list, the things she remembered, was basic and very general. Most of all, she missed her mother and father so much. She missed them every minute of every day. She also missed her friends at school, especially Shrimpy. She missed Duckadoo, her fresh little boy kitten, and Angel, her sweet little boy kitten, and Nintendo games, and her clothes closet. Having parties after school was so great. So was taking a bath in the third-floor room over the gardens. The more she thought about home, though, the more she remembered, the more Maggie Rose improved her memory list. She missed the way she sometimes would get between her mother and father when they hugged or kissed. We three, she called it. She missed the characters her father had enacted for her, mostly when she was little. There was Hank, a big southern drawling father, who loved to exclaim, "Who's talking to you?" There was Susie Wooderman. Susie was the star of anything Maggie wanted to be in her father's stories. There was the primal ritual whenever they had to get into the car in cold weather. They would all holler, at the top of their voices, "Yuck, chuck-a-chuck, chuck-a-chuck, chuck, yuck, chuck-a-chuck." Her mother would make up songs and sing them to her. Her mother had sung to her ever since she could remember. She sang, "I love you so much, Maggie. There's nothing I wouldn't do for you. Nothing in the whole wide world." Maggie would sing, "Will you take me to Disneyland?" Her mom would answer, "I would do that, Maggie Rose." "Would you give Duckadoo a big kiss on the mouth?" "I'd do it for you, Maggie Rose. There's nothing I wouldn't do." Maggie could remember whole days she had spent in school, going from class to class. She remembered Miss Kim's special winks for her. She remembered when Angel would curl up in a chair and sweetly make a sound like, "Wow." "I'd do anything for you, dear, anything, 'cause you mean everything to me." Maggie could still hear her mom singing the words to her. "Would you please come take me home?" Maggie sang inside her head. "Would you please come?" But no one sang anything, not anymore. No one ever sang to Maggie Rose. No one remembered her anymore. Or so she believed in her broken heart. Chapter 57. I met with Sanji/Murphy half a dozen times over the next 2 weeks. He wouldn't let me get close to him again, though he claimed this wasn't so. Something had changed. I'd lost him. Both of him. On the 15th of October, a federal judge ordered a stay, temporarily halting the commencement of the kidnapping trial. This was to be the final of several delaying tactics by Sanji/Murphy's defense lawyer, Anthony Nathan. Within 1 week, lightning speed for this kind of complex legal maneuvering, Judge Linda Kaplan had denied the defense requests. Requests for injunctions and restraining orders to the Supreme Court were also denied. Nathan called the Supreme Court a very organized lynch mob on all 3 TV networks. The fireworks were just beginning, he said to the press. He'd established a tone for the trial. On the 26th of October, the trial of the State versus Murphy began. At 9:05 that morning, Sampson and I headed for a back entrance into the Federal Building on Indiana Avenue. As best we could, we were traveling incognito. "You want to lose some money?" Sampson said as we turned the corner onto Indiana. "I hope you're not talking about wagering money on the outcome of this kidnapping and murder trial." "Sure am, sweetie pie. Make the time pass faster. What's the bet?" Sampson lit a Corona and took a victory puff. I say he goes to St. Elizabeth's, some hospital for the criminally insane. That's the bet." "You're saying that our judicial system doesn't work?" "I believe it in every bone in my body, especially this time around." "All right. I'll take guilty. 2 counts of kidnapping. Guilty, murder 1. Sampson took another victory puff. "You want to pay me now? 50 be an acceptable amount for you to lose." 50's fine with me. You got a bet? "Get it on. I love to take what little money you have." Out front on 3rd Street, a crowd of a couple of thousand surrounded the main courthouse entrance. Another 200 people, including 7 rows of reporters, were already inside. The prosecutor had tried to bar the press, but it had been denied. Somebody had printed up signs, and they were everywhere. "Maggie Rose is alive." People were handing out roses at the trial site. Up and down Indiana Avenue, volunteers circulated with the free roses. Others sold commemorative pennants. Most popular of all were the small candles that people burned in the windows of their homes as remembrances of Maggie Rose. A handful of reporters were waiting at the back entrance, which is reserved for deliveries, as well as for a few shy judges and lawyers. Most veteran cops who come to the courthouse and don't appreciate the crowds also choose the back gate. Microphones were immediately pushed at me and Sampson. TV camera lenses gawked. Neither instrument fazed us anymore. "Detective Cross, is it true that you were cut out of the case by the FBI?" "No, I have an okay relationship with the FBI." "Are you still seeing Gary Murphy at Lord & Detective?" "That makes it sound as if we're dating. It's not that serious yet. I'm part of a team of doctors who see him." "Are there racial overtones to this case as it relates to you?" "There are racial overtones to a lot of things, I guess. There's nothing special here." "The other detective, Detective Sampson, you agree, sir?" a young dude in a bow tie asked. "Well, sir, yourself. We're going in the back door, aren't we?" "We're the back door men." Sampson grinned for the camera. He didn't take off his shades. We finally made it to a service elevator and tried to keep the reporters out of the same car, which wasn't easy. "We've confirmed rumor that Anthony Nathan is going for a temporary insanity plea. Any comment on that?" "None at all. Ask Anthony Nathan." "Detective Cross, will you take the stand to say that Gary Murphy isn't insane?" The ancient doors finally shut. The elevator started to rumble up toward the 7th floor. 7th Heaven, as it's known in the trade. The 7th had never been quieter or more under control. The usual train station scene of policemen, young thugs and their families, hardened crooks, lawyers and judges, had been stemmed by an order restricting the floor to the single case. This was the big one. Trial of the century. Wasn't that the way Gary Sanjay wanted it? In the absence of chaos, the Fed building was like an elderly person rising from bed in the morning. All the wrinkles and bruises were visible in the early morning light that streamed from the cathedral windows on the east side of the floor. We arrived just in time to see the prosecutor enter the courtroom. Mary Warner was a diminutive 36-year-old U.S. attorney from the 6th Circuit. She was supposed to be the courtroom equal of defense lawyer Anthony Nathan. Like Nathan, she had never tasted defeat, at least not in any significant case. Mary Warner had a glowing reputation for tireless preparation and faultless, highly persuasive courtroom demeanor. A losing opponent had said, "It's like playing tennis with somebody who always hits it back. Your best spin shot, back it comes. You're a gamer, it comes back. Sooner or later, she beats you into the ground." Supposedly, Miss Warner had been handpicked by Gerald Goldberg, and Goldberg could have had any prosecutor he chose. He had chosen her over James Dowd and other early favorites for the job. Carl Monroe was there, too. Mayor Monroe couldn't stay away from the crowds. He saw me, but didn't come over, just flashed his patented smile across the broad concourse. If I hadn't known exactly where I stood with him, I did now. My appointment to divisional chief would be my last upgrade. They'd done that to prove that I had been a good choice for the hostage rescue team, to validate their decision, and to cover up any possible questions about my conduct in Miami. Leading up to the trial day, the big news around Washington had been that Secretary of the Treasury Goldberg was working on the prosecution case himself, that and Anthony Nathan being the defense attorney. Nathan had been described in the Post as a ninja warrior in court. He had regularly been making front-page news since the day he'd been retained by Sanji/Murphy. Nathan was a subject that Gary wouldn't talk to me about. On one occasion he'd said, "I need a good lawyer, don't I? Mr. Nathan convinced me. He'll do the same for the jury. He's extremely cunning, Alex." Cunning? I asked Gary if Nathan was as smart as he was. Gary smiled and said, "Why do you always say I'm smart when I'm not? If I were so smart, would I be here?" He hadn't strayed once from the Gary Murphy persona in weeks. He'd also declined to be hypnotized again. I watched Gary's super lawyer, Anthony Nathan, as he obnoxiously swaggered around the front of the courtroom. He was certainly manic, widely known for infuriating witnesses during cross-examination. Did Gary have the presence of mind to select Nathan? What had drawn the two of them together? In one way, though, it seemed a natural pairing, a borderline madman defending another madman. Anthony Nathan had already proclaimed, "This will be an absolute zoo, a zoo or a Wild West frontier justice show, I promise you. They could sell tickets for $1,000 a seat." My pulse was racing as the bailiff finally stood before the assemblage and called the room to order. I saw Jessie across the room. She was dressed like the important person that she is in the service. Pinstripe suit, heels, shiny black attaché case. She saw me and rolled her eyes. On the right side of the courtroom I saw Catherine Rose and Thomas Dunn. Their presence brought even more of an aura of unreality. I couldn't help thinking of Charles and Anne Morrow Lindbergh, and of the world-famous kidnapping trial that had taken place 60 years before. Judge Linda Kaplan was known as an eloquent and energetic woman who never let lawyers get the best of her. She had been on the bench for less than 5 years, but had already handled some of the biggest trials in Washington. Often, she stood during entire proceedings. She was known to rule her courtroom with complete authority. Gary Sanji/Murphy had been quietly, almost surreptitiously, escorted to his place. He was already seated, looking well-behaved, as Gary Murphy always did. Several well-known journalists were present, at least a couple of them writing books about the kidnapping. The opposing lawyer teams looked supremely confident and well-prepared on the first day, as though their cases were invincible. The trial began with a small flourish, opening bell theatrics. At the front of the courtroom, Missy Murphy began to sob. "Gary didn't hurt anybody," she said in an audible voice. "Gary would never hurt another person." Someone in the courtroom audience called out, "Oh, give us a break, lady!" Judge Kaplan smacked her gavel and commanded, "Silence in this courtroom, silence! That will be enough of that." "Sure it will." We were off and running. Gary Sanji/Murphy's Trial of the Century. Chapter 58. Everything seemed to be in perpetual motion and chaos, but especially my relationship to the original investigation and the trial. After court that day, I did the one thing that made total sense to me. I played flag football with the kids. Damon and Janelle were whirlwinds of activity, competing for my attention throughout the afternoon, smothering me with their need. They distracted me from unpleasant prospects that would stretch on for the next few weeks. After dinner that night, Nana and I stayed at the table over a second cup of chicory coffee. I wanted to hear her thoughts. I knew they were coming anyway. All during the meal, her arms and hands had been twirling like Satchel Paige about to deliver a screwball. "Alex, I believe we need to talk," she finally said. When Nana Mama has something to say, she gets quiet first. Then she talks a lot, sometimes for hours. The kids were busy watching Wheel of Fortune in the other room. The game show cheers and chants made for good domestic background noise. "What shall we talk about?" I asked her. "Hey, did you hear that 1 in 4 kids in the U.S. now lives in poverty? We're going to be the moral majority soon." Nana was real composed and thoughtful about whatever was coming. She had been preparing this speech, I could tell that much. The pupils in her eyes had become brown pinpoints. "Alex," she said now, "you know that I'm always on your side when something is important." "Ever since I arrived in Washington with a duffel bag and, I think, 75 cents, I said to her. I could still vividly remember being sent up north to live with my grandmother, the very day I'd arrived in Union Station on the train from Winston-Salem. My mother had just died of lung cancer. My father had died the year before. Nana bought me lunch at Morrison's cafeteria. It was the first time I ever ate in a restaurant. Regina Hope took me in when I was 9. Nana Mama was called the Queen of Hope back then. She was a school teacher here in Washington. She was already in her late 40s, and my grandfather was dead. My 3 brothers came to the Washington area at the same time that I did. They stayed with one relative or another until they were around 18. I stayed with Nana the whole time. I was the lucky one. At times, Nana Mama was a super queen bitch because she knew what was good for me. She had seen my type before. She knew my father for good and bad. She had loved my mother. Nana Mama was, and is, a talented psychologist. I named her Nana Mama when I was 10. By then, she was both my Nana and my Mama. Her arms were folded across her chest now. Iron will. "Alex, I believe I have some bad feelings about this relationship you're involved in," she said. "Can you tell me why?" I asked her. "Yes, I can. First, because Jessie is a white woman, and I do not trust most white people. I would like to, but I can't. Most of them have no respect for us. They lie to our faces. That's their way, at least with people they don't believe are their equals." "You sound like a street revolutionary, Farrakhan or Sonny Carson," I said to her. I started to clean the table, carting plates and silverware to stack in our old porcelain sink. "I'm not proud of these feelings I have, but I can't help them either." Nana Mama's eyes followed me. "Is that Jessie's crime, then, that she's a white woman?" Nana fidgeted in her chair. She adjusted her eyeglasses, which were hung around her neck by twine. "Her crime is that she goes with you. She seems willing to let you throw away your police career, everything you do here in Southeast, all the good that's been in your life, Damon and Janny." "Damon and Janelle don't seem hurt or concerned," I told Nana Mama. My voice was rising some. I stood there with a stack of dirty dishes in my arms. Nana's palm slammed down on the wooden armrest of her chair. "Well, damn it, that's because you have blinders on, Alex. You are the sun and the sky for them. Damon is afraid you'll just leave him. Those kids are upset only if you get them upset." I said what I was feeling, what I believed to be the truth. Nana Mama sat all the way back in her chair. The tiniest sound escaped from her mouth. It was pure hurt. "That is so wrong for you to say. I protect those children just like I protected you. I've spent my life caring for other people, looking out for others. I don't hurt anyone, Alex." "You just hurt me," I said to her, "and you know you did. You know what those 2 kids mean to me." There were tears in Nana's eyes, but she held her ground. She kept her eyes locked tightly onto mine. Our love is a tough, uncompromising love. It's always been that way. I don't want you to apologize to me later on, Alex. It doesn't matter to me that you'll feel guilty about what you just said to me. What matters is that you are guilty. You are giving up everything for a relationship that just can't work. Nana Mama left the kitchen table, and she went upstairs. End of conversation, just like that. She'd made up her mind. Was I giving up everything to be with Jessie? Was it a relationship that could never work? I had no way of knowing yet. I had to find that out for myself. Chapter 59. A parade of medical experts now began to testify at the Sanji/Murphy trial. Assistant medical examiners took the stand, some of them strangely quirky and flamboyant for scientists. Experts came from Walter Reed, from Lorton Prison, from the Army, from the FBI. Photos and 4-by-6-foot schematic drawings were displayed and over-explained. Crime scene locations were visited and revisited on the eerie charts that dominated the trial's first week. 8 different psychiatrists and psychologists were brought to the stand to build the case that Gary Sanji/Murphy was in control of his actions, that he was a deviant sociopath, that he was rational, cold-blooded, and very sane. He was described as a criminal genius, without any conscience or remorse, as a brilliant actor, worthy of Hollywood, which was how he'd manipulated and fooled so many people along the way. But Gary Sanji/Murphy had consciously and deliberately kidnapped 2 children. He had killed one or both of them. He had killed others, at least 5, and possibly more. He was the human monster we all have nightmares about. So said all the prosecution experts. The chief of psychiatry from Walter Reed was on the stand for most of one afternoon. She had interviewed Gary Murphy on a dozen occasions. After a long description of a disturbed childhood in Princeton, New Jersey, and teenage years marked by violent outbursts against both human beings and animals, Dr. Maria Ruaco was asked to give her psychiatric evaluation of Gary Murphy. I see someone who is an extremely dangerous sociopath. I believe Gary Murphy is fully aware of all his actions. I absolutely do not believe he is a multiple personality. So it was that Mary Warner artfully laid out her case every day. I admired her thoroughness and her understanding of the psychiatric process. She was assembling a terribly complex jigsaw puzzle for the judge and jury. I'd met with her several times, and she was good. When she was finished, the jurors would have an exquisitely detailed picture in their minds of the mind of Gary Sanji/Murphy. Each day of the trial, she would concentrate on one new puzzle piece. She would show them the piece. She would explain it thoroughly. She would then insert the piece into the puzzle. She showed the jury exactly how the new piece related to everything else that had gone before. Once or twice, spectators in the courtroom audience were moved to applaud the soft-spoken prosecutor and her impressive performance. She accomplished all this while Anthony Nathan was objecting to virtually every point she attempted to make. Nathan's defense was simple enough, and he never wavered from it. Gary Murphy was innocent because he had committed no crime. Gary Sanji had. Anthony Nathan paced the front of the courtroom with his usual swagger. He wore a $1,500 tailored suit, but didn't look at all comfortable in it. The suit was cut well, but Nathan's posture was impossible. It was like trying to dress a jungle gym. I'm not a nice person. Anthony Nathan stood before the jury of 7 women and 5 men on the Monday of the second week. At least not in the courtroom. People say that I have a perpetual sneer, that I'm a pompous man, that I'm an insufferable egomaniac, that I'm impossible to be around for more than 60 seconds. It's all true, Nathan said to his captive audience. It's all true. And that's what gets me into trouble sometimes. I do tell the truth. I'm obsessed with telling the truth. I have no patience, none at all, with half-truths. I have never taken a case where I cannot tell the truth. My defense of Gary Murphy is simple, perhaps the least complex and controversial I've ever delivered to any jury. It is about truth. It is all black and white, ladies and gentlemen. Please, listen to me. Miss Warner and her team understand how strong the defense is, and that's precisely why she has just laid before you more facts than the Warren Commission used to prove exactly the same thing. Absolutely nothing. If you could cross-examine Miss Warner, and she would answer honestly, she would tell you that. Then we could all go home. Wouldn't that be nice? Yes, that would be. Very nice. There were snickers from around the courtroom. At the same time, some members of the jury were leaning in closer to listen and watch. Every time that Nathan passed by, he got a half step closer to them. Several someones asked me why I took this case. I told them as simply as I'll tell you now, that the evidence makes this a certain winner for the defense. The truth is overwhelming for the defense. I know you don't believe that now. You will. Here's a stunning statement of fact. Miss Warner did not want to bring this trial to jury at this time. Her boss, the Secretary of the Treasury, forced this case to trial. He forced the trial to take place in record time. Never have the wheels of justice moved so fast. Those same wheels never would have moved this fast for you and your family. That is the truth. But in this particular instance, because of the suffering of Mr. Goldberg and his family, the wheels have moved very fast. And because of Catherine Rose Dunn and her family, who are famous and rich and very powerful, and who also want their suffering to end, who can blame them for that? I certainly don't. But not at the expense of the life of an innocent man. This man, Gary Murphy, does not deserve to suffer as they have suffered. Nathan now walked over to where Gary sat. Blond, athletic-looking Gary Murphy, who looked like a grown-up Boy Scout. This man is as good a man as you will find anywhere in this courtroom. I'll prove it to you, too. Gary Murphy is a good man. Remember that. There's another fact for you. It is one of two facts, just two, that I want you to remember. The other fact is that Gary Sanji is insane. Now, I must tell you, I'm a little insane too, just a little. You've seen that already. Miss Warner has drawn your attention to it. Well, Gary Sanji is 100 times more insane than I am. Gary Sanji is the most insane person I've ever met, and I've met Sanji. You will too. I promise you this. You will all meet Sanji, and once you have, you will not be able to convict Gary Murphy. You will end up liking Gary Murphy and rooting for him in his personal battle with Sanji. Gary Murphy cannot be convicted of murders and a kidnapping that were committed by Gary Sanji. Anthony Nathan now proceeded to call character witness after character witness. Surprisingly, they included staff members at Washington Day, as well as some students. They included neighbors of the Murphys from Delaware. Nathan was always gentle with the witnesses, always articulate. They seemed to like Nathan and to trust him. Would you please state your name for everyone? Dr. Nancy Timken. And your occupation, please. I teach art at Washington Day School. You knew Gary Sanji at the day school? Yes, I did. Was Mr. Sanji a good teacher during his time at Washington Day School? Did you ever observe anything that would make you think he wasn't a good teacher? No, I did not. He was a very good teacher. Why would you say that, Dr. Timken? Because he had a passion both for his subject matter and for communicating it to the students. He was a favorite teacher at school. His nickname was Chips, as in Mr. Chips. You've heard some medical experts say that he is insane, a severe split personality. How does that strike you? Frankly, it is the only way I can comprehend what happened. Dr. Timken, I know this is a hard question under the circumstances, but was the defendant a friend of yours? Yes, he was a friend of mine. Is he still a friend of yours? I want to see Gary get the help he needs. And so do I, said Nathan. So do I. Anthony Nathan fired his first real salvo late on Friday of the trial's second week. It was as dramatic as it was unexpected. It started with a side bench conference Nathan and Mary Warner had with Judge Kaplan. During the conference, Mary Warner raised her voice for one of the few times during the trial. Your Honor, I object. I must object to this stunt. This is a stunt. The courtroom was already buzzing. The press in front row seats was alert. Judge Kaplan had apparently ruled in favor of the defense. Mary Warner returned to her seat, but she had lost some of her composure. Why weren't we informed of this beforehand? She called out. Why wasn't this revealed in pretrial? Nathan held up his hands and actually quieted the room. He gave everyone the news. I call Dr. Alex Cross as a defense witness. I am calling him as a hostile and uncooperative witness, but a witness for the defense nonetheless. I was the stunt. Part 4. Remembering Maggie Rose. Chapter 60. Let's watch the movie again, Daddy, Damon said to me. I'm serious about this now. Shush up, we're going to watch the news, I told him. Maybe you'll learn something about life beyond Batman. The movie's funny. Damon tried to talk some sense into me. I let my son in on a little secret. So is the news. What I didn't tell Damon was that I was unbelievably tense about testifying in court on Monday. Testifying for the defense. On television that night, I had seen a news piece reporting that Thomas Dunn was expected to run for the Senate in California. Was Thomas Dunn trying to piece together his life again? Or could Thomas Dunn somehow be involved in the kidnapping himself? By now I was ruling nothing out. I'd become paranoid about too many things related to the kidnapping case. Was there more to the report from California than what it seemed? Twice I had requested permission to go to California to investigate. Both times the request was denied. Jessie was helping me out. She had a contact in California, but so far nothing had come of it. We watched the news from the living room floor. Janelle and Damon were snuggled up beside me. Before the news, we had reviewed our tape of Kindergarten Cop for the 10th or 12th, or maybe it was the 20th time. The kids thought I should be in the movie instead of Arnold Schwarzenegger. I thought Arnold was turning into a pretty good comic actor myself. Or maybe I just preferred Schwarzenegger to Another Turn with Benji or Lady and the Tramp. Nana was out in the kitchen, playing pinochle with Aunt Tia. I could see the phone on the kitchen wall. The receiver was dangling off the hook to stop calls from coming in from reporters and other cranks du jour. The phone calls I had taken from the press that night all eventually got around to the same questions. Could I hypnotize Sanji/Murphy in a crowded courtroom? Would Sanji ever tell us what had happened to Maggie Rose Dunn? Did I think he was psychotic or a sociopath? No, I wouldn't comment. Around 1 a.m, the front doorbell sounded. Nana had gone upstairs long before that. I'd put Janelle and Damon to bed around 9, after we'd shared some more of David Macaulay's magical book, Black and White. I went into the darkened dining room and pulled back the chintz curtains. It was Jessie. She was right on time. I went out to the porch and gave her a hug. Let's go, Alex, she whispered. She had a plan. She said her plan was no plan, but that was seldom the case with Jesse. Jesse's motorcycle truly ate up the road that night. We moved past other traffic as if it were standing still, frozen in time and space. We passed darkened houses, lawns, and everything else in the known world, in third gear, cruising. I waited for her to slip it up into fourth, then fifth. The BMW roared steadily and smoothly beneath us, its single headlamp piercing the road with its beckoning light. Jessie switched lanes easily and frequently as we hit fourth, then rose to the pure speed of fifth gear. We were doing 120 miles an hour on the George Washington Parkway, then 130 on 95. Jessie had once told me that she'd never taken the bike out without getting it up to at least 100. I believed her. We didn't stop hurtling through time and space until we came down, until we landed at a rundown mobile gas station in Lumberton, North Carolina. It was almost 6 in the morning. We must have looked as crazed as the local gas jockey ever got to see. Black man, blonde white woman, big-assed motorcycle. Hot time in the old town tonight. The attendant at the station looked kind of out of sorts himself. He had skateboard pads over his farmer gray blue jeans. He was in his early 20s, with one of those spiked or skater haircuts you're more likely to see on the beaches of California than in this part of the country. How had the hairdo gotten to Lumberton, North Carolina so quickly? Was it just more madness in the air? Free flow of ideas? "Morning, Rory," Jessie smiled at the boy. She peeked between two of the gas pumps and winked at me. "Rory's the 11 to 7 shift here. Only station open for 50 miles either way. Don't tell anybody you're not sure about." She lowered her voice. "Rory sells ups and downs around these parts. Anything necessary to get you through the night. Bumblebees, black beauties, diazepam." She had slipped into a slight drawl, which sounded pretty to the ear. Her blonde hair was all blown out, which I liked too. "Ecstasy, methamphetamine hydrochloride," she went on with the menu. Rory shook his head at her, as if she were crazy. I could tell that he liked her. He brushed imaginary hair away from his eyes. "Man, oh man," he said, a very articulate young man. "Don't worry about Alex," she smiled again at the gas jockey. His spiked hair made him 3 inches taller. "He's okay. He's just another cop from Washington." "Oh man, Jessie, God damn you, Jesus, you and your cop friends." Rory spun on his engineer's boot heels as if he'd been burned by a torch. He'd seen plenty of crazy out here, working the emergency room shift off the interstate. The two of us were crazy for sure. Tell me about it. What other cop friends? Less than 15 minutes later, we were at Jessie's lake house. It was a small A-frame cottage sitting right on the water, surrounded by fir and birch trees. The weather was near perfect. Indian summer, later than it ever ought to come. Global warming marches on. "You didn't tell me you were landed gentry," I said as we sped down a picturesque winding road towards the cottage. "Hardly, Alex. My grandfather left this place to my mother. Grandpop was a local scoundrel and thief. He made a little money in his day. The only one in our family who ever did. Crime seems to pay." "So they say." I hopped off the bike and immediately stretched out my back muscles, then my legs. We went inside the house. The door had been left unlocked, which stretched my imagination some. Jessie checked out the fridge, which was generously stocked. She put on a Bruce Springsteen tape. Then she wandered outside. I followed her down toward the shimmering blue-black water. A new dock had been built on the water. A narrow walkway went out to a broader dock set up with bolted-down chairs and a table. I could hear music from the Nebraska album playing. Jessie pulled off her boots, then her striped blue knee socks. She dipped one foot in the perfectly still water. Her long legs were wonderfully athletic. Her feet were long, too, nicely shaped, as beautiful as feet get. For the moment, she reminded me of ladies who went to the University of Florida, Miami, South Carolina, Vanderbilt. I hadn't found a part of her that wasn't special to look at. Believe it or not, this water's 75 degrees, she said with a big slow-motion smile. On the dot? I asked. I'd have to say so, on the button. Are you game or are you lame? What will the neighbors say? I didn't pack my bathing suit. Or anything else. That was the basic plan. No plan. Imagine. A whole Saturday with no plan. No trial, no press interviews, no missiles from the Dunns like Thomas Dunn on Larry King this week, complaining about the investigation leading up to the trial, peppering my name everywhere again. No earth-shaking kidnapping case to weigh down on you. Just the two of us out here in the middle of nowhere. I like the sound of that, I told Jessie. In the middle of nowhere. I looked around, following the line where the fir trees met clear blue sky. That's our name for this place, then. In the middle of nowhere, North Carolina. Seriously, Jazz, what about the neighbors? We're in the Tar Heel state, right? I don't want any tar on my heels. She smiled. There's nobody around for a couple of miles at least, Alex. No other houses, believe it or not. It's too early for anybody but the bass fishermen. I don't want to meet a couple of backwoods Tar Heel bass fishermen either, I said. In their eyes, I might be a black bass. I've read James Dickey's Deliverance. Fishermen all go to the south end of the lake. Trust me, Alex. Let me undress you. Make you a little more comfortable. We'll undress each other. I surrendered and gave myself over to her, to the slow-down pace of the perfect morning. On the dock of the bay, we undressed each other. The morning sun was toasty warm, and I was aware of the lake breeze fanning our bare skin. I tested the water with my foot, my own well-turned ankle. Jessie wasn't exaggerating about the temperature. I wouldn't lie to you. I never have yet, she said with another smile. She dived in perfectly then, making almost no splash on the water surface. I followed in the light trail of her bubbles. As I penetrated the underwater, I was thinking, a black man and a beautiful white woman swimming together, in the middle of the South, in this year of our Lord, 1993. We were being reckless, and maybe just a little crazy. Were we wrong? Some people would say so, or at least think it. But why was that? Were we hurting anyone by being together? The water was warm on top, but it was much colder 5 or 6 feet down. It looked blue-green. It was probably spring-fed. Near the bottom, I could feel strong undercurrents striking my chest and genitals. A thought struck me hard. Could we be falling deeply in love? Was that what I was feeling now? I came up for air. Did you touch bottom? You have to touch bottom on the day's first dive. Or what? I asked Jessie. Or you're a lily-livered chicken, and you'd be drowned or be lost forever in the deep woods before day's end. That's a true tale. I've seen it happen many, many times here in the middle of nowhere. We played like children in the lake. We'd both been working hard, too hard, for almost a year of our lives. There was a cedar ladder, the easy way back up onto the dock. The ladder was newly built. I could smell the freshness of the wood. There weren't any splinters yet. I wondered if Jessie had built it herself on her vacation, just before the kidnapping. We held on to the ladder, and onto each other. Somewhere distant on the lake, ducks honked. It was a funny sound. There was little more than a ripple on the water table that stretched out before us. Tiny waves tickled under Jessie's chin. I love you when you're like this. You get so vulnerable, she said. The real you starts to show up. I feel like everything's been unreal for such a long time, I said to Jessie. The kidnapping, the search for Sanji, the trial in Washington. This is the only thing that's real for the moment, okay? I like being with you so. Jessie put her head on my chest. You like it so? Yes, I like it so. See how uncomplicated it can be? She gestured around at the picturesque lake, the deep ring of fir trees. Don't you see? It's all so natural. It will be fine, I promise. No bass fisherman will ever come between us. Jessie was right. For the first time in a very long time, I felt as if everything could work out. Everything that might happen from now on. Things were as slow and uncomplicated and good as could be. Neither of us wanted the weekend to end. Chapter 61. I'm a homicide detective with the Washington Police Department. My official rank is divisional chief. Sometimes I get assigned to violent crimes where there are psychological considerations that might mean something to the case. I stated this under oath inside a crowded, hushed, very electric Washington courtroom. It was Monday morning. The weekend seemed a million miles away. Beads of perspiration started to roll across my scalp. Can you tell us why you were assigned cases with psychological implications? Anthony Nathan asked me. I'm a psychologist as well as a detective. I had a private practice before I joined the D.C. police force, I said. Prior to that, I worked in agriculture. I was a migrant farm worker for a year. Your degree is from... Nathan refused to be distracted from establishing me as an impressive-as-hell person. As you already know, Mr. Nathan, my doctorate is from Johns Hopkins. One of the finest schools in the country, certainly this part of the country, he said. Objection! That's Mr. Nathan's opinion. Mary Warner made a fair legal point. Judge Kaplan upheld the objection. You've also published articles in psychiatric archives in the American Journal of Psychiatry? Nathan continued as if Miss Warner and Judge Kaplan were inconsequential. I've written a few papers. It's really not such a big deal, Mr. Nathan. A lot of psychologists publish. But not in the journal and archives, Dr. Cross. What was the subject of these learned articles? I write about the criminal mind. I know enough 3- and 4-syllable words to qualify for the so-called learned journals. I admire your modesty, I honestly do. Tell me something, Dr. Cross. You've observed me these past few weeks. How would you describe my personality? I'd need some private sessions for that, Mr. Nathan. I'm not sure if you could pay me enough for the therapy. There was laughter throughout the courtroom. Even Judge Kaplan enjoyed a rare moment of mirth. Hazard a guess, Nathan continued. I can take it. He had a quick and very inventive mind. Anthony Nathan was highly creative. He had first established that I was my own witness, not an expert in his pocket. You're neurotic, I smiled, and probably devious. Nathan faced the jury and turned his palms up. At least he's honest, if nothing else. I get a free shrink session this morning. More laughter came from the jury box. This time, I got the feeling that some of the jurors were beginning to change their minds about Anthony Nathan, and maybe about his client as well. They had intensely disliked him at first. Now they saw that he was engaging and very, very bright. He was doing a professional, maybe even a brilliant job for his client. How many sessions have you had with Gary Murphy? He asked me now. Gary Murphy, not Sanji. We had 15 sessions over a period of 3.5 months. Enough to form some opinions, I trust. Psychiatry isn't that exact a science. I would like to have had more sessions. I do have some preliminary opinions. Which are? Nathan asked me. Objection! Mary Warner rose once again. She was a busy lady. Detective Cross has just said he would need more sessions to form a final medical opinion. Overruled, Judge Kaplan said. Detective Cross has also stated he has some preliminary opinions. I'd like to hear what those are. Dr. Cross, Nathan continued as if none of the interruptions had occurred. Unlike the other psychiatrists and psychologists who have seen Gary Murphy, you've been intimately involved in this case right from the start, both as a police officer and a psychologist. The prosecutor interrupted Nathan again. She was losing her patience. "Your Honor, does Mr. Nathan have a question to ask?" "Do you, Mr. Nathan?" Anthony Nathan turned to Mary Warner and snapped his fingers at her. "A question! No sweat." He turned back to me. "As a police officer involved from the very beginning of this case, and as a trained psychologist, can you give us your professional opinion of Gary Murphy?" I looked at Murphy/Sanji. He appeared to be Gary Murphy. At this moment, he looked like a sympathetic and decent man who was trapped in the worst possible nightmare that anyone could possibly imagine. My first feelings and honest impressions were very basic and human. The kidnapping by a teacher shocked and disturbed me, I began my answer. It was a profound breach of trust. It got much worse than that. I personally saw the tortured body of Michael Goldberg. It's something that I will never forget. I have talked with Mr. and Mrs. Dunn about their little girl. I feel as if I know Maggie Rose Dunn. I also saw the murder victims at the Turner and Sanders houses. "Objection!" Mary Warner was on her feet again. "Objection!" "You know better than that." Judge Kaplan froze me with a very cold look. "Strike it from the record. The jury is instructed to disregard. There is no proof that the defendant is involved in any way with the events just mentioned." "You asked for an honest answer," I said to Nathan. "You wanted to hear what I believe. That's what you're getting." Nathan was nodding his head as he walked to the jury box. He turned back toward me. Fair enough. I am sure we'll get absolute honesty from you, Dr. Cross, whether I like that honesty or not, whether or not Gary Murphy likes it. You are an extremely honest man. I won't interrupt your honest opinion so long as the prosecution doesn't. Please go on." I wanted to catch the kidnapper so badly that it hurt. All of us on the hostage rescue team did. It got very personal with most of us. "You actually hated the kidnapper. You wanted to see whoever it was punished to the maximum allowable by law." "I did. I still do," I answered Nathan. "When Gary Murphy was apprehended, you were there. He was charged with the crime. You then had several sessions with him. What do you believe right now about Gary Murphy?" I honestly don't know what to believe right now. Anthony Nathan didn't miss a beat. "Then there is reasonable doubt in your mind." Mary Warner was wearing a spot into the ancient floorboards of the courtroom. "Suggestive! Leading the witness!" "The jury will disregard," said Judge Kaplan. "Tell us what your feelings are at this moment about Gary Murphy. Give us a professional opinion, Dr. Cross," said Nathan. "There is no way yet for me to know if he is Gary Murphy or Gary Sanji. I'm not sure if two personalities do exist in this man. I believe there is a chance he could be a split personality, and if he were a split personality, if that were true, Gary Murphy could have little or no conscious idea about the actions of Gary Sanji. He could also be a brilliant sociopath who's manipulating every one of us. You too." "Okay. I can accept those parameters. So far, so good," Nathan said. He had his hands in front of his chest, as if he were holding a small ball. He was obviously working to get a tighter definition out of me. "This concept of doubt seems pivotal, doesn't it?" he continued. "This is the whole ballgame. I would therefore like you to help the jury make their important decision. Dr. Cross, I want you to hypnotize Gary Murphy," he announced. "Here in this courtroom, let the jurors decide for themselves, and I have the fullest confidence in this jury and their decision. I have all the confidence in the world that when these people see all the evidence, they'll arrive at the right decision. Don't you, Dr. Cross?" Chapter 62. The following morning, 2 simple red leather armchairs were brought in for the session between Gary and me. To help him get relaxed, more oblivious to his surroundings, the room's overhead lighting was dimmed. Both of us were mic'd. Those were the only extra touches allowed by Judge Kaplan. An alternative to this would have been a videotape of our session. But Gary said he believed he could be hypnotized inside the courtroom. He wanted to try. His lawyer wanted him to try. I had decided to conduct the hypnosis as if Sanji/Murphy were in his cell. It was important to block out some of the obvious distractions inside the courtroom. I had no idea if this would work, or what the outcome might be. My stomach was in knots as I sat in one of the armchairs. I tried not to look out into the courtroom audience. I didn't appreciate being on stage, but especially now. In the past, I'd used a simple verbally suggested technique with Gary. We began the courtroom hypnosis in that same way. Hypnosis isn't nearly as complex as most people think. "Gary," I said, "I want you to sit back and try to relax, and we'll see what happens." "I'll do the best I can," he said, sounding as sincere as he looked. He was wearing a navy blue suit, crisp white shirt, striped rep tie. He looked more like a lawyer than his own lawyer. "I'm going to hypnotize you again because your lawyer feels it might help your case. You've told me that you want that help. Is that correct?" "Yes, it is," Gary said. "I want to tell the truth. I want to know the truth myself." "All right, then. I'd like you to count backwards from 100. We've done this before. Feel yourself relaxing with each number. You can begin to count." Gary Murphy began to count backwards. "Your eyes are starting to close. You feel much more relaxed now, in a sleeping state, breathing deeply," I said in a voice that got quieter and quieter, almost a monotone. The courtroom was very nearly silent. The only sound was a thick, vibrating hum from the room's air conditioner. Gary finally stopped counting. "Are you comfortable? Is everything okay?" I asked him. His brown eyes were glassy and moist. He appeared to have slipped fairly easily into the trance. There was no way to be certain. "Yes, I'm fine. I feel good. If you want to stop the session for any reason, you know the way back out of this." He nodded softly as he spoke. "I do. I'm okay, though." He seemed to be only half listening. Under all the pressure and the circumstances of the trial, it didn't seem likely that he could be faking this. I said, "At another time in a past session, we talked about your waking up at the McDonald's. You told me that you woke as if you'd been dreaming. Do you remember that?" "That's right. Sure. I remember," he said. "I woke up in a police car outside McDonald's. I came to and the police were there. They were arresting me." "How did you feel when the police arrested you?" "I felt like it couldn't be happening. No way. I had to be in a bad dream. I told them I was a salesman, told them where I lived in Delaware. Anything I could think of to show they had the wrong person, not a criminal. I don't have any record with the police." I said, "We talked about the time just before you were arrested, that day, when you went into the fast food restaurant. I'm not sure if I can remember. Let me try and think about it." Gary appeared to be struggling a little. Was it an act? Was he uncomfortable with the truth, as he remembered it now? Originally, I'd been surprised that he had revealed the Sanji persona in our prison session. I wondered if he would do it again, especially under these difficult circumstances. "You stopped to go to the bathroom inside the McDonald's restaurant. You also wanted some coffee to keep you alert on your drive." I remember a little of that. I can see myself at the McDonald's for sure. I remember being there. Take your time. We have plenty of time, Gary. Very crowded with people. The restaurant area was crowded. I went up to the bathroom door. Then I didn't go inside for some reason. I don't know why not. That's funny, but I don't remember. What were you feeling then, when you remained outside the restroom? Do you remember how you felt? Agitated. Getting worse. I could feel the blood pumping inside my head. I didn't understand why. I was upset, and I didn't know why. Sanji/Murphy was staring straight ahead. He was looking to the left of where I sat. I was a little surprised at how easy it was for me to forget the courtroom audience that was watching both of us. Was Sanji there in the restaurant? I asked him. He tilted his head slightly. The gesture was oddly touching. Sanji's in there, yes. He's in the McDonald's. He became excited, pretending to get coffee, but he looks angry. I think he's really mad. Sanji's a nutcase, a bad seed. Why is he mad? Do you know? What is it that gets Sanji angry? I think it's because things got ruined on him. The police were unbelievably lucky. His plan to be famous got screwed up. Totally messed up. Now he feels like Bruno Richard Hauptmann, just another loser. This was news. He hadn't talked about the actual kidnapping before. I was oblivious to everything in the courtroom. My eyes stayed on Gary Sanji/Murphy. I tried to sound as casual and non-threatening as I could. Easy does it. Nice and slow. This was like walking on the edge of a chasm. I could help him, or we could both fall in. What went wrong with Sanji's plan? Everything that could go wrong, he said. He was still Gary Murphy. I could see that. He had not transferred into the Sanji personality. But Gary Murphy knew about Gary Sanji's activities. Under hypnosis, Gary Murphy knew Sanji's thoughts. The courtroom remained silent and very still. There wasn't a flicker of motion anywhere in my peripheral vision. More details about the kidnapping came from Gary. He checked on the Goldberg boy, and the boy was dead. His face was all blue. Must have been too much of the barbiturate. Sanji couldn't believe that he'd made a mistake. He'd been so thorough and careful. He'd talked to anesthesiologists beforehand. I asked a key question. How did the boy's body get so bruised and beaten? What exactly happened to the Goldberg boy? Sanji went a little crazy. He couldn't believe his bad luck. He hit the Goldberg boy's body over and over with a heavy shovel. The way he was talking about Sanji was extremely credible so far. It was possible that he was a multiple personality victim after all. That would change everything about the trial, and possibly the verdict. What shovel was that? I asked. He was talking faster and faster now. The shovel he used to dig them up. They were buried in the barn. They had an air supply for a couple of days. It was like a fallout shelter, you see. The air system worked beautifully. Everything did. Sanji invented it himself. He built it himself. My pulse was hammering. My throat was very, very dry. What about the little girl? What about Maggie Rose? I asked him. She was fine. Sanji gave her Valium the second time to put her back to sleep. She was terrified, screaming because it was so dark under the ground, pitch black. But it wasn't that bad. Sanji had seen worse himself. The basement. I proceeded very cautiously at this point. I didn't want to lose him here. What about the basement? I try to get back to the basement later. Where is Maggie Rose now? I asked Gary Murphy. Don't know, he said without hesitation. Not she's dead, not she's alive. Don't know. Why would he block that information? Because he knew I wanted it? Because everyone in that courtroom wanted to know the fate of Maggie Rose Dunn? Sanji went back to get her, he said next. The FBI had agreed to the 10 million ransom. Everything was all set, but she was gone. Maggie Rose wasn't there when Sanji came back again. She was gone. Somebody else had taken the girl out of there. The spectators in the courtroom were no longer quiet, but I still kept my concentration on Gary. Judge Kaplan was reluctant to bang her gavel and ask for order. She did stand up. She motioned for quiet, but it was a useless gesture. Somebody else had taken the girl out of there. Somebody else had the girl now. I rushed in a few more questions before the room went completely out of control, and maybe Sanji/Murphy with it. My voice remained soft, surprisingly calm under the circumstances. Did you dig her up, Gary? Did you rescue the little girl from Sanji? Do you know where Maggie Rose is now? I asked him. He didn't like that line of questioning. He was perspiring heavily. His eyelids flickered. Of course not. No. I had nothing to do with any of it. It was Sanji all the way. I can't control him. Nobody can. Don't you understand that? I leaned way forward in my chair. Is Sanji here right now? Is he here with us this morning? Under any other circumstances, I wouldn't have tried to push him this far. Can I ask Sanji what happened to Maggie Rose? Gary Murphy shook his head repeatedly from side to side. He knew something else was happening to him now. It's too scary now, he said. His face was dripping with perspiration and his hair was wet. It's scary. Sanji's real bad news. I can't talk about him anymore. I won't. Please help me, Dr. Krause. Please help me. All right, Gary. That's enough. I brought Gary out of hypnosis immediately. It was the only humane thing to do under the circumstances. I had no choice. Suddenly, Gary Murphy was back in the courtroom with me. His eyes focused on mine. I saw nothing but fear in them. The courtroom crowd was out of control. TV and print reporters rushed to make calls to their newsrooms. Judge Kaplan slammed her gavel over and over again. Somebody else had Maggie Rose done. Was that possible? It's all right, Gary, I said. I understand why you were afraid. He stared at me. Then his eyes very slowly trailed around the loudly buzzing courtroom. What happened? He asked. What just happened in here? Chapter 63. I still remembered some Kafka. In particular, the chilling opening of Kafka's The Trial. Someone must have been telling lies about Joseph K., for without having done anything wrong, he was arrested one fine morning. That was what Gary Murphy wanted us to believe, that he was trapped in a nightmare, that he was as innocent as Joseph K. I had my picture taken a couple of dozen times as I left the courthouse. Everybody had a question to ask. I had no comments to make. I never miss a good chance to shut up. Was Maggie Rose still alive? The press wanted to know. I wouldn't say what I thought, which was that she probably wasn't. As I was leaving the courthouse, I saw Catherine and Thomas Dunn walking toward me. They were flanked by TV and print newspeople. I wanted to talk to Catherine, but not to Thomas. Why are you helping him? Thomas Dunn raised his voice. Don't you know he's lying? What's wrong with you, Cross? Thomas Dunn was extremely tense and red-faced, out of control. The veins in his forehead couldn't have been more prominent. Catherine Rose looked miserable, completely desolate. I've been called as a hostile witness, I said to the Dunns. I'm doing my job, that's all. Well, you're doing your job badly, Thomas Dunn continued to attack me. You lost our daughter in Florida. Now you're trying to free her kidnapper. I'd had enough from Thomas Dunn, finally. He'd made personal attacks on me in the press and on TV. As much as I wanted to get his daughter back, I wasn't about to take any more abuse from him. The hell I am, I shouted back as cameras shushed and whirred around us. I've had my hands tied. I've been taken off the case on a whim, then put back on, and I'm the only one who's gotten any results. I whirled away from both of the Dunns and headed down a steep flight of stairs. I understood their anguish, but Thomas Dunn had been badgering me for months. He'd gotten personal, and he was wrong. Nobody seemed to get one simple fact. I was the one still trying to get at the truth about Maggie Rose. I was the only one. As I reached the bottom of the stairs, Catherine Rose came up from behind. She had run after me. Photographers had followed her. They were everywhere, their automatic film wasters clicking like crazy. The press was elbowing in. I'm sorry about all that, she said before I could manage a word. Losing Maggie is destroying Tom, destroying our marriage. I know you've done your best. I know what you've gone through. I'm sorry, Alex. I'm sorry for everything. It was a strange, strange moment. I finally reached out and took Catherine Rose Dunn's hand. I thanked her and promised her I wouldn't stop trying. The photographers continued to snap pictures. Then I quickly left the scene, refusing to answer another question, absolutely refusing to tell them what had just passed between Catherine Rose and myself. Silence is the best revenge with the pressed jackals. I headed home. I was still searching for Maggie Rose Dunn, but inside Sanji/Murphy's mind now. Could she have been taken from the kidnapping site by somebody else? Why would Gary Murphy tell us that she had? As I drove into Southeast, I wondered about what Gary Murphy had said under hypnosis. Was Gary Sanji setting us all up beautifully in the courtroom? That was a scary possibility, and a very real one. Was all this part of one of his terrifying plans? The next morning, I tried to put Sanji/Murphy under hypnosis a second time. The amazing detective/Dr. Cross was back on center stage. That's how it sounded in the morning news anyway. The hypnosis didn't work this time. Gary Murphy was too frightened, or so his lawyer claimed. There was too much hubbub in the crowded courtroom. The room was cleared once by Judge Kaplan, but that didn't help either. I was cross-examined by the prosecution that day, but Mary Warner was more interested in getting me off the stand than in questioning my credentials. My part in the trial was over, which was just fine by me. Neither Sampson nor I came to court for the rest of that week, a time of more expert testimony. We went back on the street. We had new cases. We also tried to rework a couple of troubling angles concerning the actual day of the kidnapping. We reanalyzed everything, spending hours in a conference room filled with files. If Maggie Rose had been taken from the site in Maryland, she could still be alive. There was still a slim chance. Sampson and I returned to Washington Day School one more time to interview some of the school's teachers. To put it mildly, most of them weren't overjoyed to see us again. We were still testing the accomplice theory. It was definitely a possibility that Gary Sanji had been working with someone from the start. Could it be Simon Conklin, his friend from around Princeton? If not Conklin, then who? No one at the school had seen anyone to support the notion of an accomplice for Gary Sanji. We left the private school before noon and had lunch at a Roy Rogers in Georgetown. Roy's chicken is better than the Colonel's, and Roy has those swell hot wings. Lots of zing in those babies. Sampson and I settled on 5 orders of wings and 2 32-ounce Cokes. We sat at a tiny picnic table by Roy's kiddie playground. After lunch, maybe we'd go on the seesaw. We finished our lunch and decided to drive out to Potomac, Maryland. For the rest of the afternoon, we canvassed Sorrel Avenue and the surrounding streets. We visited a couple of dozen houses and were about as welcome as Woodward and Bernstein would be. Not that the cold reception stopped us. No one had noticed any strange cars or people in the neighborhood, not in the days before or after the kidnapping. No one could remember seeing an unusual delivery truck, not even the usual kind, utility repairs, flour, or grocery deliveries. Late that afternoon, I went for a drive by myself. I headed out towards Crisfield, Maryland, where Maggie Rose and Michael Goldberg had been kept underground during the first days of the kidnapping. In a crypt, in a cellar. Gary Sanji/Murphy had mentioned the basement under hypnosis. He'd been kept in a dark cellar as a child. He'd been friendless for long stretches of his life. I wanted to see the farm all by myself this time. All the disconnects in the case were bothering the hell out of me. Loose fragments were flying around inside my head, as disconcerting as shrapnel. Could someone else have taken Maggie Rose from Sanji/Murphy? I couldn't have cared less if Einstein was investigating the case. The possibilities would have made his head spin and maybe straightened his hair. As I wandered around the grounds of the eerie deserted farm, I let the facts of the case run freely through my mind. I kept coming back to the son of Lindbergh, and the fact that the Lindbergh baby had been abducted from a farmhouse. Sanji's so-called accomplice. That was one unresolved problem. Sanji had also been spotted near the Sanders murder house, if we could believe Nina Cerisier. That was a second loose end. Was this really a case of split personality? The psychology community remained divided over whether there was such a phenomenon. Multiple personality cases are rare. Was all of this a Byzantine scheme by Gary Murphy? Could he be acting out both personas? What had happened to Maggie Rose Dunn? It always came back to her. What had happened to Maggie Rose? On the battered dashboard of the Porsche, I still kept one of the tiny candles that had been handed out around the courthouse in Washington. I lit it. I drove back to Washington with it burning against the gathering night. Remember Maggie Rose. Chapter 64. I had a date to see Jessie that night, and it had kept me going with anticipation through most of the day. We met at an Embassy Suites motel in Arlington. Because of all the press in town for the trial, we were being especially cautious about being seen together. Jessie arrived at the room after I did. She looked absolutely alluring and sexy in a low-cut black tunic. She had on black seamed stockings and high-heeled pumps. She wore red lipstick and a scarlet blush. A silver comb was set in her hair. Be still my heart. I had a power lunch, she said by way of explanation. She kicked off her high heels. Do I make the social register or not? Well, you're definitely having a positive effect on my social register. I'll just be a minute, Alex. 1 minute. Jessie disappeared into the bathroom. She peeked out of the bathroom after a few minutes. I was on the bed. The tension in my body was draining into the mattress. Life was good again. Let's take a bath, okay? Wash away the road dust, Jessie said. That's not dust, I said to her. That's just me. I got up and went into the bathroom. The tub was square and unusually large. There was a lot of gleaming white and blue tile, all mounted a foot or so higher than the rest of the bathroom. Jessie's fancy clothes were strewn on the floor. You in a hurry? I asked her. Yep. Jessie had filled the tub to the brim. A few independent-minded soap bubbles floated up and popped against the ceiling. Wisps of steam rose steadily. The room smelled like a country garden. She stirred the bath water with her fingertips. Then she came over to me. She still had the little silver comb in her hair. I'm a little wired, she said. I could tell. I can tell about these things. I think it might be time for a little healing. We went for it. Jessie's hands played with the buttons on my trousers, then the zipper. Our mouths came together, lightly at first, then hard. Suddenly, Jessie took me inside her as we stood beside the steamy tub. Just 2 or 3 quick strokes, then she moved away from me again. Her face, neck, and chest were flushed. For a moment, I thought something was wrong. I was caught by surprise, shock, pleasure, entering her, then parting so quickly. She was wired, almost violent. What was that all about? I asked. I'm going to have a heart attack, Jessie whispered. Better figure out a story for the police. Phew, Alex. She took my hand and pulled me into the tub. The water was warm, just right. So was everything else. We started to laugh. I still had my underwear on, but Pete was poking and peeking around. I pulled off the shorts. We maneuvered in the tub until we were facing each other. Jessie got on top of me somehow. We were unwilling to give up any contact. Jessie leaned way back. She braced her hands behind her head. She watched my face with curious fascination. The red on her neck and chest was getting deeper. Her long legs suddenly lifted straight out of the water and hooked around my head. Jessie jerked forward a couple of times. Then both of us exploded. Her body went stiff. We thrashed and moaned a lot. Waves of water splashed from the tub. Somehow Jessie got her arms around me, her arms and her legs. I settled back in water just under my nose. Then I went under. Jessie was on top of me. The feeling of being close to climax rushed through my body. We were both coming. I was also going to drown. I heard Jessie yell again, a strange water-muffled sound above the surface. I climaxed as I was about to run out of air. I swallowed water and coughed. Jessie rescued me. She pulled me up and took my face in both of her hands. Release. Blessed release. We stayed there holding each other, spent, as they used to say in gentler times. There was more water on the floor than in the bathtub. All I knew right then was that I was falling deeper and deeper in love. That much I was sure about. The rest of my life was mystery and chaos, but at least there was a lifeline. There was Jessie. Around 1 o'clock in the morning, I had to leave to go home. That way I would be there when the kids got up. Jessie understood. After the trial, we were going to sort everything out a lot better. Jessie wanted to get to know Janny and Damon. It had to be done just right. We agreed. "I miss you already," she said as I got ready to go. "Damn, don't go. I know you have to go." She took the silver comb out of her hair and pressed it into my hand. I went out into the night with her voice still in my head. At first, there was nothing but the pitch darkness of the parking lot. Suddenly, 2 men stepped out in front of me. I automatically reached for my shoulder holster. One of them switched on a glaring light. The other had a camera aimed at my face. The press had found me and Jessie. Oh, shit. The kidnapping was so big that everything around it was a story. It had been like that from the start. A young woman trailed along behind the 2 men. She had long, frizzy black hair. She looked like part of a movie crew from New York or L.A. "Detective Alex Cross?" one of the men asked. Meanwhile, his partner took several rapid shots with the camera. The flashes lit up the dark parking lot. "We're from the National Star. We want to talk to you, Detective Cross." I picked up a British accent. The National Star was an American tabloid based in Miami. "What does this have to do with anything that's happened?" I said to the Brit. I was fingering Jessie's silver comb in my pocket. "This is private. This isn't news. This isn't anybody else's business." "That's our job to decide," he said. "I don't know, though, mate. Major communications breakthrough between DC police and the Secret Service, secret talks, and whatever." The woman was already knocking at the motel door. Her voice was as loud as the metallic rapping. "This is the National Star," she announced. "Don't come out," I shouted to Jessie. The door opened, and Jessie stood there fully dressed. She stared at the frizzy-haired woman and didn't bother to conceal her contempt. "This must be a really proud moment," she said to the reporter. "This is probably as close as you'll ever get to a Pulitzer." "Nah," the reporter had a comeback. "I know Roxanne Pulitzer. And now I know you two." Chapter 65. I played a medley of Keith Sweat, Belle Biv DeVoe, Hammer, and Public Enemy pop songs on the piano. I stayed out on the porch entertaining Damon and Janelle until about 8 that morning. It was Wednesday of the week Jessie and I had gotten our little lurid surprise in Arlington. Nana was in the kitchen reading a hot copy of the National Star, which I'd bought for her at Acme. I waited for her to call me inside. When she didn't, I got up from my pumping piano and went to face her music. I told Damon and Janelle to stay put. "Stay just the way you are. Don't ever change." Just like on any other morning, Nana was sipping tea. The remains of her poached egg and toast were still in evidence. The tabloid was casually folded over on the kitchen table. Read? Unread? I couldn't tell from her face, or the condition of the newspaper. You read the story? I had to ask. Well, I read enough to get the gist of it. Saw your picture on the front page, too, she said to me. I believe that's how people read that kind of paper. I always used to be surprised, people buying a paper like that on Sunday morning after church. I sat down across from her at the breakfast table. A wave of powerful old feelings and memories came rushing over me. I recalled so many talks like this one in our collective past. Nana took up a little crust of toast. She dipped it in marmalade. If birds could eat like humans, they would eat like Nana Mama. She is quite a piece of work. She's a beautiful and I'm sure very interesting white woman. You're a very handsome black man, sometimes with a good head on your shoulders. A lot of people don't like that idea, that picture. You're not too surprised, are you? How about you, Nana? Do you like it? I asked her. Nana Mama sighed very softly. She put down her teacup with a clink. Tell you what now. I don't know the clinical terms for these things, Alex, but you never seem to get over losing your mother. I saw that when you were a little boy. I think I still see it sometimes. It's called post-traumatic stress syndrome, I said to Nana, if you're interested in the name. Nana smiled at my retreat into jargon. She'd seen that act before. I would never make any judgments about what happened to you, but it's affected you since you arrived here in Washington. I also noticed that you didn't always fit in with the crowd, not the way some kids do. You played sports, you shoplifted with your friend Samson, and you were always tough. But you read books, and you were moderately sensitive. You follow me? Maybe you got tough on the outside, but not on the inside. I didn't always buy into Nana's conclusions anymore, but her raw observations were still pretty good. I hadn't exactly fit in as a boy in Southeast D.C., but I knew I'd gotten a lot better at it. I was accepted okay now. Detective/Dr. Cross. I didn't want to hurt you or disappoint you with this. I returned to the subject of the tabloid story. I'm not disappointed in you, my grandmother said to me. You are my pride, Alex. You bring me tremendous happiness almost every day of my life. When I see you with the kids and see the work you do here in this neighborhood and know that you still care enough to humor an old woman. That last one is a chore, I told her. About the so-called news story, though. It's going to be impossible for a week or so. Then nobody will care very much. Nana shook her head. Her little white helmet of hair turned neatly in place. No, people will care. Some people will remember this for the rest of your life. What's that saying? If you can't do the time, don't do the crime. I asked her, what was the crime? Nana used the back of her knife to clear away toast crumbs. You'll have to tell me that yourself. Why are you and Jessie Flanagan sneaking around if everything is above board? If you love her, you love her. Do you love her, Alex? I didn't answer Nana right away. Of course I loved Jessie, but how much? And where was it going? Did it have to be going somewhere? I don't know for sure, at least not in the way I think you're asking the question, I finally said. That's what we're trying to find out now. We both know the consequences of what we're doing. If you love her for sure, Alex, my grandmother said to me, then I love her. I love you, Alex. You just paint on a very large canvas. Sometimes you're too bright for your own good, and you can be very peculiar by the ways of the white world. And that's why you like me so much, I said to her. She said, it's just one of the reasons, sonny boy. My grandmother and I held each other for a long moment at the breakfast table that morning. I am big and strong. Nana is tiny, frail, but just as strong. It seemed like old times, in the sense that you never really grow up completely. Not around your parents or grandparents. Not around Nana Mama, certainly. "Thank you, old woman," I said to her. "And proud of it." As usual, she had the last word. I called Jessie a few times that morning, but she wasn't home, or she wasn't answering her phone. Her answering machine wasn't on either. I thought about our night in Arlington. She'd been so wired, even before the National Star had arrived on the scene. I thought about driving over to her apartment, but I changed my mind. We didn't need any more tabloid photographs or news stories while the trial was winding down. Nobody said much to me at work that day. If I'd had any doubts before, that showed me how serious the damage was. I'd taken a hit all right. I went to my office and sat there all alone with a container of black coffee and stared at the four walls. They were covered with clues from the kidnapping. I was starting to feel guilty and rebellious and angry. I wanted to punch glass, which I'd actually done once or twice after Maria was shot. I was at my government-issue gunmetal desk, facing away from the door. I'd been staring at my work schedule for the week, but I wasn't really seeing anything written on the sheet. "You're in this one all alone, motherfucker," I heard Sampson say at my back. "You're all by your lonesome this time. You are meat cooked on a barbecue spit." "Don't you think you're understating things a little?" I said without turning to him. "I figured you'd talk when you wanted to talk about it," Sampson said. "You knew that I knew about the two of you." A couple of coffee cup rings on the work schedules held my eye. The Browning effect. What the hell was that? My memory and everything else were deserting me lately. I finally turned around and faced him. He was decked out in leather pants, an old Kangol hat, a black nylon vest. His dark glasses were an effective mask. Actually, he was trying to be charming and soft-hearted. "What do you figure is going on now?" I asked him. "What are they saying?" "Nobody's real happy about the way the holy shit kidnapping case has gone down. Not enough attaboys coming down from upstairs. I guess they're lining up potential sacrificial lambs. You're one of them for sure." "And Jessie?" I asked. But I already knew the answer. "She's one too, associating with known Negroes," Sampson said. "I take it you haven't heard the news." "Heard what news?" Sampson let out a short burst of breath. Then he gave me the latest heartbreaking story. "She took a leave of absence, or maybe she left the service altogether. Happened about an hour ago, Alex. Nobody knows for sure if she jumped or was pushed." I called Jessie's office immediately. The secretary said she was gone for the day. I called Jessie's apartment. No answer there. I drove to her apartment, breaking a couple of speeding laws on the way. Derek McGinty was talking over WAMU radio. I like the sound of Derek's voice, even if I'm not listening to the words. Nobody was home at Jessie's. At least no photographers were lurking around. I thought about driving down to her lake cottage. I called North Carolina from a payphone down the street. The local operator told me the number had been disconnected. "How recently was that?" I asked with surprise in my voice. "I called that number last night." "Just this morning," the operator told me. "The local number was disconnected this very morning." Jessie had disappeared. Chapter 66. The verdict in the Sanji/Murphy trial was coming down soon. The jury went out on the 11th of November. They returned after 3 days, amid nonstop rumors that they had been unable to decide either the guilt or the innocence of the defendant. The whole world seemed to be waiting. Sampson picked me up that morning and we rode to the courthouse together. The weather had turned warm, after a brief cool spell that foreshadowed winter. As we approached Indiana Avenue, I thought about Jessie. I hadn't seen her in over a week. I wondered if she would show up in court for the verdict. She'd called me. She told me she was down in North Carolina. That was all she'd really said. I was a loner again, and I didn't like it. I didn't see Jesse outside the courthouse, but Anthony Nathan was climbing out of a silver Mercedes stretch. This was his big moment. Reporters climbed all over Nathan. They were like city birds on stale breadcrumbs. The TV and print people tried to grab a little piece of me and Samson before we could escape up the courthouse steps. Neither of us was too excited about being interviewed again. Dr. Cross, please, one of them called out. I recognized the shrill voice. It belonged to a local TV news anchorwoman. We had to stop. They were behind us and up ahead. Samson hummed a little Martha and the Vandellas. Nowhere to run. Dr. Cross, do you feel that your testimony might actually help to get Gary Murphy off the hook for murder one? That you may have inadvertently helped him get away with murder? Something finally snapped inside me. We're just happy to be in the Super Bowl, I said straight-faced, into the glare of several minicam lenses. Alex Cross is going to concentrate on his game. The rest will take care of itself. Alex Cross just thanks Almighty God for the opportunity to play at this level. I leaned in toward the reporter who'd asked the question. You understand what I'm saying? You're clear now. Samson smiled and said, As for me, I'm still open for lucrative endorsements in the sneaker and the soft drink categories. Then we continued up the steep stone steps and into the federal courthouse. As Samson and I entered the cavernous federal courthouse lobby, the noise level might have done real damage to our eardrums. Everyone was pushing and milling about, but in a sort of civilized manner, the way folks in evening wear push into your back at the Kennedy Center. Sanji/Murphy wasn't the first criminal trial where multiple personality was the center of the defense. It was by far the most celebrated case, though. It had raised emotional questions about guilt and innocence, and those questions genuinely left the verdict in doubt. If Gary Murphy was innocent, how could he be convicted of kidnapping and murder? His lawyer had planted that question in all of our minds. I saw Nathan again upstairs. He had accomplished everything he'd hoped for with his courtroom session. Clearly, there were two personalities battling each other inside the defendant's mind, he told the jurors during his summation. One of them is as innocent as you are. You cannot convict Gary Murphy of kidnapping or murder. Gary Murphy is a good man. Gary Murphy is a husband and a father. Gary Murphy is innocent. It was a difficult problem and dilemma for the jurors. Was Gary Sanji/Murphy a brilliant and evil sociopath? Was he aware and in control of his actions? Had there been an accomplice to the kidnapping and at least one child murder? Or had he acted alone from the beginning? No one knew the truth except maybe Gary himself. Not the psychology experts, not the police, not the press, and not me. Now how would the jury of Gary's peers decide? The first real event of the morning occurred when Gary was escorted into the packed, noisy courtroom. He looked his usual clean-cut and characteristically boyish self in a plain blue suit. He looked as if he worked in some small-town bank, not like someone on trial for kidnapping and murder. There was a smattering of applause. It proved that even kidnappers can have a cult following these days. The trial had definitely attracted its share of weirdos and sick creeps. Who says America doesn't have any more heroes? Samson said to me. They like his crazy ass. You can see it in their shiny, beady little eyes. He's the new and improved Charlie Manson. Instead of a berserk hippie, a berserk yuppie. The son of Lindbergh, I reminded Samson. I wonder if this is how he wanted it to turn out. All part of his master plan for fame. The jury filed into the courtroom. The men and women looked dazed and unbearably tense. What had they decided? Probably very late the night before. One of the jurors stumbled as they moved, one by one, into the dark mahogany jury box. The man went down on one knee, and the procession behind him stopped. That one brief moment seemed to underscore the frailty and humanity of the whole trial process. I glanced at Sanji/Murphy, and thought I saw a faint smile cross his lips. Had I witnessed a tiny slip-up? What thoughts were racing through his head now? What verdict did he expect? In any event, the persona known as Gary Sanji, the bad boy, would have appreciated the irony of the moment. Everything was ready now. An incredible extravaganza, with him at center stage. No matter what, this was the biggest day of his life. I want to be somebody. Has the jury reached a verdict? Judge Kaplan asked once they were seated. A small folded slip of paper was passed to the judge. Judge Kaplan's face was expressionless as she read the verdict. Then it went back to the jury foreman. The process of due process. The foreman, who had remained standing, began to speak in a clear but shaky voice. He was a postal worker named James Patterson. He was 55, and he had ruddy, almost crimson coloring that suggests high blood pressure, or maybe just the stress of the trial. James Patterson proclaimed, "On 2 charges of kidnapping, we find the defendant guilty. On the charge of murder of Michael Goldberg, we find the defendant guilty." James Patterson never used the name Murphy, just the defendant. Chaos broke out all over the courtroom. The noise was deafening as it echoed off the stone pillars and marble walls. Reporters raced for the telephones in the hallway. Mary Warner was emotionally congratulated by all the young associates on her staff. Anthony Nathan and his defense team quickly left the room, avoiding questions. There was a strangely poignant moment in the front of the courtroom. As court officers were leading Gary away, his wife, Missy, and his little girl, Ronnie, ran up to him. The 3 of them fiercely hugged. They sobbed openly. I had never seen Gary cry before. If it was a performance, it was another brilliant one. If he was acting in front of the courtroom, the scene was entirely believable. I couldn't take my eyes off him. Not until a pair of court officers finally pried Gary away and led him out of the courtroom. If he was acting, there hadn't been a single false move. He was completely absorbed with his wife and little girl. He never once looked around the courtroom to see if he had an audience. He played it perfectly. Or was Gary Murphy an innocent man who had just been convicted of kidnapping and murder? Chapter 67. Pressure, pressure. Jessie sang along with the tune playing loudly inside her head. The skin was tight against her forehead as Jessie maneuvered down the winding mountain road without caution or fear. She leaned into every curve, keeping the powerful bike in 4th gear. The fir trees, jutting boulders, and ancient telephone wires were a blur as she sped along. Everything was fuzzy. She felt as if she'd been in free fall for over a year. Maybe for her whole life. She was going to explode soon. Nobody understood what it was like to be under so much pressure for so long. Even when she was a kid, she had always been afraid of making a single mistake, afraid that if she wasn't perfect, little Jessie would never be loved by her mother and father. Perfect little Jessie. Good is not good enough, and good is the enemy of great, her father used to tell her almost every day. And so she was a calculating, straight-A student. She was Miss Popular. She was on every fast track she could find. Billy Joel had recorded a song a few years back, Pressure. That was an approximation for the way she felt every day of her life. She had to make it stop somehow, and now maybe she had a way. Jessie downshifted into 3rd as she approached the lake cottage. All the lights were on. Otherwise, everything around the lake seemed at peace. The water was a sleek black table that seemed to merge with the mountains. But the lights were on. She hadn't left them on. Jessie got off the bike and quickly went inside. The front door was unlocked. No one was in the living room. "Hello?" she called out. Jessie checked the kitchen, Then both bedrooms. No one here. There was no sign that anyone had been in either room, except for the lights. "Hey! Who's here?" The screen door was unlatched. She walked outside and down toward the dock. Nothing. Nobody. The sudden burr of a wing beat sounded off to the left. Blurred wings flapped just over the surface of the water. Jessie stood at the edge of the dock and let out a long sigh. The Billy Joel song still played in her head, self-mocking and taunting. Pressure. Pressure. She could feel it in every inch of her body. Someone grabbed her. Extremely strong arms like a vice were around Jessie. She held back a scream. Then something was being put into her mouth. Jessie inhaled. She recognized Colombian gold. Very good dope. She inhaled a second time, relaxed a little in the strong arms that held her. "I've missed you," she heard a voice say. Billy Joel screamed inside her head. "What are you doing here?" she finally asked. Part 5. The Second Investigation. Chapter 68. Maggie Rose Dunn was in darkness again. She could see shapes all around her. She knew what they were, and where she was, and even why she was there. She was thinking about escaping again, but the warning jumped into her head. Always the warning. "If you try to escape, you won't be killed, Maggie. That would be too easy. You'll be put under the ground again. You'll go back in your little grave. So don't ever try to escape, Maggie Rose. Don't even think about it." She was starting to forget so much now. Sometimes she couldn't even remember who she was. It all seemed like a bad dream, like lots of nightmares, one after the other. Maggie Rose wondered if her mother and father were still looking for her. Why would they be? It was so long ago that she'd been kidnapped. Maggie understood that. Mr. Sanji had taken her from the day school, but then she never saw him again. There was only the warning. Sometimes she felt as if she were only a story character she'd made up. Tears filled her eyes. It wasn't so dark now. Morning was coming. She wouldn't try to escape again. She hated this, but she never wanted to go under the ground again. Maggie Rose knew what all the shapes were. They were children, all in just one room of the house, from which there was no escape. Chapter 69. Jessie came back to Washington the week after the trial ended. It seemed like a good time for beginnings. I was ready. God Almighty, was I ready to move on with life. We talked over the phone some, but not too much, about her state of mind. Jessie did tell me one thing. She said it was really bizarre that she had invested so much in her career, and now she didn't care about it at all. I had missed Jessie even more than I thought I could. My mind was on her while I investigated the murder of two 13-year-olds over a pair of pump sneakers. Sampson and I caught the killer, a 15-year-old from Black Hole. That same week, I was offered a job in Washington as VICAP coordinator between the D.C. Police Department and the FBI. It was a bigger, higher-paying job than the one I had, but I turned it down flat. It was my buyout from Carl Monroe. No thanks. I couldn't sleep at night. The storm that had begun inside my head the very first day of the kidnapping was still there. I couldn't get Maggie Rose Dunn completely out of my head. I couldn't give up on the case. I wouldn't let myself. I watched anything and everything on ESPN, sometimes at 3 and 4 in the morning. I played Alex the Shrink in the old prefab trailer over at St. A's. Sampson and I drank a few cases of beer together. Then we tried to work it off at the gym. In between, we spent long hours at work. I drove to Jessie's apartment the day she came back, On the way over there, I listened to Derek McGinty on WAMU again, my talk show brother. His voice calmed my nervous stomach. One time, I'd actually called in to his night show, disguised my voice, talked about Maria, the kids, being on the edge for too long. When Jessie opened the door, I was startled by the way she looked. She'd let her hair grow and fan out, so it looked like a sunburst. She was tan and looked as healthy as a California lifeguard in August. She looked as if nothing could ever be wrong in her life. "You look rested and all," I told her. I was feeling a little resentful, actually. She had taken off before the trial had ended. No goodbyes, no explanations. What did that tell me about who she was? Jessie had always been trim, but she was leaner and tighter now. The circles that had been under her eyes so many times during the kidnapping investigation were gone. She had on denim shorts and an old t-shirt that said, "If you can't dazzle them with brilliance, baffle them with bullshit." She was dazzling in all ways. She smiled gently. "I'm a lot better, Alex. I think I'm almost healed." She came out on the porch and into my arms, and I felt a little healed myself. I held her and thought that I had been on this strange planet all alone for a while. I could see myself on this barren moonscape. It had been up to me to find someone new to be with, someone to love again. "Tell me everything that's been happening. What's it like to fall off the earth?" I asked. Her hair smelled so fresh and clean. Everything about her seemed new and refreshed. "It's pretty good, actually, falling off the earth. I haven't not worked since I was 16 years old. It was scary the first few days, then it was fine," she said with her head still buried in my chest. "There was only one thing I missed," she whispered. "I wanted you there with me. If that sounds corny, too bad." That was one of the things I wanted to hear. "I would have come," I said. I needed to do it the way I did. I had to think everything through one time. I didn't call anybody else, Alex. Not one other person. I found out a lot about myself. Maybe I even found out who Jessie Flanagan really is. I raised her chin up and looked into her eyes. "Tell me what you found out. Tell me who Jessie is." Arm in arm, we went inside the house. But Jessie didn't talk very much about who she was or what she'd found out about herself down at her lake cottage. We fell into old habits and ones that, I must admit, I had missed. I wondered if she still cared for me, and just how much she'd wanted to come back to D.C. I needed a sign from her. Jessie began to unbutton my shirt, and there was no way I was going to stop her. "I did miss you so much," she whispered against my chest. "Did you miss me, Alex?" I had to smile. My physical condition at that moment was the obvious answer to her question. Now what do you think? Take a guess. Jessie and I got a little wild that afternoon. I couldn't help remembering the night the national star showed up outside our motel room. She was definitely leaner and tighter, and she'd been in playing shape before she'd gone away. Jessie was also tan all over. "Who's darker?" I asked her and grinned. "I definitely am. Brown as a berry, as they say around the lake." "You're just dazzling me with your brilliance," I told her. "Uh-huh. How long can we keep this up? Talking and looking, not touching. Will you unbutton the rest of your shirt buttons, please?" "Does that excite you?" I asked. My voice caught in my throat a little. "Uh-huh. Actually, you can take the shirt off." "You were going to tell me something about who you are, what you learned on your retreat," I reminded her. Confessor and lover. A sexy concept in itself. "You can kiss me now, if you want to, Alex. Can you kiss me without anything but our lips touching?" I'm not sure about that. Let me turn a little this way. And that way. Are you trying to shut me up, by the way? Why would I want to do that, Dr. Detective? Chapter 70. I threw myself into work again. I had promised myself that I'd solve the kidnapping case somehow. The Black Knight would not be vanquished. One miserable, cold, rainy night, I trudged out by myself to see Nina Cerisier again. The Cerisier girl was still the only person who'd actually seen Gary Sanji's accomplice. I was in the neighborhood anyway. Right. Why was I in the Langley Terrace projects at night, in a cold, drizzling rain? Because I had become a nutcase who couldn't get enough information about an 18-month-old kidnapping. Because I was a perfectionist who had been that way for at least 30 years of my life. Because I needed to know what had really happened to Maggie Rose Dunn. Because I couldn't escape the gaze of Mustaf Sanders. Because I wanted the truth about Sanji/Murphy, or so I kept telling myself. Glory Cerisier wasn't real happy to see me camped on her front doorstep. I'd been standing on the porch for 10 minutes before she finally opened the door. I'd knocked on the dented aluminum door half a dozen times. "Detective Cross is late, you know. Can't we be allowed to move on with our lives?" she asked as she finally swung open the door. "It's hard for us to forget the Sanderses. We don't need you to remind us over and over. I know you don't." I agreed with the tall, late 40ish woman eyeballing me. Almond-shaped eyes. Pretty eyes on a not very pretty face. "These are murder cases, though, Mrs. Cerisier. Terrible murders." "The killer has been caught," she said to me. "Do you know that, Detective Cross? Have you heard? Do you read newspapers?" I felt like crap being out there again. I believe she suspected I was crazy. She was a smart lady. "Oh, Jesus Christ." I shook my head and laughed out loud. "You know, you're absolutely right. I'm just fucked up. I'm sorry. I really am." That caught her off guard, and Gloria Cerisier smiled back at me. It was a kindly, crooked-toothed grin that you see sometimes in the projects. "Invite this poor nigger in for some coffee," I said. "I'm crazy, but at least I know it. Open the door for me." All right. Why don't you come in then, Detective? We can talk one more time. That's it, though." "That's it," I agreed with her. I had broken through by simply telling the truth about myself. We drank bad instant coffee in her tiny kitchen. Actually, she loved to talk. Gloria Cerisier asked me all sorts of questions about the trial. She wanted to know what it was like being on TV. Like many people, she was curious about the actress Catherine Rose. Gloria Cerisier even had her own private theory about the kidnapping. That man didn't do it. That Gary Sanji or Murphy or whoever he is. Somebody set him up, you see, she said and laughed. I suppose she thought it funny that she was sharing her crazy ideas with a crazy D.C. policeman. "Humor me one last time," I said, finally getting around to what I really wanted to talk to her about. "Run me through what Nina said she saw that night. Tell me what Nina told you, as close as you remember it." "Why are you doing this to yourself?" Gloria wanted to know from me first. "Why are you here at 10 o'clock at night?" "I don't know why, Glory." I shrugged and sipped the truly bad-tasting coffee. "Maybe it's because I need to know why I was chosen down in Miami. I don't know for sure, but here I am." "It's made you crazy, hasn't it? The kidnapping of those children." "Yes, it's made me crazy. Tell me again what Nina saw. Tell me about the man in the car with Gary Sanji." "Nina, ever since she'd been little, she loved the window seat on our stairway." Glory began the story again. "That's Nina's window on the world, always has been. She'd curl up there and read a book or just pet one of her cats. Sometimes she'd just stare out at nothing. She was at the window seat when she saw that white man, Gary Sanji. We get few white men in the neighborhood. Black, some Hispanic, Sometimes. So he caught her eye. The more she watched, the stranger it seemed to her. Like she told you, he was watching the Sanderses' house. Like he was spying on the house or something. And the other man, the one in the car, he was watching him watch the house. Bingo. My tired, overloaded mind somehow managed to catch the key phrase in what she'd just said. Gloria Cerisier was all set to go on, but I stopped her. You just said the man in the car was watching Gary Sanji. You said he was watching him. I did say that, didn't I? I forgot all about it. Nina been saying the men was together, like a salesman team or something. You know, the way they come stake out a street sometimes. But way back, she told me the man in the car was watching the other one. I believe that's what she said. I'm almost sure. Let me get Nina. I'm not so sure anymore. Soon, the three of us were sitting together and talking. Mrs. Cerisier helped me with Nina, and Nina finally cooperated. Yes, she was sure the man in the car had been watching Gary Sanji. The man wasn't there with Sanji. Nina Cerisier definitely remembered the man in the car watching the other man. She didn't know whether it had been a white or a black man watching. She hadn't mentioned it before because it didn't seem important, and the police would have asked even more questions. Like most kids in Southeast, Nina hated the police and was afraid of them. The man in the car had been watching Gary Sanji. Maybe there hadn't been an accomplice after all, but someone watching Gary Sanji/Murphy as he staked out potential murder victims. Who could it have been? Chapter 71. I was allowed to visit Sanji/Murphy, but only in connection with the Sanders and Turner murder investigations. I could see him about crimes that would probably never go to trial, but not about one that could possibly remain unsolved. So goes the tale of the red tape. I had a friend out at Falston where Gary was imprisoned. I'd known Wallace Hart, the chief of psychiatry at Falston, since I joined the D.C. police force. Wallace was waiting for me in the lobby of the ancient facility. I like this kind of personal attention, I said, as I shook his hand. First time I've ever got any, of course. You're a celebrity now, Alex. I saw you on the tube. Wallace is a small, scholarly-looking black man who wears round bottle glasses and baggy blue business suits. He reminds people of George Washington Carver, maybe crossed with Woody Allen. He looks as if he were black and Jewish. What do you think about Gary so far? I asked Wallace as we took a prison elevator up to the maximum security floor. Model prisoner? I've always had a soft spot for psychopaths, Alex. They keep shit interesting. Imagine life without the real bad guys. Very boring. You're not buying the possibility of multiple personalities, I take it. I think that's a possibility, but very slim. Either way, the bad boy in him is really bad. I'm surprised he got his ass in a sling, though. I'm surprised he got caught. I said, Want to hear one off-the-wall theory? Gary Murphy caught Sanji. Gary Murphy couldn't handle Sanji, so he turned him in. Wallace grinned at me. He had a big, toothy smile for such a little face. Alex, I do like your crazy mind, but do you really buy that? One side turning in the other. Nope, I just wanted to see if you would. I'm beginning to think he's a psycho all the way. I just need to know how far all the way is. I observed a definite paranoid personality disorder when I was seeing him. I agree with that. He's mistrustful, demanding, arrogant, driven. Like I say, I love the guy. I was a little shocked when I finally saw Gary this time. His eyes appeared to be sunken into his skull. The orbs were red-rimmed, as if he were suffering from conjunctivitis. The skin was pulled tight all around his face. He'd lost a lot of weight, maybe 30 pounds, and he'd been fit and trim to begin with. So, I'm a little depressed. Hello, doctor. He looked up from his cot and spoke to me. He was Gary Murphy again. At least he seemed to be. Hello, Gary, I said. I couldn't stay away. Long time no visits. You must want something. Let me guess. You're doing a book about me. You want to be the next Anne Rule. I shook my head. I wanted to come and see you long before this. I had to get a court order first. I'm here to talk about the Sanders and Turner murders, actually. Really? He seemed resigned, and his affect was indifferent and passive. I didn't like the way he looked. It struck me that his personality could be on the verge of complete disintegration. I'm only allowed to talk to you about the Sanders and Turner murders, in fact. That's my purview. But we could talk about Vivian Kim if you like. Then we don't have a lot to talk about. I don't know anything about those killings. I haven't even read the newspapers. I swear on my daughter's life I haven't. Maybe our friend Sanji knows. Not me, Alex. He seemed real comfortable calling me Alex by now. Nice to know you can make friends anywhere. Your lawyer must have explained the murder cases to you. There could be another trial this year. I won't see any more lawyers. It's got nothing to do with me. Besides, those cases won't get to trial. Too expensive. Gary. I talked to him as if he were a patient of mine. I'd like to put you under hypnosis again. Will you sign the papers if I can get all the bullshit arranged? It's important for me to talk to Sanji. Let me try to talk to him. Gary Murphy smiled and he shook his head. Finally, he nodded. Actually, I'd like to talk with him myself, he said. If I could, I'd kill him. I would kill Sanji, like I'm supposed to have killed all those other people. That evening I went to see former Secret Service agent Mike Devine. Devine was one of the two agents who had been assigned to Secretary Goldberg and his family. I wanted to ask him about the accomplice theory. Mike Devine had taken voluntary retirement about a month after the kidnapping. Because he was still in his mid-40s, I assumed he'd been pushed out of his job. We talked for a couple of hours out on his stone terrace overlooking the Potomac. It was a tasteful, well-appointed apartment for a now single man. Devine was tan and looked rested. He was one of the better advertisements I'd seen for getting out of police work while you can. He reminded me a little of Travis McGee in the John MacDonald novels. He was well built, with lots of character in his face. He'd do well in early retirement land, I thought. Movie hero good looks, lots of curly brown hair, an easy smile, stories galore. My partner and I were pushed out, you know. Devine confessed over a couple of Corona beers. One fuck-up that happened to turn into World War III, and we were both history at the service. We didn't get a lot of support from our boss either. It was a public case. I guess there had to be heroes and villains. I could be as philosophical as the next guy over a cold beer. Maybe it's all for the best, Mike Devine mused. You ever think about starting over? Doing something else while you still have the energy? Before the Alzheimer's sets in? I've thought about private practice, I said to Devine. I'm a psychologist. I still do some pro bono work in the projects. But you love the job too much to leave it. Mike Devine grinned and squinted into the afternoon sunlight coming off the water. Gray seabirds with white chests flew right by the terrace. Nice. Everything about the layout was nice. Listen, Mike, I wanted to go over once more those last couple of days before the kidnapping, I said to him. You are goddamn hooked, Alex. I've been over every square inch of that territory myself. Believe me, there's nothing there. It's fallow ground. Nothing grows. I've tried, and finally I gave up the ghost. I believe you. But I'm still curious about a late-model sedan that might have been seen out in Potomac. Possibly a Dodge, I said. It was the car that Nina Cerisier remembered parked on Langley Terrace. You ever notice a blue or black sedan parked on Sorrel Avenue? Or anywhere around the day school? Like I said, I've been over and over all of our daily logs. There wasn't any mystery car. You can look at the logs yourself. I have. I told him and laughed at the seeming hopelessness of my case. Mike Devine and I talked for a while more. He couldn't come up with anything new. In the end, I listened to him praise the beach life, bone fishing on the Keys, hitting the little white ball. His new life was just starting. He'd gotten over the Dunn Goldberg kidnapping a lot better than I had. Something still bothered me, though. The whole accomplice thing, or the watcher thing. More than that, I had a gut feeling about Devine and his partner. A bad feeling. Something told me they knew more than they were willing to tell anybody. While I was still as hot as a $10 pistol, I decided to contact Devine's ex-partner, Charles Chackley, later that same night. After his dismissal, Chackley and his family had settled in Tempe, Arizona. It was midnight my time, 10 o'clock in Tempe. Not too late, I figured. "Charles Chackley, this is Detective Alex Cross calling from Washington," I said when he got on the phone. There was a pause, an uncomfortable silence before he answered. Then Chackley got hostile. Real strange, it seemed to me. His reaction only served to fuel my instincts about him and his partner. "What the hell do you want?" he bristled. "Why are you calling me here? I'm retired from the service now. I'm trying to put what happened behind me. Leave me the hell alone. Stay away from me and my family." "Listen, I'm sorry to bother you," I started to apologize. He cut me off. "Then don't. That's an easy fix, Cross. Butt out of my life." I could just about picture Charles Chackley as I spoke to him. I remembered him from the days right after the kidnapping. He was only 51, but he looked over 60. Beer belly. Most of his hair gone. Sad, kind of with drawn eyes. Chackley was physical evidence of the harm the job could do to you, if you let it. "Unfortunately, I'm still assigned to a couple of murders," I said to him, hoping he'd understand. They involved Gary Sanji/Murphy, too. He came back to kill one of the teachers at the school. Vivian Kim? "I thought you didn't want to bother me. Why don't you pretend you never called, huh? Then I'll pretend I never picked up the phone. I'm getting good at playing let's pretend out here in the painted desert." "Listen, I could get a subpoena. You know I can do that. We could have this conversation in Washington, or I could fly out there and come over to your house in Tempe. Show up for a barbecue some night. Hey, what the fuck's the matter with you? What's with you, Cross? The goddamn case is over. Leave it alone, and leave me the fuck alone." There was something very strange in Chackley's tone. He sounded ready to explode. "I talked to your partner last night," I said. That kept him on the line. "So, you talked to Mickey Devine?" "I talk to him myself now and then." "I'm happy for both of you. I'll even get out of your hair in a minute. Just answer a question or two." "One question. That's it," Chackley finally said. "Do you remember seeing a dark late-model sedan parked on Sorrel Avenue? Anywhere around the Goldberg or Dunn house, maybe a week or so prior to the kidnapping?" "Hell no. Christ, no. Anything out of the ordinary would have gone in our log. The kidnapping case is closed. It's over in my book. So are you, Detective Cross." Chackley hung up on me. The tone of the conversation had been too weird. The unsolved watcher angle was driving me a little crazy. It was a big loose end. Too important to ignore if you were any kind of detective. I had to talk to Jesse about Mike Devine and Charlie Chackley, and the logs they had kept. Something wasn't checking out about the two of them. They were definitely holding back. Chapter 72. Jesse and I spent the day at her lake cottage. She needed to talk. She needed to tell me how she had changed, what she'd found out about herself on her sabbatical. Two very, very strange things happened down there, in the middle of nowhere in North Carolina. We left Washington at 5 in the morning and got to the lake just before 8:30. It was the 3rd of December, but it could have been the 1st of October. The temperature was in the 70s all afternoon, and there was a sweet mountain breeze. The chirp and warble of dozens of different birds filled the air. The summer people were gone for the season, so we had the lake to ourselves. A single speedboat swooped around the lake for an hour or so. its big engine sounding like a race car from NASCAR. Otherwise, it was just the two of us. By mutual agreement, we didn't push into any heavy subjects too quickly. Not about Jesse, or Devine and Chackley, or my latest theories on the kidnapping. Late in the afternoon, Jesse and I went for a long trek into the surrounding pine forest. We followed the spoor of a perfectly crystalline stream that climbed into the surrounding mountain range. Jesse wore no makeup, and her hair was loose and wild. She was in jean cutoffs and a University of Virginia sweatshirt missing the sleeves. Her eyes were a beautiful blue that rivaled the color of the sky. "I told you that I found out a lot about myself down here, Alex," Jesse said, as we hiked deeper and deeper into the forest. She was talking softly. She seemed almost childlike. I listened carefully to every word. I wanted to know all about Jesse. "I want to tell you about me. I'm ready to talk now," she said. "I need to tell you why and how and everything else." I nodded and let her go on. My father was a failure in his eyes. He was street smart. He could get along so beautifully socially when he wanted to. But he came from the shanty side, and he let it put a huge chip on his shoulder. My father's negative attitude got him in trouble all the time. He didn't care how it affected my mother or me. He got to be a heavy drinker in his 40s and 50s. At the end of his life, he didn't have one friend, or really any family. I imagine that's why he killed himself. My father killed himself, Alex. He did it in his unmarked car. There wasn't any heart attack in Union Station. That's a lie I've been telling ever since my college days. We were both silent as we walked on. Jesse had only talked about her mother and father once or twice. I'd known about their drinking problem, but I wouldn't push her, especially because I couldn't be Jesse's doctor. When she was ready, I thought that she would talk about it. I didn't want to be a failure like my father or my mother. That's the way they saw themselves, Alex. That's how they talked all the time. Not low esteem. No esteem. I couldn't let myself be like that. How did you see them? As failures, I guess. A tiny smile came with the admission. A painfully honest smile. They were both so unbelievably smart, Alex. They knew everything about everything. They read every book in the universe. They could talk to you about any subject. Have you ever been to Ireland? I've been to England once, on police business. That's the one and only time I've been to Europe. Never had the money to spare. Some villages you go to in Ireland, the people are so articulate, but they live in such poverty. You see these white ghettos. Every third storefront seems to be a pub. There are so many educated failures in that country. I didn't want to be another smart failure. I've told you about that fear of mine. That would be hell on earth to me. I pushed myself so hard in school. I needed to be number one, no matter what the cost. Then in the Treasury Department, I got ahead, comfortably ahead. Alex, for whatever reasons, I was becoming happy with my career, with my life in general. But it disintegrated after the Goldberg Dunn kidnapping. You were the scapegoat. You weren't the golden girl anymore. Just like that, I was finished. Agents were talking behind my back. Eventually I quit, left the service. I didn't have a choice. It was total bullshit and unfair. I came down here to figure out who the hell I was. I needed to do it all by myself. Jessie reached out, and she put her arms around me in the heart of the woods. She began to sob very quietly. I had never seen her cry before. I held Jessie tightly in my arms. I'd never felt so close to her before. I knew she was telling me some hard truths. I owed her some hard truth in return. We were down on a secluded knoll, talking quietly, when I became aware of someone watching us in the woods. I kept my head rock steady, but my eyes darted to the right. Somebody else was in the woods. Someone was watching us. Another watcher. "Somebody's up there, Jessie, just beyond that hill to our right," I whispered to her. She didn't look in that direction. She was still a cop. "Are you sure, Alex?" she asked. "I'm sure. Trust me on this one. Let's split up," I said. "If whoever it is starts to take off, we run them down." We separated and walked so that we'd flank the hill where I'd seen the watcher. That probably confused whoever it was. He took off. The watcher was a man. He had on sneakers and a dark hooded jumpsuit that blended in with the woods. I couldn't tell about his height or build. Not yet, anyway. Jessie and I raced behind him for a good quarter of a mile. Both of us were barefoot, so we didn't gain any distance on the watcher. We'd probably lost a few yards during our all-out sprint. Branches and thorns tore at our faces and arms. We finally burst out of the pine woods and found ourselves at a blacktop country road. We were just in time to hear a car accelerating around a nearby curve. We never saw the car, not even a glimpse of the license plate. "Now that's really goddamn weird," Jessie said as we stood by the roadside trying to catch our breath. Sweat was rolling down our faces and our hearts pounded in sync. "Who knows you're down here? Anyone?" I asked her. "No one. That's why it's so weird. Who the hell was that? This is scary, Alex. You got any ideas?" I had jotted down at least a dozen theories on the watcher whom Nina Cerizia had seen. The most promising theory I had was the simplest. The police had been watching Gary Sanji. But which police? Could it have been anyone in my own department? Or Jessie's? It certainly was scary. We made it back to Jessie's cabin just before it turned dark. A wintry chill was entering the air. We built a big fire inside and cooked a fine meal that would have fed 4. There was sweet white corn, a huge salad, a 20-ounce steak for each of us, a dry white wine with Shashania Montrachet, Premier Cru, Marquis de la Guiche, etched on the label. After we ate, we got around to talking about Mike Devine and Charlie Chackley, and the Watcher. Jessie couldn't help too much. She told me I was probably looking in the wrong place with the Secret Service agents. She said that Chackley was an excitable type who just might blow up over a call to Arizona. She told me he was bitter on the job, so he'd probably be bitter off it. In her opinion, Mike Devine and Chackley were both good but not great agents. If something was worth noting during the Goldberg family surveillance, they would have seen it. Their logs would have been accurate. Neither of them was clever enough to pull off a cover-up. Jessie was sure of that. She didn't doubt that Nina Cerizia had seen a car parked on her street the night before the Sanders murder. But she didn't believe that somebody had been watching Sanji/Murphy, or even that Sanji had been down near the projects himself. "I'm not on the case anymore," Jessie finally said to me. "I don't represent the interests of the Treasury or anybody else. Here's my honest opinion, Alex. Why don't you just give it up? It's over. Let it go." "I can't do that," I told Jessie. "That isn't how we do things at King Arthur's Round Table. I can't give up on this case. Every time I try, something pops up and changes my mind." That night we went to bed fairly early. 9:15. The Shashania Montrachet, Premier Cru, did its job. There was still passion, but there was also warmth and tenderness between us. We cuddled and we laughed, and we didn't go to sleep early. Jessie dubbed me Sir Alex, the Black Knight of the Round Table. I called her Lady of the Lake. We finally fell asleep whispering like that, peaceful in each other's arms. I don't know what time it was when I woke up. I was on top of ruffled bed covers and comforter, and it was very cold. There was still an orangish glow from the fire, a quiet crackling noise. I wondered how it could be so cold in the bedroom with the fire still going. What my eyes saw, what my body was feeling, didn't add up. I mulled on that for a few seconds. I crawled under the covers and pulled them up to my chin. The glow reflected against the window pane looked strange. I thought about how odd it was to be there with Jessie again, in the middle of nowhere. I couldn't imagine ever not being with her now. I was tempted to wake her, tell her that, talk to her about anything and everything. The Lady of the Lake and the Black Knight. Sounded like Geoffrey Chaucer from the 1990s. Suddenly I realized it wasn't a glow from the fireplace that was flickering against the window. I jumped out of bed and ran to take a look. I was witnessing something I had heard about all of my life, but had never expected to see. A cross was burning very brightly on Jessie's lawn. Chapter 73. A missing little girl named Maggie Rose. Murders in the projects. The thrill killing of Vivian Kim. A psychopath. Gary Sanji/Murphy. An accomplice. A mystery watcher. A fiery cross in North Carolina. When would the pieces finally fit together? Would the pieces ever fit? From that moment in Jessie's cottage until the end of everything, my head was filled with powerful, disturbing images. I couldn't give up the case, as Jessie had suggested. Events the following week added to my paranoia. I came home late from work on Monday. Damon and Janelle swarmed all over me as I stomped the dozen paces from the front door to the kitchen. "Phone, phone, phone!" Damon chanted as he romped along at my side. Nana was holding the phone out to me from the kitchen. She said it was Wallace Hart calling from Falston Prison. "Alex, I'm sorry to bother you at home," Wallace said. "Could you swing by here? It might be important." I was trying to peel my jacket off. I stopped, one arm in, one out. The kids were helping me. Sort of helping me. Sort of trying to get me to throw out my back. "What is it, Wallace? I've kind of got my hands full tonight." I stuck my tongue out at Damon and Janny. "Couple of little problems around the house. Nothing I can't handle, though." "He's asking for you. He wants to talk to you, and only you. Says it's very important." "Can't it hold until morning?" I asked Wallace. I'd already put in a long day. Besides, I couldn't imagine anything new Gary Murphy could tell me. "He's Sanji," Wallace Hart said over the phone. "Sanji wants to talk to you now." I was speechless. Then I managed. "I'm on my way, Wallace." I arrived at Falston in under an hour. Gary was being housed on the prison building's top floor. High-profile patients like Squeaky Frome and John Hinckley had spent time up there. It was a high-rent district, just the way Gary wanted it. When I arrived at his cell, Gary was lying face up on a narrow cot, without sheets or a blanket. A guard watched him continuously. He was on specials, as one-to-one surveillance is called. Wallace Hart said, "I was thinking of putting him in a quiet room for the night, keep him on specials and seclusion for a while, until we know what's up with him. He's flying, Alex." "One of these times he'll fly apart," I said, and Wallace nodded in agreement. I entered Gary's cell and sat without being asked. I was tired of asking for permission from people. Gary's eyes were pinned to the ceiling. They seemed pushed back into his skull. I was certain he knew that I was there. "Here's Alex. Welcome to my sikhushka, doctor," he finally said in an eerie, gravelly monotone. "Do you know sikhushka?" It was Sanji, all right. "The prison hospital's in Russia. It's where they put political prisoners in the Soviet Union," I said. "Exactly so. Very good." He looked over at me. "I want to make a new deal with you. Clean slate." "I'm not aware of any deal," I told him. "I don't want to waste any more of my time here. I can't keep playing Murphy." Wouldn't you rather find out what makes Sanji tick? Sure you would, Dr. Cross. You could be famous yourself. You could be very important in whatever circle you choose to participate in. I didn't believe this could be a fugue state, one of his escapes. He appeared to be very much in control of what he was saying. Had he been Gary Sanji all along? The bad boy, right from the first time we'd met. That had been my diagnosis. I held to it. Are you with me so far? He asked from his cot. He stretched his long legs out in a leisurely manner and wriggled his bare toes. You're telling me now that you were fully conscious of everything you did. There was never a split personality. No fugues. You played both parts. Now you're tired of playing Gary Murphy. Sanji's eyes were focused and extremely intense. His gaze was colder and more penetrating than usual. Sometimes with severe schizophrenics, the fantasy life becomes more important than the real one. That's right. That's the ticket, Alex. You're so much brighter than the others. I'm very proud of you. You're the one who keeps things interesting for me. The only one who can hold my attention for long stretches at a time. And what do you want from us? I tried to keep him on track. What can I do for you, Gary? I need a few little things, but mainly I just want to be myself. So to speak, I want to be recognized for all my achievements. Do we get anything in return? Sanji smiled at me. I'll tell you what happened from the beginning. I'll help you solve your precious case. I'll tell you, Alex. I waited for Sanji to go on. I kept going back to the pronouncement over Gary Sanji's bathroom mirror. I want to be somebody. He had probably wanted to take credit from the very beginning. I had always planned to murder both children. I couldn't wait. I have this love-hate thing with childhood, you know? Cut off breasts and shaved genitals, so my adult victims are more like kitties. Anyway, killing the little bunions would be the logical and safe conclusion of the whole affair. Sanji smiled again. It was such a weird, inappropriate smile, as if he were confessing a white lie. You're still interested in why I really decided on the kidnapping, aren't you? Why I chose Maggie Rosebud and her friend Shrimpy Goldberg. He was using the nicknames to be provocative and flip. He loved the bad boy act. He had revealed a very dark sense of humor over the months. I'm interested in everything you have to say, Gary. Go right on. You know, he said, one time I figured out that I've killed over 200 people. A lot of children, too. I do what I feel like. Whatever hits me at the moment. The greasy, automatic little smile appeared again. He was no longer Gary Murphy. No longer the all-American-looking yuppie husband and father from Wilmington, Delaware. Had he been killing since he was a boy? Is that true? Are you still trying to shock me? He shrugged. Why should I? When I was a boy, I read volumes about the Lindbergh kidnapping case. Then all the big crimes. I made copies of all the clippings I could find in the Princeton Library. I've told you some of this, haven't I? How I was fascinated, absolutely enthralled, obsessed with kidnapping children. Having them completely under my control. I wanted to torture them like helpless little birds. I practiced with a friend. You met him, I believe. Simon Conklin. Just a small-time psycho doctor, not worth your time, not a partner, not an accomplice. I especially like the idea that kidnapping gets the parents so upset. They will destroy other adults, but God forbid if someone takes one little child. Unthinkable, unspeakable crimes, they shriek. What rubbish! What utter hypocrisy! Think about it. 1 million dark-skinned children die in Bangladesh, Dr. Cross. Nobody cares. Nobody rushes to save them. Why did you murder the black families in the projects? I asked him. What's the connection? Who says there has to be a connection? Is that what you learned at Johns Hopkins? Maybe those were my good deeds. Who says I can't have a social conscience, There must be balance in every life. I believe that. I ching. Think about those victims I chose. Hopeless drug dealers, a teenage girl who was already a prostitute, and a small boy who was already doomed. I didn't know whether to believe him or not. He was flying. Do you have a warm spot for us? I asked him. I find that real moving. He chose to ignore my irony. Actually, I had a black friend once, yes, a maid. A woman who took care of me, if you must know, while my father was divorcing my real mother. Laura Douglas was her namio. She went back to Detroit, though. Deserted me. Big fat lady, with a howling laugh I adored. After she left for Motown was when Mommy Terror started locking troublesome, hyperkinetic me in the basement. You're looking at the original latchkey kid. Meantime, my stepbrother and stepsister were upstairs in my father's house. They were playing with my toys. They used to taunt me down through the floorboards. I was locked in the basement for weeks at a time. That's the way I recall it. Are little light bulbs and warning bells going off in your head, Dr. Cross? Tortured boy in the cellar? Pampered children buried in a barn? Such nice, neat parallels. All the pieces starting to fit? Is our boy Gary telling the truth now? Are you telling the truth? I asked him again. I thought that he was. It all fit. Oh, yes. Scout's honor. The murders in Southeast D.C. Actually, I rather like the concept of being the first celebrated serial killer of blacks. I don't count the clod in Atlanta, if indeed they have the right man down there. Wayne Williams was an amateur all the way. What's with all these serial killer Waynes anyway? Wayne Williams, John Wayne Gacy Jr., Patrick Wayne Kearney, who dismembered 32 human beings on the West Coast. You didn't murder Michael Goldberg. I went back to something he'd said earlier. No, it wasn't intentional at the time. I would have. Everything in good time. He was a spoiled little bunion. Reminded me of my brother, Donnie. How did the bruises get on Michael Goldberg's body? Tell me what happened. You love this, don't you, Doctor? What does that tell us about you? Well, when I saw that he died on me, I was so angry. I flew into a rage, kicked the fucking body all over the lot, hit it with my digging shovel. I don't remember what else I did. I was so pissed. Then I threw his dead ass in that river out in the sticks. The river Styx. But you didn't harm the girl. You didn't hurt Maggie Rose Dunn. No, I didn't hurt the girl. He mimicked my concern. It was a pretty fair approximation of my voice. He definitely could act, play different parts. It was frightening to watch and to be in the same room with him. Could he have killed hundreds of times? I thought so. Tell me about her. What really happened to Maggie Rose Dunn? All right. The Maggie Rose Dunn story. Light a candle, sing a hymn to Jesus for sweet mercy. After the abduction, she was groggy. The first time I looked in on her, anyway, she was coming off the secobarbital. I played Mommy Terror for little Maggie. I sounded the way Mommy T used to sound at the basement door in our house. Stop your crying! Shut up! Shut up, you spoiled little bunion! That scared her pretty good, I'll tell you. Then I put her out again. I carefully checked both of their pulses because I was certain the fibbers would require some evidence that the children were alive. Their pulses were both all right. Yes, just fine, Alex. I put my ear to each little chest. I controlled my natural urge to stop heartbeats rather than preserve them. Why the national kidnapping? Why all the publicity? Why take such a big chance? Because I was ready. I'd been practicing for a long, long time. I wasn't taking any chances. I also needed the money. I deserved to be a millionaire. Everybody else is. You came back to check the children again the following day, I asked him. The next day she was fine, too. But the day after Michael Goldberg died, Maggie Rose was gone. I drove into the barn, and there was the hole in the ground where I'd buried the box. Big hole in the ground, empty. I didn't harm her. I didn't get the ransom money down in Florida either. Somebody else has it. Now, you have to figure out what happened, detective. I think I have. I think I know the big secret. Chapter 74. I was up at 3 a.m, flying, playing Mozart and Debussy and Billie Holiday on the porch. Junkies were probably calling the police to complain about the noise. I visited with Sanji again in the morning, the bad boy. I sat in his small, windowless room. All of a sudden he wanted to talk. I thought I knew where he was going with all of this, what he was going to tell me soon. Still, I needed to have my opinion confirmed by him. You have to understand something that is extremely foreign to your nature, he said to me. I was in heat when I was scouting the fucking famous girl and her actress mother. I am a cheap thrill artist and junkie. I needed a fix. I couldn't help thinking of my own child abuse patients as I listened to him relate his bizarre, grisly experiences. It was pathetic to hear a victim talk about his many victims. I understood the thrill state perfectly, Doctor. My theme song is Sympathy for the Devil. The Rolling Stones? I always tried to take proper precautions without breaking the spell. I had figured out escape routes and backup escape routes, ways in and out of every neighborhood that I entered. One of these involved a sewer system tunnel that goes from the edge of the ghetto out to Capitol Hill. I had a change of clothing inside the tunnel, including a wig. I'd thought of everything. I wouldn't get caught. I was very confident about my abilities. I believed in my own omnipotence. Do you still believe in your omnipotence? It was a serious question. I didn't think he'd tell me the truth, but I wanted to hear what he had to say anyway. He said, What happened back then, my one mistake, was I permitted my successes, the applause of millions of admirers, to rush to my head. The applause can be a drug. Catherine Rose suffers from the same disease, you know. Most of the movie people, the sports icons, they do too. Millions are cheering for them, you understand. They're telling these people how special, how brilliant they are. And some of the stars forget any limitations they might have. Forget the hard work that got them to the plateau originally. I did. At the time. That is precisely why I was caught. I believed I could escape from the McDonald's, just as I had always escaped before. I would just dabble in a little spree killing, then get away. I wanted to sample all the high-impact crimes, Alex. A little Bundy, a little Geary, a little Manson, Whitman, Gilmore. Do you feel omnipotent now? Since you're older and wiser, I asked Sanji. He was being ironic. I assumed I could be too. I'm the closest thing to it you'll ever see. I'm a way to understand the concept, no? He smiled that blank killer smile of his again. I wanted to hit him. Gary Murphy was a tragic and almost likable sort of man. Sanji was hateful, pure evil, the human monster, the human beast. When you scouted the Goldberg and Dunn houses, were you at the height of your powers? Were you omnipotent then, shithead? No. As you know, Doctor, I was already becoming sloppy. I'd read too many news accounts of my perfect killing in Condon Terrace. No traces, no clues, the perfect killer. Even I was impressed. What went wrong out in Potomac? I thought I knew the answer. I needed him to confirm it. He shrugged. I was being followed, of course. Here we go. I thought to myself. The Watcher. You didn't know it at the time? I asked Sanji. Of course not. He frowned at the question. I realized I was being followed much later. Then it was confirmed at the trial. How was that? How did you find out you were being followed? Sanji stared into my eyes. He seemed to be staring straight through to the back of my skull. He considered me beneath him. I was just a vessel for his outpouring. But he found me more interesting than the others to talk to. I didn't know whether to feel honored or defiled. He was also curious about what I knew, or what I didn't know. Let me stop to make a point, he said. This one is important to me. I have secrets to tell you. Lots of big and little secrets. Dirty secrets. Juicy secrets. I'm going to give you one secret now. Do you know why? Elementary, my dear Gary, I told him. It's hell for you to be under the control of others. You need to be in charge. That's very good, Dr. Detective. But I do have some neat things to trade. Crimes that go all the way back to when I was 12 and 13 years old. There are major unsolved crimes that go back that far. Believe me, I have a treasure trove of goodies to share with you. I understand, I told him. I can't wait to hear about them. You always did understand. All you have to do is convince the other zombies to walk and chew juicy fruit at the same time. The other zombies? I smiled at his slip. Sorry. I didn't mean to be rude. Can you convince the zombies? You know who I mean. You have less respect for them than I do. That was true enough. I'd have to convince Chief of Detectives Pittman for one. You'll help me out. Give me something concrete. I have to find out what happened to the little girl. Let her parents have some peace at last. All right. I will do that, Sanji said. It was so simple in the end. You wait, and you wait. That's the way it goes in almost every police investigation. You ask thousands of questions, literally thousands. You fill entire file cabinets with unnecessary paperwork. Then you ask more questions. You follow countless leads that go nowhere. Then something goes right for a change. It happens every once in a while. It was happening now. A payout for thousands of hours of work. A reward for coming to see Gary again and again. I didn't notice any surveillance back then, Gary Sanji continued. And none of what I'm going to tell you about happened near the Sanders house. It occurred on Sorrel Avenue in Potomac, in front of the Goldberg house, in fact. Suddenly I was tired of his chest-beating games. I had to know what he knew. I was getting close. Talk to me, you little fucker. Go on, I said. What happened out in Potomac? What did you see at the Goldbergs? Who did you see? I drove by there one of those nights before the kidnapping. A man was walking on the sidewalk. I thought nothing of him. It never registered until I saw the same man at the trial. Sanji stopped talking for a moment. Was he playing again? I didn't think so. He stared at me as if he were looking right into my soul. He knows who I am. He knows me perhaps better than I know myself. What did he want from me? Was I a substitute for something missing from his childhood? Why had I been chosen for this horrific job? Who was the man you recognized at the trial? I asked Gary Sanji. It was the Secret Service agent. It was divine. He and his pal Chackley must have seen me watching the Goldberg and Dunn houses. They were the ones who followed me. They took precious Maggie Rose. They got the ransom in Florida. You should have been looking for cops all this time. 2 cops murdered the little girl. Chapter 75. My hunch about Devine and Chackley had been right after all. Sanji/Murphy was the only eyewitness, and he'd confirmed it. Now we had to move. I had to personally reopen the Dunn Goldberg case, and with news that no one in Washington would want to hear. I decided to talk to the FBI first. 2 cops had murdered Maggie Rose. The investigation had to be opened up again. The kidnapping hadn't been solved the first time. Now the whole mess was going to blow up once more. I dropped in on my old buddy of buddies, Jerry Scorse, at FBI headquarters. After I cooled my heels for 40 minutes in reception, Scorse brought me coffee and invited me into his office. "Come right in, Alex. Thanks for waiting." He listened politely and with apparent concern as I went over what I had previously learned, and then what Sanji had told me concerning Secret Service agents Mike Devine and Charles Chackley. He took notes, a lot of notes, on a yellow foolscap. After I'd finished, Scorse said, "I have to make a phone call. Sit tight, Alex." When he returned, he asked me to come upstairs with him. He never said it, but I assumed he was impressed by the news from Gary Sanji. I was escorted to the deputy director's private conference room on the top floor. The deputy, Kurt Whitehouse, is the number 2 person at the bureau. They wanted me to understand that this was an important meeting. I got it. Scorse went with me into the impressive, very cushy conference room. All of the walls and most of the furnishings were dark blue, very sober and severe. The room reminded me of the cockpit of a foreign car. Yellow pads and pencils were laid out for us. It was clearly Whitehouse's meeting from the start. "What we'd like to accomplish is twofold, Detective Cross." Whitehouse spoke and acted like a very successful, very cool Capitol Hill lawyer. In a manner of speaking, that's what he was. He wore a brilliant white shirt with an Hermès tie. He slipped off his wire-rimmed reading glasses when I entered the room. He appeared to be in a dark mood. "I'd like to show you all the information we have on Agents Devine and Chackley. In return, we must ask for your full cooperation in keeping this matter absolutely confidential. What I'm telling you now is that we've known about them for a while, Detective. We were running a parallel investigation to your own." "You have my cooperation," I said, trying not to show my surprise at his news. "But I'm going to have to file a report back at the department." "I've already spoken to your commanding officer about the matter." Whitehouse brushed that little detail aside. He'd already broken my confidence. He absolutely expected me to keep his. "You've been ahead of us a couple of times during the investigation. This time maybe we're a little ahead of you. Half a step." "You have a little bigger staff," I reminded him. Scorse took over from Whitehouse at that point. He hadn't lost his touch for condescension. "We started our investigation of Agents Devine and Chackley at the time of the kidnapping," he said. "They were obvious suspects, though not the ones we took seriously. During the course of the investigation, a great deal of pressure was placed on both men. Since the Secret Service reports directly to the Secretary of the Treasury, you can imagine what they were subjected to." "I watched most of it firsthand," I reminded both FBI men. Scorse nodded, then went on. "On the 4th of January, Agent Charles Chackley resigned from the service. He stated that he'd been thinking about the move long before the kidnapping anyway. He said he couldn't handle the innuendos, all the media attention. His resignation was accepted immediately. At about the same time, a small error in the daily logs kept by the agents was discovered by us. A date had been inadvertently reversed. It was nothing major except that we were checking everything about the case at that time. We eventually got 900 of our agents directly or indirectly involved," the deputy director added. I had no idea what his point was yet. "Other inconsistencies in the agent's logs were eventually discovered," Scorse continued. "Our technical experts concluded that 2 of the individual reports had been doctored, that is, rewritten. We ultimately came to believe that was what was taken out of the references to the teacher Gary Sanji. They had spotted him checking out the Goldberg house in Potomac, I said, if Sanji can be believed. On this point, I think he can. What you've recently had confirmed corresponds to our findings. We believe that the two agents observed Sanji watching Michael Goldberg and Maggie Rose Dunn. We think one of the agents followed Sanji and discovered the hiding place in Crisfield, Maryland. You've been watching the two agents ever since? I asked Jerry Scorse. He nodded once, just as efficient as ever. For a couple of months, anyway. We also have good reason to believe they know we're watching. 2 weeks after Chackley resigned, Devine also resigned from the service. He said he and his family couldn't take the pressure associated with what had happened either. Actually, Devine and his wife are separated. I assume Chackley and Devine haven't tried to spend any of the money, I said. To our knowledge, no. As I said before, they know we're suspicious. They aren't dumb. Not at all. It's come down to a rather delicate and intricate waiting game, White has said. We can't prove anything yet, but we can disrupt their lives. We can sure as hell keep them from spending any of the ransom money. What about the pilot in Florida? There was no way I could run an investigation down there. Did you ever find out who he was? Scorse nodded. The FBI had been withholding a lot from me. From everybody. I wasn't surprised. He had turned out to be a drug runner named Joseph Dinho. He was known to some of our people in Florida. It's conceivable that Devine knew Dinho and hired him. What happened to this Joseph Dinho? In case we had any doubts whether Devine and Chackley play for keeps, they do. Dinho was murdered in Costa Rica. His throat was cut. He wasn't supposed to be found. You're not going to bring Devine and Chackley in at this point? We don't have any proof, Alex, none. Nothing that will hold up. What you got from Sanji cements it, but won't help in court. What happened to the little girl? What happened to Maggie Rose Dunn? I asked Whitehouse. Whitehouse didn't say anything. He blew out air over his upper lip. I got the feeling he was having a long day in a long year. We don't know, Scorse answered. There's still nothing on Maggie Rose. That's the amazing thing in all this. There's another complication, Whitehouse said to me. He was seated with Scorse on a dark leather sofa. Both FBI men were leaning over a glass coffee table. An IBM computer and printer sat off to one side. I'm sure there are a lot of complications, I said to the deputy director. Leave it to the FBI to keep most of them to themselves. They could have helped me along the way. Maybe we would have found Maggie Rose if we'd worked together. Whitehouse glanced at Agent Scorse. Then he looked back at me. Jesse Flanagan is the complication, Whitehouse said. I was stunned. I felt as if I'd been punched hard in the stomach. For the last few minutes, I knew something else was coming from them. I just sat there, feeling cold and empty inside. Well on my way to feeling nothing. We believe she's deeply involved in this with the two men. Has been from the start. Jesse Flanagan and Mike Devine have been lovers for years. Chapter 76. At 8:30 that night, Sampson and I walked along New York Avenue. It is in the Tenderloin of D.C. ghettos. It's where Sampson and I hang out most nights. It's home. He had just asked me how I was holding up. Not too good, thanks. Yourself? I said. He knew about Jesse Flanagan. I told him everything I knew. The plot thickened and thickened. I couldn't have felt any worse than I did that night. Scorse and Whitehouse had laid out a thorough case involving Jesse. She'd done it. There was no room for doubt. One lie had led to another. She told me 100 if she told me one. Never flinched once. She was better at it than Sanji/Murphy. Real smooth and confident. You want me to keep my mouth shut or talk at you? Sampson asked me. I'll do it either way." His face was expressionless, as it usually is. Maybe it's the sunglasses that create that impression, but I doubt it. Samson was like that when he was 10 years old. "I want to talk," I told John. "I could use a cocktail. I need to talk about psychopathic liars." "I'll buy us a few drinks," Samson said. We headed toward Faces. It's a bar we've been going to since we first joined the police force. The regulars in Faces don't mind that we're tough-as-nails DC detectives. A few of them even admit that we do more good than harm in the neighborhood. The crowd in Faces is mostly black, but white people come by for the jazz and to learn how to dance and dress. Jesse was the one who assigned Divine and Shackley in the first place. Samson reviewed the facts as we waited for the stoplight at 5th Street. A couple of local punks eyed us from their lookout in front of Popeye's Fried Chicken. In times past, the same kind of street trash would have been on the same corner, only without so much money, or guns in their pockets. "Yo, brothers," Samson winked at the thugs. He fucks with everybody's head. Nobody fucks back. Right. That's how it all started. Divine and Shackley were one of the teams assigned to Secretary Goldberg and his family. They worked under Jesse, and nobody ever suspected them, he asked me. Not at first. The FBI checked them out. They checked everybody out. Shackley's and Divine's daily logs were off. That's when they became suspicious. Some watchdog analyst at the Bureau figured out that the logs had been doctored. They had 20 people for every one we had. Besides that, the FBI removed the doctored logs so none of us could find them. Divine and Shackley spotted Sanji checking out one of the kids. That's how the whole circus began. The double take. Samson had the general rhythm of the thing now. They followed Sanji and his van out to the farm in Maryland. They realized they were stalking a potential kidnapper. Somebody got the idea to kidnap the kids after the actual kidnapping. $10 million idea. Samson glowered. Was Miss Jessie Flanagan in on it from the beginning? I don't know. I think so. I'll have to ask her about that sometime. Uh-huh. Samson nodded with the flow of our conversation. Your head above or below the waterline right now? I don't know that either. You meet somebody who can lie to you the way she did. It changes your perspective on things. This is very tough to handle, man. You ever lie to me? Samson showed some of his teeth. It was halfway between a smile and a growl. Sounds like your head's a little below water to me. Sounds like it to me, too, I admitted. I've had better days, but I've had worse. Let's have that beer. Samson gave the gunner's salute to the punks on the corner. They laughed and gave us the high sign. Cops and robbers in the hood. We crossed the street to Faces. A little oblivion was in order. The bar was crowded and would be that way until closing. People who knew Samson and me said hello. A woman I'd gone out with was at the bar. A real pretty, real nice social worker who had worked with Maria. I wondered why nothing had come of it. Because of some deep-down character flaw I have? No, couldn't be that. You see Asahi over there? Samson gestured. I'm a detective. I see everything, right? Don't miss a trick, I said to him. You sounded a little sorry for yourself. A little ironic, I'd say. 2 beers, nah. Make it 4, he told the bartender. I'll get over it, I said to Samson. You just watch. I just had never put her on our suspect list. My mistake. You're tough, man. Got your nasty old grandma's genes. We gonna fix you up, he said to me. Fix her ass, too, Miss Jessie's. Did you like her, John? Before any of this came up? Oh, yeah. Nothing not to like. She lies real good, Alex. She's got talent. Best I've seen since that movie Body Heat, said Samson. And no, I never lie to you, my brother, not even when I should. The hard part came after Samson and I left Faces that night. I'd had a few beers, but was mostly coherent and nearly dulled to the worst of the pain. And yet it was such a shock that Jessie had been part of it all this time. I remembered how she'd led me away from Devine and Shackley as suspects. She'd pumped me for anything new the D.C. police had picked up. She'd been the ultimate insider, so confident and cool, perfect in her part. Nana was still up when I got back to the house. So far I hadn't told her about Jessie. Now was about as awful a time as any. The beers helped some. Our history together helped even more. I told Nana the truth straight out. She listened without interrupting, which was an indication of how she was taking the news. After I had finished, the two of us sat there in the living room, just looking at each other. I was on the hassock, with my long legs spread out in her general direction. Screaming silence was everywhere around us. Nana was bunched under an old oatmeal-colored blanket in her easy chair. She was still nodding gently, biting her upper lip, thinking over what I'd told her. "I have to start someplace," she finally said, "so let me start here. I will not say I told you so, because I had no idea it would be this bad. I was afraid for you, that's all, but not about anything like this. I could never have imagined this terrible thing. Now please give me a hug before I go up and say my prayers. I will pray for Jessie Flanagan tonight, I really will. I'll pray for us all, Alex." You know what to say. I told her the bottom line truth. She knew when to slap you down and when to give a needed pat on the rear end. I gave Nana a hug, and then she trudged upstairs. I stayed downstairs and thought about what Samson had said earlier. We were going to fix Jessie's ass. Not because of anything that had happened between the two of us, though. Because of Michael Goldberg and Maggie Rose Dunn. Because of Vivian Kim, who didn't have to die. Because of Mustaf Sanders. We were going to get Jessie somehow. Chapter 77. Robert Fischenauer was a supervisor at Falston Prison. Today he thought that was a very good thing. Fischenauer believed that he just might know where the $10 million in kidnap money was hidden. At least a large part of the ransom. He was going to take a little peekaboo right now. He also had a pretty good idea that Gary Sanji/Murphy was still messing with everybody's head, big time, and nonstop. As Fischenauer drove his Pontiac Firebird down Route 50 in Maryland, a host of questions was circulating through his head. Was Sanji/Murphy the kidnapper? Did he really know where the ransom money was? Or was Gary Sanji/Murphy full of shit? Just one more tutti-frutti nutcase out at Falston. Fischenauer figured he would know everything pretty soon. Another few miles of state road, and he'd know more than anybody, except for Sanji/Murphy himself. The turnoff was the seldom-used back way into the old farm. The road was almost completely gone now. Fischenauer saw this as he made the right turn off the main highway. Cattails and sunflowers grew the length of what had obviously once been a road. There weren't even wheel ruts in the crusted-over dirt. The vegetation was knocked down. Someone had come crashing through here in the past few months. Was it the FBI and local police? They had probably searched the farmhouse grounds a dozen times. But had they searched the grounds of the deserted farm well enough? Robert Fischenauer wondered to himself. That was the $10 million question now, wasn't it? Around 5:30 in the afternoon, Fischenauer pulled his dusty red Firebird up alongside a dilapidated garage just to the left of the main farmhouse. The adrenaline was really pumping now. Nothing like a treasure hunt to get the juices flowing. Gary had raved about how Bruno Hauptmann had hidden part of the Lindbergh ransom in his garage in New York City. Hauptmann had been trained as a carpenter, and he'd built a secret compartment for the money into a wall in his garage. Gary said he'd done something like that out at the old farm in Maryland. He'd sworn it was the truth, and that the FBI would never find it. Fishenauer switched off the Firebird's rumbling engine. The sudden quiet was eerie. The old house sure looked deserted and very creepy. It reminded him of a movie called The Night of the Living Dead, except that he was starring in this creepy crawler. Weeds were growing everywhere, even springing out of the roof of the garage. Water stains ran down the sides of the garage. "Well, Gary boy, let's see if you're completely full of shit. I hope the hell you're not." Robert Fishenauer took a deep breath and climbed out of his low-slung car. He'd already figured out what he would say if he got nailed here. He'd just say that Gary had told him where he'd buried Maggie Rose Dunn. But Fishenauer had figured it was only some of his crazy talk. Still, it had gnawed at him. So now here he was in Creepsville, Maryland, checking it out. Actually, he felt dumb. He also felt kind of bad, guilty, but he had to check this one for himself. Had to, man. This was his personal $10 million lottery. He had his ticket. Maybe he was about to find out where little Maggie Rose Dunn was buried. Jesus, he hoped not. Or maybe it was the buried treasure that Gary had promised him. He and Gary boy had talked a lot, for hours at a time back at the hole. Gary loved to talk about his exploits. His baby, as he called the kidnapping caper. His perfect crime. Right. So perfect. He was serving life plus in a max security prison for the criminally insane. And here Robert Fishenauer was, right at the moldy front door into Creepsville, the scene of the crime, as they say. There was a badly rusted metal latch on the door. Fishenauer slipped on a pair of winter golf gloves. Hard to explain those if he got caught snooping out here. He flipped up the door latch. He had to pull the door hard toward him through the thick overgrowth. Flashlight time. He took out his lamp and turned it on full blast. Gary said he'd find the money on the right side of the garage, the far right corner to be exact. A lot of old, broken-down farm machines lay all around the garage. Cobwebs stuck against his face and neck as he walked forward. The strong smell of decay was on everything. Halfway into the garage, Fishenauer stopped and turned around. He stared out the open door and listened for what must have been a full 90 seconds. He had heard a jet plane somewhere off in the distance. There was no other sound. He sure hoped there was no one else around. How long could the FBI afford to watch a deserted farm? Not almost 2 years after the kidnapping. Satisfied that he was alone, Fishenauer continued to the back of the garage. Once he was there, he started to work. He pulled a sturdy old workbench over. Gary had said the bench would be there. He'd seen by now that Gary had described the place in pretty amazing and accurate detail. Garrett said where every broken piece of machinery lay. He'd told Fishenauer the exact location of just about every slat of wood in the rotting garage walls. Standing on the old workbench, Fishenauer began to pull away old boards, up where the garage roof met the wall. There was a space back there, just like Gary said there was. Fishenauer aimed his flashlight into the hole in the wall. There it was. Part of the ransom money that Gary Sanji/Murphy wasn't supposed to have. He couldn't believe his eyes. A stack of money was right there in the garage walls. Chapter 78. At 3:16 the following morning, Gary Sanji/Murphy pressed his forehead against the cold metal bars that separated his cell from the prison corridor. He had another big part to act out. Hell's a poppin'. He started to throw up onto the highly polished linoleum floor, just as he had planned to. He was violently ill inside the cell. He yelled for help between wheezing gasps. Both of the night guards came running. There had been a suicide watch on Gary since his first day here. Lawrence Volpe and Philip Halyard were veterans of many years' service at the federal prison. They weren't too keen on disturbances in the cell block, particularly after midnight. "What the hell's the matter with you?" Volpe yelled as he watched the green and brown puddle slowly spreading on the floor. "What's your problem, asshole?" "I think I've been poisoned." Sanji/Murphy gasped and wheezed, the sound coming from deep inside his chest. "Somebody's poisoned me. I've been poisoned. I think I'm dying. Oh my God! I'm dying!" "Best news I've heard lately," Philip Halyard said to his partner and grinned. "Wish I'd thought of it first. Poison the bastard." Volpe took out his walkie-talkie and called for the night supervisor. The suicide watch on Sanji was a big deal with the prison higher-ups. It sure wasn't going to happen on Volpe's shift. "I'm going to be sick again," Gary Sanji/Murphy moaned. He sagged heavily against the bars and threw up a second time, violently. Moments later, the floor's supervisor arrived. Lawrence Volpe quickly told his boss what had happened. It was his standard cover thy ass speech. "He says he's been poisoned, Bobby. I don't know what the hell happened. It's possible. Enough of these bastards hate his guts." "I'll take him downstairs to the hospital myself," Robert Fishenauer said to his men. Fishenauer was a take-charge guy, anyway. Volpe had counted on it. "I'll have to pump his stomach, I guess, if there's anything left to pump." "Cuff him for me. Good. Hands and legs. He doesn't look in shape to be much trouble tonight." Moments later, Gary Sanji/Murphy figured he was halfway to daylight. The prison elevator was padded. The walls were covered with heavy cloth mats. Other than that, it was ancient and painfully slow. His heart was pounding like a bass drum. A little healthy fear in his life. He'd missed the adrenaline kick. "You all right?" Fishenauer asked as he and Gary Sanji/Murphy descended, seemingly inch by inch. A single bare light bulb protruded from a hole in the mats. It cast a dim light. "Am I all right? What does it look like? I made myself good and sick. I am sick," Sanji/Murphy told him. "Why the hell doesn't this thing move faster?" "You going to puke again?" "It's entirely possible. A small price to pay." Sanji/Murphy managed a thin smile. "A very small price, Bobby." Fishenauer grunted. "I guess so. Just keep it away from me if you decide to puke ski again." The elevator bypassed the next floor, and the next. It was non-stop. It dropped all the way to the basement of the building, where it landed with a hollow thump. "We see anybody? We're going for X-rays," Fishenauer said as the elevator door opened. "X-rays down here in the basement." "Yes, I'm aware of the plan. It's my plan," said Gary Sanji/Murphy. Because it was past 3 in the morning, they saw no one as they started their walk down the long tunnel in the prison basement. Halfway through the tunnel, there was a side door. Fishenauer used his key to open it. There was another short stretch of silent, empty hallway. Then they were at a security door. This was where the shit would hit the fan, and Sanji/Murphy had to do his stuff. This is where Fishenauer would see if Sanji/Murphy was as good as his reputation. Fishenauer didn't have a key to the security door. "Give me your gun now, Bobby. Just think about $10 million. I can do this next bit, so all you have to worry about is your part of the money. This was it. Sanji made it sound so easy. Do this. Do that. Get a piece of $10 million. Fishenauer reluctantly handed over his revolver. He didn't want to think about what he was doing anymore. This was his chance to get out of Falston, too. His only chance. Otherwise, Fishenauer knew he would be at Falston for the rest of his life. There's nothing fancy here, Bobby, but this will work. You play everything to Kessler. Look real scared. I am fucking scared. You should be, Bobby. I have your gun. There were 2 prison guards on the other side of the security door. A waist-high plexiglass window gave them a view of the unbelievable sight coming their way. They saw Sanji/Murphy with a gun stuck to the left temple of Supervisor Bob Fishenauer. Sanji/Murphy had on arm and leg cuffs, but he also had a gun. Both guards stood up fast. They held their riot shotguns above the glass. They didn't have time to make another move. You're gawking at a dead guard, Gary screamed at the top of his voice. Unless you open that fucking door in about 5 seconds. No more than that. Please, Fishenauer suddenly screamed at his fellow guards. He was scared, all right. Sanji had the gun pressed hard against his temple. He killed Volpe upstairs. It took less than 5 seconds for an older guard, Stephen Kessler, to make his decision. He turned the key that opened the security door. Kessler was a friend of Robert Fishenauer's, and Sanji had counted on that. Sanji had thought of everything. He'd known that Robert Fishenauer was a lifer at the prison, that he was trapped there just like the inmates. He'd talked about Fishenauer's anger and frustrations, and he'd been spot on. He was the smartest fucker Robert Fishenauer had ever met. He was going to make Fishenauer a millionaire. The 2 of them headed for Fishenauer's car. The Fireberg was parked close to the front gate. Fishenauer had left the sports car door unlocked. They were inside the car in a flash. Very nice wheels, Bobby, said Gary Sanji/Murphy. Now, you'll be able to buy a Lamborghini. 2 or 3 if you want to make a statement. Sanji lay down across the back seat. He slid under a blanket that Fishenauer's collie usually slept on. It smelled strongly of dog. Now let's get out of this rat trap, Sanji/Murphy said from the back. Robert Fishenauer started up the Firebird. Less than a mile from the prison, they changed cars. A Bronco was parked on the street, and they quickly jumped inside. A few minutes later, they were on the highway. Light traffic, but more than enough for them to get lost in. A little less than 90 minutes later, the Bronco turned onto the overgrown driveway of the old farm in rural Maryland. During the ride, Sanji/Murphy had allowed himself the small but exquisite pleasure of savoring his original master plan. He loved the idea that 2 years before he'd actually thought to leave some cash hidden in the garage. Not the ransom money, of course. Just for this moment in time. How prescient of him. Are we there yet? Gary Sanji/Murphy finally spoke up from under the blanket. Fishenauer didn't answer right away, but Gary knew that they were there by the bumps in the road. He sat up in the cramped back seat of the Bronco. He was almost home free home. He was invincible. It's time to get rich, he said, and laughed out loud. Do you plan to take off these matching cuffs at some point? Robert Fishenauer didn't bother to turn around. As far as he was concerned, this was still a keeper/keepee relationship. Just as soon as I have my part of the ransom money, he spoke out of the corner of his mouth. Then, and only then, you're free. Sanji/Murphy talked to the back of Fishenauer's head. "You sure you have the keys to these cuffs, Robert?" "Don't worry about it. You sure you know where the rest of the ransom money is hidden?" "I'm sure." Sanji/Murphy was also sure that Fishenauer had the keys on him. Gary had been extremely claustrophobic during the past hour and a half. This was one of the reasons he'd put his mind elsewhere, into his master plan. Memories of the basement back home had been flashing before him during the whole trip. He'd seen his stepmother, seen her 2 spoiled bastard kids. He'd played himself as a boy again. The glorious adventure of the bad boy. His fantasy life had taken over for a while. As the Bronco very slowly bumped along down memory lane, Gary Sanji/Murphy brought both of his hands down over Fishenauer's head and viciously around his throat. Element of surprise in that. He forced the metal of the cuffs straight back into the prison guard's Adam's apple. "What can I tell you, Bobby? I am a psychopathic liar after all." Fishenauer began to thrash and struggle fiercely. He couldn't breathe. It was as if he were drowning. His knees cracked up hard under the dashboard and the steering wheel. The night was filled with the loud, animalistic growls coming from both men. Fishenauer managed to get his legs all the way over to the passenger side of the front seat. His work boot kicked the ceiling of the Bronco. His torso was twisted sideways, as if it were hinged. He gasped and made the strangest noise. It sounded like metal burning, crackling on a stove. Fishenauer's struggling eased off and finally stopped, except for some twitching of his limbs. Gary was free, just as he had known from the very beginning he would be. Gary Sanji/Murphy was on the loose again. Chapter 79. Jessie Flanagan walked down the hall to room 427 inside the Marbury Hotel in Georgetown. She was feeling compulsive again, driven. She wasn't happy about this secretive meeting and wondered what it was about. Jessie thought that she knew and hoped she was wrong. She wasn't wrong too often. Jessie rapped her knuckles against the door. She peered around behind her. It wasn't paranoia on her part. She knew half the people in Washington were busy watching the other half. "It's open. Come on in," she heard from inside. Jessie opened the door and saw him lounging on the couch. He'd gotten a suite, which was a bad sign. He wanted to burn money. "Sweets for the sweet," Mike Devine smiled from the couch. He was watching the Redskins on TV, cool as could be. In a lot of ways, he reminded Jessie of her father. Maybe that was why she'd gotten involved with him. The perversity of it had been a turn-on. "Michael, this is very dangerous right now." Jessie stepped into the hotel room and shut the door, bolted it. She made her voice seem concerned, rather than angry at him. Sweet, nice Jessie. "Dangerous or not, we have to talk. You know your boyfriend came to see me recently. He was parked outside my building this morning." "He's not my boyfriend. I've been pumping him for information that we've needed." Mike Devine smiled. "You pump him, he pumps you. Is everybody happy?" "I'm not." Jessie sat down next to Devine on the couch. He was definitely sexy, and he knew it. He had Paul Newman's looks, minus the unbearably beautiful blue eyes. He also liked women, and it showed. "I shouldn't be here, Michael. We shouldn't be together now." Jessie rubbed her head against his shoulder. She gently kissed his cheek, his nose. She felt like doing anything but cuddling up with him now. But she could do it if she had to. She could do whatever it took. "Yeah, you should be here, Jessie. What good is all this money if we can't spend it, and we can't be together?" "I seem to remember a few days down at the lake recently. Did I imagine that? To hell with stolen moments. Come to Florida with me." Jesse kissed his throat. He was clean-shaven, and he always smelled nice. She unbuttoned his shirt and slid her hand in. Then she let her fingers graze the lump in his trousers. She was on automatic control now, whatever it took. "We might have to get rid of Alex Cross. I'm serious," he said in a whisper. "You hear me, Jesse?" She knew he was testing her, trying to get a reaction. "It's a serious thing to say. Let me work on it a little. I'll find out what Alex knows. Be patient." "You're fucking him, Jesse. That's why you're patient." "No, I'm not." She was undoing his belt, being a little clumsy with her left hand. She needed to keep him in line for a while longer. "How do I know you haven't fallen for Alex Cross?" he persisted. "Because, Michael, I'm in love with you." She pushed closer to Divine and held him. He was easy to fool. They all were. All she had to do now was wait out the FBI, and they were home free. Perfect. The crime of the century. Chapter 80. I was asleep when I got the call at 4 a.m. A devastated Wallace Hart was on the line. He was calling from Falston, where he had a serious problem on his hands. An hour later, I was at the prison. I was one of 4 privileged insiders secreted in Wallace's cramped, overheated office. The press hadn't been told about the sensational escape yet. They had to be alerted soon. There was no getting around that. They'd have a field day with the news flash that Sanji/Murphy was back on the loose. Wallace Hart was slumped over his paper-littered desk as if he'd been gut-shot. The others in the office were the prison warden and the prison's attorney. "What do you know about the missing guard?" I asked Wallace at the first opportunity. "His name's Fishenauer, 36 years old. He's been at the prison 11 years with a good service record," said Hart. "Until today. He did his job." "What's your best guess? Is this guard Gary's latest hostage?" I asked Wallace. "I don't think so. I think the son of a bitch bastard helped Sanji escape." That same morning, the FBI set up round-the-clock surveillance on Michael Devine and Charles Chackley. One theory was that Sanji/Murphy might come after them. He knew that they had screwed up his master plan. The body of prison guard Robert Fishenauer was found in a dilapidated garage on the abandoned farm in Crisfield, Maryland. A $20 bill was stuffed into his mouth. The bill was not part of the Florida ransom money. The usual rumors of Sanji/Murphy sightings went on throughout the day. Nothing came of them. Sanji/Murphy was out there somewhere, laughing at us, probably howling in some dark cellar. He was back on the front page of every newspaper in the country, just the way Gary liked it. The #1 bad boy of all time. I drove to Jesse's apartment that night around 6. I didn't want to go over there. My stomach wasn't doing too well. My head was in even worse shape. I had to warn her that Sanji/Murphy might have her on his list, especially if he'd connected Jesse with Devine and Chackley. I had to warn Jessie, without telling her everything else I knew. As I climbed the familiar red brick porch stairs, I could hear rock music playing inside the house, making the walls tremble. It was Bonnie Raitt's Taking My Time album. Bonnie was wailing, "I gave my love a candle." Jessie and I had played the Bonnie Raitt tape over and over at her lake cabin. Maybe she was thinking of me that night. I'd been doing a lot of thinking about Jessie the past few days. I rang the bell, and Jessie opened the screen door. She was wearing her usual attire, a wrinkled t-shirt, cut-offs, thongs. She smiled and looked glad to see me. So calm, cool, and collected. My stomach was knotted up tight. The rest of me was very cold. I knew what I had to do now. At least I thought I did. And one more thing, I said, as if we'd just finished our last conversation a minute ago. Jessie laughed and opened the screen door. I didn't go inside. I stood my ground on the porch. Wind chimes sounded from the house next door. I watched for some false move, something that would show me she didn't have her act down perfectly. There was nothing. How about a ride in the country? My treat, I said to Jessie. Sounds good to me, Alex. I'll put on some long pants. A few minutes later, we were on the bike, blasting away from her place. I was still humming, I Gave My Love a Candle. I was also thinking everything through one final time, making my plan, checking it twice. Going to find out who's naughty and nice. We can talk and ride the bike at the same time. Jessie turned her head and shouted into the wind. I held onto her back and chest tighter. That made me feel a little worse than I'd been feeling. I shouted against the side of her hair. I was worried about you, with Sanjay on the loose. That much was true. I didn't want to find Jessie murdered, with her breasts cut off. She turned her head. Why's that? Why were you worried about me? My Smith & Wesson is at the house. Because you helped ruin his perfect crime spree. And maybe he knows that, I wanted to say to her. Because you took that little girl from the farmhouse, Jessie. You took Maggie Rose Dunn, and then you had to kill her. Didn't you? He knows about the two of us from the newspapers, I said to Jessie instead. He might go after anyone who was involved with the case, especially anybody he thinks helped spoil his little plan. Is that the way his mind works, Alex? You'd know if anybody would. You're the criminal shrink. He wants to show the world how superior he is, I said. He needs this thing to be as big and as complicated as the Lindbergh thing was in its day. I believe that's his Lindbergh angle. He wants his crime to be the biggest and the best. He isn't through yet. Probably thinks he's just getting started again. Who's Bruno Hauptmann in our story? Who is Sanjay trying to set up? Jessie called out over the wind. Was Jessie trying to give me her own alibi? Was it possible that she'd been framed by Sanjay somehow? That would be the ultimate. But how? And why? Gary Murphy is Bruno Hauptmann, I told her, because I thought I knew the answer. He's the one Gary Sanjay cleverly framed. He was convicted and went to jail, and he's innocent. We talked back and forth for the first half hour of the ride. Then it got quiet for mile after mile of open highway. We were both off in our own private worlds. I found myself just holding onto her back. I was remembering different things about us, feeling so bad inside, wanting all the feeling to stop. I knew that she was a psychopath, just like Gary. No conscience. I believed that business, the government, Wall Street, were filled with people like that. No regret for their actions, not unless they got caught. Then the crocodile tears started. What if we go away again? I finally asked Jessie the question I'd been working up to. Go down to the Virgin Islands again. I need it. I wasn't sure if she'd heard me. Then Jessie said, All right. I'd like some time in the sun. The islands, it is. I moved in behind her on the speeding motorcycle. The deed was done. We streaked through the beautiful countryside, but all the blurred passing scenes, everything that was happening now, hurt my head, and it wouldn't stop hurting. Chapter 81. Maggie Rose Dunn wanted to live more than anything else. She understood that now. She wanted her life to return to the way it had been. She wanted to see her mother and father so much. To see all of her friends, her Washington and Los Angeles friends, but especially Michael. What had happened to Shrimpy Goldberg? Had they let him go? Had he been ransomed? But for some reason she hadn't. Maggie worked picking vegetables every day, and the work was hard, but most of all, the work was the most boring thing she could ever imagine doing. She had to put her mind somewhere else during the long days under the burning sun. She just had to get her mind off what she was doing and where she was. Nearly a year and a half after the kidnapping, Maggie Rose Dunn escaped from where they were hiding her. She had disciplined herself to wake up early every morning, before any of the others. She did this for weeks before she tried anything. It was still dark outside, but she knew the sun would start to rise in almost an hour. Then it would be so hot. She went into the kitchen in her bare feet, holding her work shoes in her hand. If they caught her now, she could say she was only going to the bathroom. Her bladder was full, a precaution she'd taken in case she was caught. They'd told her that she would never escape, not even if she got out of that particular village. It was over 50 miles to another town, in any direction she chose, so they told her. The mountains were full of snakes and dangerous cats. Sometimes she heard the cats growl at night. She would never make it to another town. They told her that. And if they did catch her, they would put her under the ground for at least a year. Did she remember what it was like being buried, never seeing the light for days at a time? The kitchen door was locked. She had learned where the key was kept, with a lot of other rusty old keys in a tool closet. Maggie Rose took the key, and also a small hammer to use as a weapon. She slid the hammer under the elastic of her shorts. Maggie used the key for the kitchen door. It opened, and she was outside. For the first time in so long, she was free. Her heart soared like the hawks she sometimes saw flying high over the hiding place. Just the act of walking by herself felt so good. Maggie Rose walked for several miles. She had decided to go downhill rather than up the mountains, even though one of the children swore there was a town not far in that direction. She had taken 2 hard rolls from the kitchen, and she snacked on them through the early morning. It started to warm as the sun rose. By 10 o'clock, it was quite hot. She had been following a dirt road for miles, not walking in the road, but staying close enough. She always kept the road in sight. She walked on through the long afternoon, amazed that her strength held up in the heat. Maybe all the hard work in the fields had paid off. She was stronger now than she had ever been. She had muscles everywhere. Late in the afternoon, Maggie Rose could see the town as she continued down the mountainside. It was bigger and more modern than where she had been kept for so many months. Maggie Rose started to run down the final hills. The dirt road finally intersected with a concrete one, a real road. Maggie followed the road a short distance, and then there was a gas station. It was an ordinary gas station. Shell, the sign said. She'd never seen anything more beautiful in her life. Maggie Rose looked up, and the man was there. He asked her if she felt all right. He always called her Bobby, and she knew that the man cared about her a little. Maggie told him that she was fine. She had just been lost in a thought. Maggie Rose didn't tell him that she'd been making up stories again, wonderful fantasies, to help her escape from her pain. Chapter 82. Gary Sanji/Murphy undoubtedly still had his master plan. Now, I had mine. The question was, how well could I finish mine off? How powerful was my resolve to succeed, no matter what the human cost? How far was I willing to go? How close to the edge? The trip to Virgin Gorda began in Washington, D.C. on a bleak, rainy Friday morning. It was about 50 degrees. Under normal circumstances, I couldn't have gotten out of there fast enough. We had to change to a 3-engine Trilander in sun-drenched Puerto Rico. By 3:30 in the afternoon, Jesse and I were gliding down toward a white sanding beach, a narrow landing strip bordered by tall palms swaying in the sea breeze. "There it is," she said, from the seat beside me. "There's our place in the sun, Alex. I could stay here for about a month." "It does look like what the doctor ordered," I had to agree. We'd soon see about that. We'd see how long the two of us wanted to be alone together. "This weary traveler wants to be in that water, not looking down at it," Jesse said. "Exist on fish and fruit, swim till we drop. That's what we came here for, isn't it? Fun in the sun. Make all the bad guys go away." "Everything is good, Alex. It can be. Just go with it a little." Jessie always sounded so sincere. I almost wanted to believe her. As the door of the Trilander opened, the fragrant smells of the Caribbean breezed in. Warm air rushed over the 9 of us inside the small plane. Everybody was decked out in sunglasses and brightly colored T-shirts. Smiles broke out on nearly every face. I forced a smile, too. Jessie took my hand. Jessie was right there, and yet she wasn't. Everything seemed dreamlike to me. What was happening now couldn't be happening. Black men and women with British accents took us through a sort of relaxed mini-customs. Neither Jessie nor my bags were searched. This had actually been prearranged with the help of the U.S. State Department. Inside my bag was a small-caliber revolver, loaded and ready. "Alex, I still love it here," Jessie said as we approached the tiny queue for taxis. Along with the cabs were a number of scooters, bicycles, sturdy minivans. I wondered if we'd ever take another motorcycle ride together again. "Let's stay here forever," she said. "Pretend we never have to leave. No more clocks, no radios, no news." "I like the sound of that," I told her. "We'll play Let's Pretend for a while." "You're on." "Let's do it." She clapped her hands like a child. The island scene seemed unchanged since our last visit. This had probably been the case since the Rockefeller family began to buy up the island back in the 1950s. Cruise ships and sailboats were collecting out on the sparkling sea. We passed small restaurants and shops for snorkeling gear. The brightly painted one-story homes all had TV antennas sticking from their rooftops. Our place in the sun. Paradise. Jessie and I had time to catch a swim at the hotel. We showed off a little. We stretched our bodies, racing out and back to a distant reef. I remembered our first swim together. The hotel pool in Miami Beach, the beginning of her act. Afterward, we sprawled on the beach. We watched the sun drop down onto the horizon, bleed into it, then disappear from sight. "Deja vu, Alex," Jessie smiled. "Just like before. Or did I dream that?" "It's different now," I said, then quickly added, "We didn't know each other so well before." What was Jessie really thinking? I knew that she must have a plan now, too. I figured she knew I was on to Devine and Chackley. She needed to know what I planned to do about them. A young black stud, muscular and trim, in his white bathing suit and crisp hotel T-shirt, carried pina coladas down to our beach chairs. Let's play pretend didn't get any better than this. "Is this your honeymoon?" He was loose and carefree enough to joke with us. "It's our second honeymoon," Jessie told him. "Well, enjoy it doubly," said the smiling beach waiter. The slow-down pace of the island took over eventually. We had dinner at the hotel's pavilion restaurant, more eerie déjà vu for the two of us. Sitting there in the perfect Caribbean surroundings, I believe that I felt more duplicitous and completely unreal than I had in my entire life. I watched the grilled pompano and grouper and turtle come and go. I listened to the reggae band get ready. And all the while, I was thinking that this beautiful woman beside me had let Michael Goldberg die. I was also certain she had murdered Maggie Rose Dunn, or at least been an accomplice. She'd never shown a hint of remorse. Somewhere back in the States was her share of the $10 million ransom, but Jessie was smart enough to let me split the trip expenses with her. Right down the middle, Alex. No free rides here, okay? She ate island lobster and an appetizer plate of shark bites. She drank 2 ales at dinner. Jessie was so smooth and smart. In a way, she was even scarier than Gary Sanji/Murphy. What do you talk about to a murderer and someone you loved over a perfect dinner and cocktails? I wanted to know so many things, but I couldn't ask any of the real questions pounding in my head. Instead, we talked of the coming vacation days, a plan for the here and now in the islands. I stared across the dining table at Jessie and thought that she had never looked more physically striking. She kept tucking her blonde hair behind one ear. It was such a familiar and intimate gesture, that nervous tick. What was Jessie nervous and concerned about? How much did she know? All right, Alex, she finally said. Do you want to tell me what we're really doing on Virgin Gorda? Is there another agenda working here? I had prepared myself for the question, but it still took me by surprise. She had fired it in beautifully. I was ready to lie. I could rationalize what I had to do. I just couldn't make myself feel particularly good about it. I wanted us to be able to really talk to each other. Maybe for the first time, Jessie. Tears started in the corners of Jessie's eyes, then slowly ran down her cheeks, shiny streams in the candlelight. I love you, Alex, Jessie whispered. It's just that it will always be so hard for the two of us. It's been hard so far. Are you saying the world isn't ready for us? I asked her. Or aren't we ready for the world? I don't know which of those is right. Does it matter that it's just so hard? We walked along the beach after dinner, down toward a shipwrecked galleon. The picturesque wreck was stranded about 1/4 mile from the main pavilion and restaurant. The beach appeared to be deserted. There was some moonlight, but it got darker as we approached the fallen ship. Shredded pieces of cloud streamed across the sky. Finally, Jessie was little more than a dark shape beside me. Everything about the moment made me extremely uncomfortable. I had left my gun in the room. Alex, Jessie had stopped walking. At first, I thought she'd heard something, and I looked over my shoulder. I knew Sanji/Murphy couldn't be down here. Was it possible I could be wrong? I was wondering, Jessie said, thinking about something from the investigation, and I don't want to. Not down here. What's bothering you? I asked her. You stopped talking to me about the investigation. How did you wind up with Chackley and Devine? Well, since you brought the subject up, I said to her, I'll tell you. You were right all the time about the two of them. Another stone-cold dead end. Now, let's have a real vacation. We've both earned it. Chapter 83. Gary Sanji/Murphy watched, and his mind wandered. His mind traveled all the way back to the perfect Lindbergh kidnapping. He could still picture Lucky Lindy, the lovely Anne Morrow Lindbergh, baby Charles Jr. in his crib up on the second-story nursery of the farmhouse in Hopewell, New Jersey. Those were the days, my friends. Fantasy days at their best. What was he actually watching in the much more banal here and now? First, there was the pair of FBI goonigans in a black Buick Skylark, a male and a female goonie, to be precise, who were on stakeout duty. They were certainly harmless enough. No problem for him there. No challenge whatsoever. Next, there was the modern high-rise building where Agent Mike Devine still lived in Washington. The Hawthorne, it was called, after Nathaniel, of the dark, brooding heart. Rooftop pool and sun deck, garage parking, concierge service around the clock. Very nice digs for the ex-agent. And the FBI goons were watching the building as if it might sprout wings and fly away. A few minutes past 10 o'clock that morning, a Federal Express delivery man entered the Shishi apartment building. Moments later, dressed in the Federal Express uniform and carrying actual packages for 2 tenants in the Hawthorne, Gary Sanji/Murphy pushed the buzzer for 17J. Avon calling. When Mike Devine opened the door, Sanji sprayed him with the same strong chloroform potion he'd used on Michael Goldberg and Maggie Rose Dunn. Fair is fair. Just like the 2 children, Devine crumpled onto the wall-to-wall carpeting in his foyer. Rock music played from inside the apartment. The inimitable Bonnie Raitt. Let's give them something to talk about. Agent Devine woke up after several minutes. He was woozy and had double vision. All of his clothes had been stripped off. He was totally confused and disoriented. He was propped up in the bathtub, with cold water halfway to the rim. His ankles were handcuffed to the faucet handles. What the fuck is this? His first words came out slurred and sloppy. He felt as if he'd had about a dozen highballs. This is an extremely sharp knife. Gary Sanji/Murphy bent over and showed off his Bowie hunting knife. Watch this graphic demonstration. Focus those big, blurry blue eyes of yours now. Focus, Michael. Gary Sanji/Murphy barely nicked the former agent's upper arm with the knife. Devine cried out. A dangerous-looking 3-inch cut opened up instantly. Blood flowed into the cold, swirling bathwater. Not another peep, Sanji warned. He brandished the knife, threatening Devine with another nick. This isn't exactly the sensor razor from Gillette or the Schick Tracer. More like scratch and bleed. So please, be careful. Who are you? Devine attempted to speak again. He was still slurring badly. Who are you? He said. Please allow me to introduce myself. I am a man of wealth and taste, Sanji said. All right, yes. He was giddy with success. The prospects for his future were shining so bright again. Devine was even more confused now. That's from Sympathy for the Devil, the Stones? I'm Gary Sanji/Murphy. Excuse the tacky delivery boy uniform, the rather crude disguise, but I'm sort of in a hurry, don't you know? It's a pity, because I've been wanting to meet you for months, you rascal, you. What the hell do you want? Devine struggled to maintain some of his authority, in spite of the very dicey circumstances. Cut to the chase. Okay, good. Because I am seriously rushed. Now, you have 2 very clear choices. 1, I'll have to cut off your penis here and now, put it in your mouth as a convenient gag, and then torture you with little flesh cuts, hundreds of cuts, starting with the face and neck, until you tell me what I need to know. All right? So far? Am I being clear? To repeat, choice number 1, painful torture leading inevitably to exsanguination." Devine's head involuntarily leaned back away from the looming madman. His vision was clearing, unfortunately. His eyes, in fact, were wide open. Gary Sanji/Murphy? In his apartment? With a hunting knife? "Second option," the madman continued to rant in his face. "I am going to get the truth from you right now. Then I'll go get my money, wherever you've stashed it. I'll come back and kill you, but nicely, no theatrics. Who knows? You might even manage to escape while I'm gone. That's doubtful, but hope springs eternal. I have to tell you, Michael, that's the option I'd choose." Michael Devine was clear-headed enough to make the correct choice, too. He told Sanji/Murphy where his share of the ransom money was. It was right there in Washington. Gary Sanji/Murphy believed him, but then, who could really tell about these things? He was dealing with a police officer after all. Gary paused at the apartment door on his way out. In his best Arnold Schwarzenegger/Terminator voice, he said, "I'll be back." Actually, he was feeling exceptionally good about things today. He was solving the goddamn kidnapping himself. He was playing policeman, and it was kind of neat. The plan was going to work, just like he'd always known it would. Cool beans. Chapter 84. I slept restlessly, waking just about every hour on the hour. There was no piano to go pound out on the porch. No Janny and Damon to go wake. Only the murderer, peacefully sleeping at my side. Only the plan I was there to execute. When the sun finally rose, the hotel kitchen staff fixed us a fancy box lunch to go. They packed a wicker basket with fine wines, French bottled water, expensive gourmet goodies. There were also snorkeling gear, fluffy towels, a striped yellow and white beach umbrella. Everything was already loaded onto a speedboat when we arrived on the dock at just past 8. It took the boat about 30 minutes to get to our island, a beautiful, secluded spot. Paradise regained. We would be out there alone all day. Other couples from the hotel had their own private islands to visit. A coral reef encircled our beach, stretching out about 70 to 100 yards from shore. The water was the clearest bottle green. When I looked straight down, I could see the texture of the sand on the bottom. I could have counted grains of sand. Angel and warrior fish darted around my legs in small spirited schools. A smiling pair of 5-foot-long barracuda had followed our boat almost to the shoreline, then lost interest. "What time would you like me to come back?" the boat driver asked. "It's your choice." He was a muscular fisherman, a sailor in his 40s, a happy-go-lucky type. He had shared big fish and other colorful island stories on the way out. He seemed to think nothing of Jessie and my being together. I think 2 or 3 o'clock? I looked for some help from Jessie. "What time should Mr. Richards come back for us?" She was busy laying out beach towels and the rest of our exotic gear. "I think 3 is good." "That sounds great, Mr. Richards." "All right, then have fun, you two," he smiled. "You're all alone. I can see my services are no longer required." Mr. Richards saluted us, then hopped back into the boat. He started the engine and soon vanished from sight. We were all alone on our private island. Don't worry. Be happy. There is something so strange and unreal about lying on a beach towel next to a kidnapper and murderer. I went over and over all of my feelings, plans, the things I knew I had to do. I tried to get control of my confusion and rage. I had loved this woman who was now such a stranger. I closed my eyes and let the sun relax my muscles. I needed to untense, or this wouldn't work. "How could you have murdered the little girl, Jessie. How could you do that? How could you tell so many lies to everybody? Gary Sanji flew out of nowhere. He came suddenly and with no warning. He had a foot-long hunting knife, like the one he'd used in the D.C. ghetto killings. He was arched high overhead, his shadow covering me completely. There was no way he could have gotten onto the island. No way. Alex, you were dreaming, Jessie said. She put a cool hand on my shoulder. She gently touched my cheek with the tips of her fingers. The long, mostly sleepless night, the warm sun, and the cooling sea breeze. I had fallen asleep on the beach. I looked up at Jessie. She had been the shadow over my body, not Sanji. My heart was pounding loudly. Dreams are as powerful as the real world to our nervous systems. How long was I out? I asked. Phew. Just a couple of minutes, baby, she said. Alex, let me hold you. Jessie moved against me on the beach towel. Her breasts brushed my chest. She had taken off her bathing suit top while I slept. Her smooth skin glowed with tanning oil. A thin line of moisture beaded on her upper lip. She couldn't help looking good. I sat up and moved away from Jessie on the towel. I pointed to where a garden of bougainvillea grew, almost to the seawater. Let's walk down along the beach. Okay? Let's take a walk. I want to talk to you about a few things. What kind of things? Jessie asked me. She was clearly disappointed that I was putting her off, even for a moment. She'd wanted to make love on the beach. I didn't. Come on, let's walk and talk a little, I said. This sun feels so good. I pulled Jessie up, and she came along with me somewhat reluctantly. She didn't bother to put her top back on. We walked along the shoreline with our feet in the clear, calm water. We weren't touching now, but we were only inches apart. It was so strange and unreal. It was one of the worst moments of my life, if not the worst. You're being so serious, Alex. We were going to have fun, remember? Are we having fun yet? I know what you did, Jessie. It's taken a while, but I finally put it together, I told her. I know that you took Maggie Rose Dunn from Sanji. I know that you killed her. Chapter 85. I want to talk about all of it. I don't have a wire on me, Jessie, obviously. She half smiled at that, always the perfect actress. I can see you don't, she said. My heart was booming at a tremendous rate. Tell me what happened. Just tell me why, Jessie. Tell me what I spent almost 2 years trying to find out, and you knew all the time. Tell me your side of this. Jessie's mask, what was always her perfectly beautiful smile, had finally disappeared. She sounded resigned. All right, Alex, I'll tell you some of what you want to know, what you just wouldn't leave alone. We continued to walk, and Jessie finally told me the truth. How did it happen? Well, in the beginning, we were just doing our job. I swear that's true. We were babysitting the secretary's family. Gerald Goldberg wasn't used to getting threats. The Colombians made a threat against him. He acted like the civilian that he is. He overreacted. He demanded Secret Service protection for his entire family. That's how it all began, with a surveillance detail that none of us thought was necessary. So you assigned 2 lightweight agents. 2 friends, actually, not lightweights at all. We figured the detail would be a boondoggle. Then Mike Devine noticed that one of the teachers, a math teacher named Gary Sanji, had made a couple of passes by the Goldberg house. At first we thought he had a crush on the boy. Devine and Shackley thought he might be a pederast. Nothing more than that. We had to check him out anyway. It was in the original logs that Devine and Checkley kept. One of them followed Gary Sanji. A couple of times, yes. To a couple of places. We weren't really concerned at that point, but we were following through. One night, Charlie Checkley tailed him into the southeast. We didn't connect Sanji to the murders there, especially since the story never made any splash in the papers. Just more inner-city murders, you know? Yeah, I do know. When did you suspect something else about Gary Sanji? We didn't suspect a kidnapping until he actually picked up the 2 kids. 2 days before that, Charlie Checkley had followed him out to the farm in Maryland. Charlie didn't suspect a kidnapping at the time, no reason to. But he knew where the farm was located now. Mike Devine called me from the school when it all came crashing down. They wanted to go after Sanji then. That's when it struck me about taking the ransom ourselves. I don't know for sure. Maybe I'd thought of it before. It was so easy, Alex. 3 or 4 days and it would be over. Nobody would be hurt. Not any more than they'd already been hurt. We'd have the ransom money, millions. The way Jessie spoke about the kidnapping plot so casually was scary. She downplayed it, but it had been her idea. Not Devine's or Chackley's idea. Jessie's. She was the mastermind. What about the children? I asked. What about Maggie Rose and Michael? They'd already been kidnapped. We couldn't stop what had already happened. We staked out the farm in Maryland. We were confident that nothing could happen to the kids. He was a math teacher. We didn't think he'd hurt them. We thought he was nothing but an amateur. We were completely in control. He buried them in a box, Jessie. And Michael Goldberg died. Jessie stared out to sea. She nodded slowly. Yes, the little boy died. That changed everything, Alex. Forever. I didn't know if we could have prevented it. We moved in and took Maggie Rose then. We made our own kidnap demands. The whole plan changed. The 2 of us continued to walk along the edge of the shimmering water. If anyone had seen us, they probably would have thought we were lovers, having a serious talk about our relationship. The second half of that was true enough. Jessie finally looked at me. I want to tell you how it was between us, Alex, my side of things. It's not what you think. I had no words for her. I felt as if I were standing on the dark side of the moon again, and about to explode. My mind was screaming. I let Jessie go on, let her talk. It didn't really matter now. When it started, down in Florida, I needed to know whatever you could find out. I wanted a connection inside the D.C. police. You were supposed to be a good cop. You were also your own man. So you used me to watch your flanks. You chose me to hand over the ransom. You couldn't trust the Bureau. Always the professional, Jessie. I knew you wouldn't do anything to endanger the little girl. I knew you'd deliver the ransom. The complications started after we got back from Miami. I don't know exactly when. I swear this is the truth. I felt numb and hollow inside as I listened to her. I was dripping with perspiration, and not because of the beating sun. I wondered if Jessie had brought a gun to the island. Always the professional, I reminded myself. For what it's worth now, I fell in love with you, Alex. I did. You were so many of the things I'd given up looking for. Warm and decent, loving, understanding. Damon and Janelle touched me. When I was with you, I felt whole again. I was a little dizzy and nauseated. It was exactly the way I'd felt for about a year after Maria died. For what it's worth, I fell in love with you too, Jessie. I tried not to, but I did. I just couldn't have imagined anybody lying to me the way you did. Lying and deceiving. I still can't believe all the lies. What about Mike Devine? I asked. Jessie shrugged her shoulders. That was her only answer. You committed the perfect crime. A masterpiece, I told her then. You created the master crime that Gary Sanji always wanted to commit. Jessie peered into my eyes, but she seemed to be looking right through me. There was just one more piece to the puzzle now, one last thing that I had to know. One unthinkable detail. What really happened to the little girl? What did you or Devine or Chackley do with Maggie Rose? Jessie shook her head. No, Alex, that I can't tell you. You know that I can't. She had folded her arms across her chest when she'd begun to reveal the truth. Her arms remained tightly folded. How could you kill a little girl? How could you do it, Jessie? How could you kill Maggie Rose Dunn? Jessie suddenly whirled away from me. It was too much even for her. She headed back toward the beach umbrella and towels. I took a quick step, and I caught her arm. I grabbed the crook of her elbow. Get your hands off of me, she screamed, her face contorted. Maybe you can trade me the information about Maggie Rose, I shouted back. Maybe we can make a trade, Jessie. She turned around. They're not going to let you open this case again. Don't kid yourself, Alex. They don't have a thing on me, neither do you. I'm not going to trade you information. Yeah, you are, I said. My voice had gone from loud to close to a whisper. Yes, you are, Jessie. You're going to trade information. You definitely are. I pointed up toward the barranca and the palm trees that thickened as you got farther from the sandy beach. Sampson stood up from his hiding spot in the deep island brush. He waved something that looked like a silver wand. What he was actually holding was a long-distance microphone. 2 FBI agents got up and waved too. They stood beside Sampson. They'd all been out in the bush since before 7 that morning. The agents were as red as lobsters around the face and arms. Sampson probably had the tan of his life also. My friend Sampson up there. He's recorded everything you said since we started our walk. Jessie closed her eyes for several seconds. She hadn't expected I would go this far. She didn't think I had it in me. You tell us now how you murdered Maggie Rose, I demanded. Her eyes opened, and they looked small and black. You don't get it. You just don't get it, do you? She said. What don't I get, Jessie? You tell me what I don't get. You keep looking for the good in people. But it's not there. Your case will get blown up. You'll look like a fool in the end, a complete and utter fool. They'll all turn on you again. Maybe you're right, I said, but at least I'll have this moment. Jessie moved to hit me, but I blocked her fist with a forearm. Her body twisted and she went down. The hard fall was a lot less than she deserved. Jessie's face was a brittle mask of surprise. That's a start, Alex, she said from her sandy seat on the beach. You're becoming a bastard, too. Congratulations. Nah, I said to Jessie. I'm just fine. There's nothing wrong with me. I let the FBI agents and Sampson make the formal arrest of Jessie Flanagan. Then I took a skiff back to the hotel. I packed and was on my way back to Washington within the hour. Chapter 86. 2 days after we returned to D.C., Sampson and I were back on the road. We were headed for Uyuni, Bolivia. We had reason to hope and believe that we might have finally found Maggie Rose Dunn. Jessie had talked and talked. Jessie had traded information. She had refused to talk to the Bureau, though. She'd traded with me. Uyuni is in the Andes Mountains, 191 miles south of Oruro. The way to get there is to land a small plane in Rio Mulato, then go by jeep or van to Uyuni. A Ford Explorer held 8 of us for the final leg of the difficult trip. I was in the minivan with Sampson, 2 special agents from Treasury, the U.S. Ambassador to Bolivia, our driver, and Thomas and Catherine Rose Dunn. Charles Chackley and Jesse had both been willing to trade information about Maggie Rose during the last grueling 36 hours. The butchered body of Mike Devine had been found in his Washington apartment. The manhunt for Gary Sanji/Murphy had intensified after the body was discovered, but so far, nothing. Gary was certainly watching the story of our trip to Bolivia on TV. Gary was watching his story. Chackley and Jesse told virtually the same tale about the kidnapping. There had been an opportunity to take the $10 million ransom and get away with it. They couldn't return the girl. They needed us to believe that Sanji/Murphy was the kidnapper. The girl could dispute that. They'd drawn the line at killing Maggie Rose, though, or so they said back in Washington. Sampson and I were quiet inside the minivan for the last miles of the trip through the Andes. So was everyone else. I watched the Dunns as we approached Uyuni. They sat together quietly, a little distant from each other. As Catherine had told me, losing Maggie Rose had nearly destroyed their marriage. I was reminded of how much I had liked them in the beginning. I still liked Catherine Rose. We had talked for a while during the trip. She thanked me with genuine emotion, and I would never forget that. I hoped their little girl was waiting safely at the end of this long and horrible ordeal. I thought about Maggie Rose Dunn, a little girl I had never met and was about to meet soon. I thought about all the prayers said for her, the placards held outside a D.C. courthouse, the candles burning in so many windows. Sampson elbowed me as we drove through the village. "Look up the hill there, Alex. I won't say this makes it all worthwhile, but maybe it comes close." The minivan was climbing a steep hill in the village of Uyuni. Tin and wood shacks lined both sides of what was virtually an alleyway cut into rock. Smoke spiraled from a couple of the tin rooftops. The narrow lane seemed to continue straight up into the Andes Mountains. Maggie Rose was there, waiting for us halfway up the road. The 11-year-old girl stood in front of one of the nearly identical shacks. She was with several other members of a family called Patino. She had been with them for nearly 2 years. It looked as if there were a dozen other children in the family. From 100 yards away, as the van strained up the rutted dirt road, we could all see her clearly. Maggie Rose wore the same kind of loose shirt, cotton shorts, and thongs as the other Patino children, but her blonde hair made her stand out. She was tan. She appeared to be in good health. She looked just like her beautiful mother. The Patino family had no idea who she really was. They had never heard of Maggie Rose Dunn in Uyuni, or in nearby Pulacayo, or in Ubina, 11 miles over the high and mighty Andes Mountains. We knew that much from the Bolivian officials and police. The Patino family had been paid for keeping the girl in the village, keeping her safe, but keeping her there. Maggie had been told by Mike Devine that there was nowhere for her to escape to. If she tried, she would be caught, and she would be tortured. She would be kept underground for a long, long time. I couldn't take my eyes off her now. This little girl who had come to mean so much to so many people. I thought of all the countless pictures and posters. I couldn't believe she was really standing there, after all this time. Maggie Rose didn't smile or react in any way as she watched us coming up the hill in the U.S. Embassy van. She didn't seem happy that someone had finally come for her, that she was being rescued. She appeared very confused, wounded, and afraid. She would take a step forward, then a step backward, then look back at her family. I wondered if Maggie Rose knew what was happening. She had been severely traumatized. I wondered if she could feel anything at all. I was glad I could be there to help. I thought of Jessie again, and I shook my head involuntarily. The storm inside wouldn't stop. How could she have done this to the little girl? For a couple of $1 million. For all the money in the known universe. Catherine Rose was the first one out of the minivan. At that very moment, Maggie Rose opened her arms. "Mommy!" she cried out. Then, hesitating for only a split second, she seemed to leap forward. Maggie Rose ran toward her mother. They ran into each other's arms. For the next minute, I couldn't see much of anything through my tears. I looked at Samson and saw a tear seeping from under his dark glasses. "Two tough detectives," he said, and grinned at me. It was that lone wolf smile I love. "Yeah, we sure are Washington, D.C.'s finest," I said. Maggie Rose was finally going home. Her name was an incantation in my head. Maggie Rose. Maggie Rose. It was worth everything, just to see that moment. "The end," Samson pronounced. Part 6. The Cross House. Chapter 87. The Cross House was right there across the street. There it was, in all of its humble glory. The bad boy was mesmerized by the glittering orangish house lights. His eyes roamed from window to window. A couple of times, he caught sight of a black woman shuffling past one of the windows downstairs. Alex Cross's grandmother, no doubt. He knew her name, Nana Mama. He knew Alex had named her that as a boy. In the last few weeks, he'd learned everything there was to know about the Cross family. He had a plan for them now, a neat little fantasy. Sometimes the boy liked to be afraid like this, afraid for himself, afraid for the people in the house. He enjoyed this feeling as long as he could control it and turn it on and off at will. He finally urged himself to leave his hiding place, to go even closer to the Cross House, to be the fear. His senses were much sharper when the fear was with him. He could concentrate and maintain focus for very long stretches of time. As he crossed 5th Street, there was nothing in his consciousness other than the house and the people inside. The boy disappeared into the bushes that ran alongside the front of the house. His heart was beating strongly now. His breathing was fast and shallow. He took one deep breath, then slowly let it out through his mouth. Slow down. Enjoy this, he thought. He turned so that he faced away from the house. He could actually feel warmth from the walls on his back. He watched the inner city street through the tangle of branches. It was always darker in Southeast. Streetlights were never replaced. He was careful. He took his sweet time. He watched the street for 10 minutes or more. No one had seen him. No one was spying on him this time. One last touch, and then on to bigger and better things. He thought the words, or spoke them under his breath. Sometimes he couldn't tell which was which anymore. A lot of things were coming together now, becoming one. His thoughts, his words, his actions, his stories to himself. Each detail had been thought through hundreds of times before this particular night. Once they were all sound asleep, probably between 2 and 3 in the morning, he would take the 2 children, Damon and Janelle. He would drug them, right there in their bedroom on the 2nd floor. He would let Dr./Detective Alex Cross sleep through everything. He had to do that. The famous Dr. Cross needed to suffer a great deal now. Cross had to be part of the new search. That was the way it had to be. It was the only worthy solution. He would be the victor. Not that Cross would need any extra motivation, but he'd get it anyway. First, the boy would murder the old woman, Cross's grandmother. Then, he would go to the children's bedroom. None of it would ever be solved, of course. The Cross children would never, ever be found. No ransom would be asked for. Then finally, he could go on to other things. He'd forget about Detective Cross. But Alex Cross would never, ever forget about him. Or about his own missing children. Gary Sanji/Murphy turned toward the house. Chapter 88.
Alex, there's someone inside the house. Alex, someone's in here with us,
Nana whispered close to my ear. I was up and out of bed before she finished speaking the words. Years on Washington streets had taught me to move quickly. I heard the softest thump somewhere. Yes, someone was definitely in the house. The noise hadn't been manufactured by our ancient heating system. Nana, you stay here. Don't come out until I call you, I whispered to my grandmother. I'll yell when it's okay.
I'll call the police, Alex.
No, you stay right here. I am the police. Stay here.
The children, Alex.
I'll get them. You stay here. I'll bring the children. Please obey me this one time. Please obey me. There was no one in the darkened hallway upstairs. No one I could see anyway. My heart raced uncontrollably as I hurried to the children's room. I listened for another sound in the house. It was too still now. I thought about the horrible violation. Someone's inside our house. I chased the thought away. I had to concentrate on him. I knew who it was. I'd kept my guard up for weeks after Samson and I had returned with Maggie Rose. Finally, I'd let it down just a little. And he'd come. I hurried to the children's room. I started to run down the upstairs hallway. I opened the creaking door. Damon and Janelle were still asleep in their beds. I would wake them up quickly, then carry them both back to Nana. I never kept my gun upstairs because of the children. It was downstairs in the den. I switched on the lamp beside the bed. Nothing. The light didn't come on. I remembered the Sanders and Turner murders. Sanji had loved darkness. The darkness had been his calling card, his signature. He had always turned the electricity off. The thing was here. Suddenly, I was struck very hard, with terrifying force. Something had hit me like a speeding runaway truck. I knew it was Sanji. He'd sprung on me. He nearly took me out with one blow. He was brutally strong. His body, his muscles, had been tensing and untensing for his entire life. He'd been doing isometrics since he'd been locked away in the basement of his father's house. He'd been wound tight for almost 30 years. Plotting to get even with the world, plotting to get the fame he thought he deserved. I want to be somebody. He came again. We went down with a loud crash. The air was crushed from my stomach. The side of my head struck a sharp edge of the children's bureau. My vision was clouded. My ears rang. I saw bright dancing stars everywhere.
Dr. Cross!
Is that you?
Did you forget whose show this is?
I could barely see Gary Sanji's face when he screamed out my name. He tried to physically hurt me with the ear-splitting scream, the sheer force of his voice.
You can't touch me!
He screamed again.
You can't touch me, Doctor. Do you get it? Do you get it? Yet? I'm the star, not you.
Blood was smeared all over his hands and arms. Blood was everywhere. I could see it now. Who had he hurt? What had he done in our house? I could see shapes in the shifting darkness of the children's room. He had a knife raised high in one hand, canted in my direction.
"I'm the star here! I'm Sanji Murphy, whoever I want to be!"
I realized whose blood was swabbed all over his hands and arms. My blood. He'd stabbed me when he hit me the first time. He raised the knife to strike a second time and growled like an animal. The children were awake now. Damon screamed, "Daddy!" and Janny started to cry. "Get out of here, kids!" I shouted. But they were too terrified to leave their beds. He feinted with the knife once. Then the blade slashed at me again. I moved and the knife cut a glancing blow across my shoulder. This time the pain was there, and I knew exactly what it was. Sanji's knife had sliced into my upper shoulder. I yelled loudly at Sanji/Murphy. The children were crying. I wanted to kill him now. My mind was going to burst. There was nothing left in me but rage at this monster inside my house. Sanji/Murphy raised his knife again. The lethal blade was long and so sharp I hadn't even felt the first wound. It had cut right through. I heard another scream, a fierce shriek. Sanji stood frozen for the eeriest split second. Then he whirled around with another growl. A figure came sweeping at him from the doorway. Nana Mama had distracted him.
"This is our house!"
she shouted with all her fury.
"Get out of our house!"
A glint of light caught my eye on the bureau. I reached out and grabbed the scissors on top of Janny's book of paper dolls. A pair of Nana's shearing scissors. Sanji/Murphy slashed out with his knife again. The same knife he'd used in his murders around the projects. The knife he'd used on Vivian Kim. I swung the scissors at him and felt tearing flesh. The shearing scissors slashed down across his cheeks. His cry echoed through the bedroom.
"Motherfucker!"
"Something to remember me by," I taunted him. "Who's bleeding now? Sanji or Murphy?" He screamed something I didn't understand. Then he rushed at me again. The scissors caught him somewhere on the side of his neck. He jumped back, pulling them right from my hand. "Come on, you bastard!" I yelled. Suddenly he reeled and staggered out of the children's bedroom. He never struck out at Nana, the mother figure. Maybe he was too badly wounded to strike back. He held his face in both hands. His voice rose in a high, piercing scream as he ran from the room. Could he be in another fugue state? Was he lost inside one of his fantasies? I had gone down on one knee and wanted to stay there. The noise was a loud roar in my head. I managed to get up. Blood was splattered everywhere. On my shirt, all over my shorts, my bare legs, my blood and his. A rush of adrenaline kept me going. I grabbed some clothes and went after Sanji. He couldn't escape this time. I wouldn't let him. Chapter 89. I ran to the den and grabbed my revolver. I knew he had a plan, in case he had to escape. Every step would have been thought through 100 times. He lived in his fantasies, not in the real world. I thought that he would probably leave our house, escape, so he could fight again. Was I beginning to think like him? I thought that I was. Scary. The front door was wide open. I was on track, so far. Blood was smeared all over the carpet. Had he left a trail for me? Where would Gary Sanji/Murphy go if something went wrong at our house? He would always have a backup plan. Where was the perfect place? The completely unexpected move. I was finding it hard to think with blood dripping from my side and left shoulder. I reeled outside and into the early morning darkness and biting cold. Our street was as silent as it ever got. It was 4 a.m. I had only one idea where he might have gone. I wondered if he thought I'd try to follow him. Was he already expecting me? Was Sanji/Murphy still 2 jumps ahead of me again? So far he always had been. I had to get ahead of him, just this once. The Metro Underground ran a block from our house on 5th Street. The tunnel was still being built, but a few neighborhood kids went down there to walk the 4 blocks over to Capitol Hill. Underground. I hobbled and half ran to the subway entrance. I was hurting, but I didn't care. He'd come inside my house. He'd gone after my children. I went downstairs into the tunnel. I drew my revolver from the shoulder holster I'd slung over my shirt. Every step I took put a ragged stitch in my side. Painfully, I began to walk the length of the tunnel in a low shooter's crouch. He could be watching me. Had he expected me to come here? I walked forward in the tunnel. It could be a trap. There were plenty of places for him to hide. I made it all the way to the end. There was no sign of blood anywhere. Sanji/Murphy wasn't in the underground. He'd escaped some other way. He'd gotten away again. As the adrenaline rush slowed, I felt weak and weary and disoriented. I climbed the stone stairs out of the underground. Night people were coming and going from the Metro paper store and from Fox's all-night diner. I must have been a sorry sight. Blood was spattered all over me. No one stopped, though. Not a single person. They had all seen too much of this ghoulish stuff in the nation's capital. I finally stepped in front of a truck driver, dropping off a bundle of Washington Posts. I told him I was a police officer. I was feeling a little high with the loss of blood, slightly giddy now. "I didn't do nothing wrong," he said to me. "You didn't shoot me, motherfucker?" "No, sir. What, are you crazy? You really a cop?" I made him take me home in his paper delivery truck. For the whole 6-block ride, the man swore he'd sue the city. "Sue Mayor Monroe," I told him. "Sue Monroe's ass bad." "You really a cop?" he asked me again. "You ain't a cop." "Yeah, I'm a cop." Squad cars and EMS ambulances were already gathered at my house. This was my recurring nightmare. This very scene. Never before had the police and medics actually come to my house. Sampson was already there. He had a black leather jacket over a ratty old Baltimore Orioles sweatshirt. He wore a cap from the Hoodoo Guru's tour. He looked at me as if I were crazy. Crimson and blue emergency lights swirled behind him. "What's up?" "You don't look so good." "You all right, man?" "Been stabbed twice with a hunting knife. Not as bad as the time we got shot over in Garfield." "Uh-huh. Must look worse than it is. I want you to lie down here on the lawn. Lie down now, Alex." I nodded and walked away from Sampson. I had to finish this. Somehow it had to be over with. The EMS people were trying to get me down on the lawn, our tiny lawn, or get me on their stretcher. I had another idea. The front door had been left wide open. He'd left the door to the house open. Why had he done that? "Be right with you," I said to the medics as I walked past them. "Hold that stretcher, though." People were yelling at me, but I pushed forward anyway. I moved silently and purposefully through the living room and into the kitchen. I opened the door that's catty-cornered to our back door and hurried downstairs. I didn't see anything in the basement. No movement. Nothing out of order. The cellar was my last good idea. I walked over to a bin near the furnace where Nana dumps all the dirty laundry for the next wash load. It's the farthest corner of the basement from the stairs. No Sanji/Murphy in the dark basement. Sampson came running down the cellar stairs. "He's not here. Someone saw him downtown. He's down around DuPont Circle." "He wants to make one more big play," I muttered. "Son of a bitch." Son of Lindbergh. Sampson didn't try to stop me from going with him. He could see in my eyes that he couldn't anyway. The two of us hurried to his car. I figured I was all right. I'd drop if I wasn't. A young punk from the neighborhood looked at the sticky blood down the front of my shirt. "You dying, Cross? That'd be good." He gave me my eulogy. It took us 10 minutes or so to get down to DuPont Circle. Police squad cars were parked everywhere, flashing eerie red and blue in the dawn's earliest light. It was late in the night shift for most of these boys. Nobody needed a madman on the loose in downtown Washington. One more big play. I want to be somebody. During the next hour or so, nothing happened, except that it got light out. Pedestrians began to appear around the circle. The traffic thickened as Washington opened up for business. The early risers were curious and stopped to ask the police questions. None of us would tell them anything, except to say, "Please keep moving along. Just keep walking, please. There's nothing to see." Thank God. An EMS doctor treated my wounds. There was more blood than actual damage. He wanted me to go straight to the hospital, of course. That could wait. One more big play. DuPont Circle? Downtown Washington, D.C. Gary Sanji/Murphy loved to play in the Capitol. I told the EMS doc to back off, and he did. I hit him up for a couple of Percodan. They did the trick for the moment. Sampson stood by my side, sucking on a cigarette. "You're gonna just fall over," he said to me. "You'll just collapse, like some big African elephant had a sudden heart attack." I was savoring my Percodan buzz. "Wasn't a sudden heart attack," I said to him. "Big African elephant got knifed a couple of times. Wasn't an elephant either. It was an African antelope. Graceful, beautiful, powerful beast." I eventually started to walk back toward Sampson's car. "You got an idea?" he called after me. "Alex." "Yeah. Let's ride. No good standing around here at DuPont Circle. He's not going to start shooting up rush hour traffic." "You sure about that, Alex?" "I'm sure about it." We rode around downtown Washington until just before 8. It was getting hopeless. I was starting to get real sleepy in the car. This big African antelope was about ready to fall over. Beads of sweat slipped across my eyebrows, dripping down my nose. I was trying to think like Gary Sanji/Murphy. Was he downtown now? Or had he already escaped from Washington? A call came over the car radio at 7:58. "Suspect spotted on Pennsylvania Avenue near Lafayette Park. Suspect has an automatic weapon in his possession. Suspect is approaching the White House. All cars move in." One more big play. At least I finally had him figured out a little. He was less than 2 blocks from 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue when they'd found him. That was 2 blocks from the White House. I want to be somebody. They had him pinned down between the shoe repair shop and a brownstone building full of law offices. He was using a parked Jeep Cherokee for cover. There was another complication. He had hostages. He'd taken 2 young kids who had been on their way to school early that morning. The children looked to be 11 or 12, about the same age Gary had been when his stepmother started locking him up. There was a boy and a girl, shades of Maggie Rose and Michael Goldberg, almost 2 years before. "I'm Divisional Chief Cross," I said, and got through the police barricades that were already set up across Pennsylvania Avenue. The White House was clearly visible down the street. I wondered if the president was watching us on TV. At least one CNN news truck was already on the scene. A couple of news station helicopters moved in overhead. This was restricted airspace near the White House, so they couldn't get too close. Somebody said Mayor Monroe was on his way. Gary had bigger prey in mind. He had demanded to see the president. Otherwise, he'd kill the 2 children. Traffic on Pennsylvania Avenue and the intersecting streets was already backed up as far as I could see. Several drivers and other passengers were deserting their vehicles, leaving them on the street. Scores of them stayed to watch the spectacle, though. Millions now watched on television. "You think he's heading for the White House?" Sampson asked. "I know a few states he'd probably carry," I said. I talked to the police SWAT team leader behind the barricades. I told him I thought Gary Sanji/Murphy was ready to go down in flames. He offered to light the match. A negotiator was already at the scene. He was more than willing to hand over the honor to me. I was finally going to negotiate a settlement with Sanji/Murphy. "We get the chance." Sampson grabbed me and spoke very directly. "We're going to pop him. Nothing tricky, Alex." "Tell that to him," I said to Sampson. "But if you get the chance, hit him. Do him." I wiped my face several times on my sleeve. I was sweating bullets. I was also nauseated and dizzy. I had an electric bullhorn, and I flicked the power on. The power was in my hands. I want to be somebody, too. Was that true? Was that what it had finally come to? "This is Alex Cross," I called out. A few wise guys in the crowd cheered. Mostly it got very quiet on the downtown D.C. street. A burst of wild gunfire suddenly erupted across the street. Loud noise. Car windows blew out all over Pennsylvania Avenue. He did an amazing amount of damage in just a few seconds. Nobody was hurt that I could see. The two children were unharmed. "Hi back at you, Gary." Then a voice came from across the street, Gary's voice. He was shouting at me. It was just the two of us. Was that what he wanted? His own high noon in the middle of the Capitol. Live national TV coverage. "Let me see you, Dr. Cross. Come on out, Alex. Show your pretty face to everybody." Why should I? I spoke over the bullhorn to Sanji. "Don't even think about it," Sampson whispered from behind me. "You do, I'll shoot you myself." There was another explosion of gunfire from across the avenue. This one went on even longer than the first burst. Washington was starting to look like downtown Beirut. Cameras whirred and clicked everywhere. I stood up suddenly and came out from behind a police sedan. Not too far, just enough to get killed. Some more assholes at the scene cheered me on. "The TV stations are here, Gary," I shouted. "They're filming this now. They're filming me as I stand here. I'm going to wind up as the big star. Slow start, but a hell of a finish for me." Sanji/Murphy started to laugh. His laughter went on for a while. Was he manic? Depressive? "You finally got me figured out?" he shouted at me. "Have you? Do you know who I am now? Do you know what I want?" "I doubt it." "I know that you're hurt. I know you think you're dying. Otherwise—" I stopped to make this sound as dramatic as it would be to him. "Otherwise, you wouldn't have let us catch you again." Directly across Pennsylvania Avenue, Sanji/Murphy stood up behind the bright red Jeep. Both children lay on the sidewalk behind him. Neither seemed to be hurt so far. Gary took a theatrical bow in my direction. He looked the all-American boy, just as he did in court. I was walking toward him now, getting closer and closer. "Nice touch," he called to me. "Well said. But I'm the star." He suddenly shifted his gun in my direction. A shot rang out behind me. Gary Sanji/Murphy flew back in the direction of the shoe repair shop. He landed on the sidewalk, then rolled over. Both young hostages started to scream. They scrambled up and ran away. I sprinted as fast as I could across Pennsylvania Avenue. "Don't shoot!" I yelled. "Hold your fire!" I turned and saw Sampson standing there. His service revolver was still aimed at Gary Murphy. He turned the revolver up toward the sky. He kept his eyes on me. He'd finished it for both of us. Gary lay in a crumpled heap on the sidewalk. A stream of bright red blood flowed steadily from his head and mouth. He wasn't moving. The automatic rifle was still clutched in his hand. I reached out and took the gun away first. I heard cameras clicking away behind us. I touched his shoulder. "Gary?" Very carefully, I turned the body over. There was still no movement, no sign of life. He looked like the all-American boy again. He'd come to this party as himself, as Gary Murphy. As I looked down, Gary's eyes suddenly opened and rolled back. He looked straight up at me. His lips parted slowly. "Help me," he finally whispered in a soft, choked voice. "Help me, Dr. Cross. Please, help me." I knelt down close beside him. "Who are you?" I asked him. "I'm Gary. Gary Murphy," he said. Checkmate. Epilogue. Frontier Justice, 1994. When the fateful day finally arrived, I couldn't sleep, not even a couple of hours. I couldn't play the piano out on our porch. I didn't want to see anyone or talk about what was going to happen in just a few hours. I slipped in and kissed Damon and Janny while they slept. Then I left the house around 2 a.m. I arrived at Lorton Federal Prison at 3. The marchers were back, carrying their homemade placards under a moonlit sky. Some were singing protest songs from the 1960s. Many prayed. There were several nuns, priests, ministers. A majority of the protesters were women, I noticed. The execution chamber at Lorton was a small, ordinary room with 3 windows. One window was reserved for the press. One was for official observers from the state. The third window was reserved for friends and family of the prisoner. There were dark blue curtains over each of the 3 windows. At 3:30 in the morning, a prison official opened them one by one. The prisoner was finally revealed, strapped down on a hospital gurney. The gurney had a makeshift extension panel for the left arm. Jessie had been staring up at the room's ceiling, but she became alert and seemed to tense as the 2 technicians walked to the gurney. One of them carried the needle on a stainless steel hospital tray. The insertion of the catheter needle was the only physical pain involved if the execution by lethal injection was done correctly. I had been coming out to Lorton to visit both Jessie and Gary Murphy for several months. I was on leave from the D.C. police force, and although I was writing this book, I had plenty of time for visits. Gary appeared to be coming apart. It was all in his workup reports. He spent most days lost in his complex fantasy world. It became harder and harder to coax him back to the real one. Or so it appeared. And that saved him another trial. That saved him from the possibility of death row. I was certain that he was playing games, but nobody wanted to listen. I was sure he was making up another plan. Jessie had agreed to talk to me. We had always been able to talk. She wasn't surprised the state had gotten the death penalty for her and Charles Chackley. She was responsible for the death of the son of the Secretary of the Treasury, after all. She and the Secret Service men had kidnapped Maggie Rose Dunn. They were responsible for Michael Goldberg's death, and also Vivian Kim's. Jessie and Devine had murdered the Florida pilot, Joseph Dinyo. Jessie told me that she felt remorse, and had from the very beginning. But not enough to stop me. Something must have broken inside me along the way. I'd probably do the same thing today. I'd take that kind of chance for $10 million. So would a lot of people, Alex. It's the age of greed. But not for you. How do you know that? I asked her. Somehow I do. You were the Black Knight. She told me that I shouldn't feel bad after it was over. She said the marchers and other protesters angered her. If their child had died, most of them would act a lot differently about this. I felt very bad. I didn't know how much I believed Jessie, but I felt bad. I didn't want to be there at Lorton, but Jessie had asked me to come. There was no one else at the window for Jessie, not a single person in the world. Jessie's mother had died not long after her arrest. 6 weeks earlier, the former Secret Service agent, Charles Chackley, had been executed in front of his family. That had sealed Jessie's fate. Long plastic tubes connected the needle and Jessie's left arm to several intravenous drips. The first drip, which had already started, dispensed a harmless saline solution. At a signal from the warden, sodium thiopental would be added to the intravenous. This was a barbiturate used as an anesthetic and to put patients gently to sleep. Then a heavy dose of pavolon would be added. This would induce death in about 10 minutes. To speed the process, an equal dose of potassium chloride was administered. This drug relaxes the heart and stops its pumping. It would cause death in about 10 seconds. Jessie found my face in her friend's window. She gave a little wave with her fingertips, and she even tried to smile. She had bothered to comb her hair, which was cut short now, but still beautiful. I thought of Maria, and how we hadn't gotten to say goodbye before she died. I thought this might be a little worse. I wanted to leave the prison so badly, but I stayed. I had promised Jessie I would stay. I always kept my promises. In reality, it was nothing very graphic. Jessie finally closed her eyes. I wondered if any of the lethal drugs had been administered, but I had no way of knowing that. She took a deep breath, and then I saw her tongue drop back in her mouth. That was all there was to the modern execution of a human being. That was the end of the life of Jessie Flanagan. I left the prison and hurried to my car. I was a psychologist and a detective, I told myself. I could take this. I could take anything. I was tougher than anybody. Always had been. My hands were jammed deeply into the pockets of my overcoat. In my right hand, so tightly clutched that it hurt, was the silver hair comb Jessie had given me once upon a time. When I got to my car, an ordinary white envelope was stuck under the driver's side wiper. I stuffed it in my coat pocket and didn't bother to open it until I was on my way back to Washington. I thought I knew what it was, and I was right. The Thing had sent me a message, up close and personal, in my face. Alex, did she sob and whine and beg for forgiveness before they pricked her? Did you shed a tear? Remember me to the family. I want to be remembered. Always, son of L. He was still playing his terrible mind games. He always would be. I'd told that to anyone willing to listen. I'd written a diagnostic profile for the journals. Gary Sanji/Murphy was responsible for his acts. I felt that he ought to be tried for the murders he'd committed in Southeast. The families of his black victims ought to have justice and retribution, too. If anyone deserved to be on death row, it was Sanji/Murphy. The note told me that he'd found a way to con one of the guards. He'd gotten to somebody inside Lorton. He had another plan, another 10 or 20-year plan. More of his fantasies and mind games. As I drove toward D.C., I wondered who was the more skilled manipulator, Gary or Jessie. I knew both of them were psychopaths. This country is turning out more of them than any other place on the planet. They come in all shapes and sizes, all races and creeds and genders. That's the scariest thing of all. After I got home that morning, I played some Rhapsody in Blue on the porch. I played Bonnie Raitt's Let's Give Them Something to Talk About. Janelle and Damon hung out and listened to their favorite piano player, next to Ray Charles, that is. They sat on the piano bench with me. All three of us were content to listen to the music and let our bodies touch for several moments. Later, I headed down to St. A's for lunch and such. Peanut Butter Man lives. Did you enjoy Along Came a Spider by James Patterson? Then why not try Kiss the Girl Book 2 in the Alex Cross series next? Along Came a Spider is published by Random House Audiobooks, a division of the Penguin Random House Group. Copyright James Patterson, 1993. Copyright and recording Random House Audiobooks. James Patterson has asserted his right under the Copyright, Designs and Patents Act, 1988, to be identified as the author of this work.
Audible hopes you've enjoyed this program.